seconds at the end of this game here. It's hands down the biggest mistake of my career, individual mistake of my career. And I would have never forgiven myself if we didn't qualify for the grand final or the weekly final after this, because it was the grand final of PGIS and there was so much money on the line. And we also would have made money from this game, and it would have just been probably one of the biggest games of the tournament if we won here, and I threw it all away. So there's a few reasons why this throw was so bad. One, it's weekly survival, and the only thing that matters is the win. So none of those 16, 17 kills that we had in this game mattered at all. Two, there was $8,000 on the line for this game. And if you include the money that was on the line in the weekly final for this week, which was the grand final of PGIS, which was millions of dollars, God, just the hypothetical idea of us winning the grand final, it was huge. So this is another top throw, and it deserves to be here because Soniqs, being the previous champions of PGIS, is such a dominant team throughout their entire history as being a team. They're in a 3v1 situation, and it's so crucial for them to win this game because it would allow them to have the opportunity to make the grand finals, because they hadn't made the weekly final before this, and they needed points so bad because I don't think they made any of the weekly finals. But they're obviously a super strong team, and they would have had a good chance of winning if they made the grand finals. And this is just such a huge throw, and it's such a huge clutch by Batoons. I think Tig kind of misplayed here. He could have just stayed in the US and taken the tree, or just sat behind the US as cover, but he had put Batoons to 1 HP, and I guess kind of ego chowed him, which is respectable, and he probably still should have won it because he was hitting his shots, but nonetheless, it's still a huge throw.
DMR running around the outside of it, see if maybe he can tap into it, and hits the shot on the other side of it. It's gonna be Batoons and Virtus Pro that qualify.
This is a throw for another few reasons. One, they're in a 4v2, and two, they have so much utility. I'm pretty sure, judging off the amount of smokes that were thrown, I'm pretty sure they were all of TSMs. They might have been a few of Afr-freecs, but they could just throw the smokes into the zone and take all of the zone. I'm pretty sure there's a tree by dot that they could take as well, and they don't do any of that. Instead, they all line up on a wall and make themselves free kills for a COD. And he just kills all of them in a matter of 5 bullets. So I don't really have much to say other than TSM literally just threw this game for no other reasons other than not using their utility.
Will they win this? No, they find one more. They find the last one. A COD, you absolute beast.
Why this one's a throw is honestly just mostly because Afr-freecs 4 up, and it's a 4v2v2, and they see kill feed. Genji's getting knocks on the infantry, and they have info from where Genji and infantry are shooting, so they know where they are. And the big mistake here is Afr-freecs smoking themselves instead of Genji. If they throw their smokes 50 meters further to the east towards Genji, then the game is literally free for them. But they had poor util usage and all peaked 1 by 1 and lost aim fights, so that's why this is a throw. It's just a huge throw by Africa.
They're looking really strong on the side, and Onyx is gonna do it. Genji's gonna get the win.
I don't want to put a title on this clip, but it is hands down the biggest throw in PUBG Esports history. Brazil has the entire zone. They have 3 people holding angles on Duckmans, who is in a tiny little spot on hay bales. He has no time. If they're patient enough to wait another minute, they have zone on him. There's so many things wrong that I could say about this clip, but just the basic part of them being a 3v1 with almost the entire zone is why it's such a throw. This is such an easy win for them, and they just threw it all away. They're in a 3v1. They have 85% of the zone, and for some reason, RDNX decides to go for a seat swap. Proceeds to miss every shot on a player who's 35 HP. Dies to blue. And also, Rusty Zero could get a res. I'm pretty sure he could res his teammate here. Chooses not to, sticks to the 1v1. And also isn't in the west side of zone where he could have more zone control and more hard cover, but proceeds to just wait. Aim duel from a bad spot, and I don't know, there's just so many things bad.
They've got to be aware the blue zone is right behind both of them, and boy, it's not going to tickle.
Rusty Zera, he's calling in the mindset, he's calling in the help from Cold Zera from another game. He needs that aim, he needs the God skill right now, looking across, he's still oh my God! 3 versus 1 Brazil! They ballsed it up! Are you serious?
Hi, I'm Ross from Bing Bang Boom, and these are my top 5 clutch moments in PUBG Esports history. This is probably, for me personally in my career, like, this is one of the coolest moments for me. I was inspired by all these people to be in this moment. Obviously, no one wants to be in the LCQ. No one wants to have it be where you have to win. But going into this game, we knew that if we didn't win this game, our hopes at Worlds, our hopes at our dreams were completely washed away. For me specifically, like, it is what it is. I don't have any vendetta with ex-teammates, but to be on a new team now, and to have seen them all already qualify, like, I had something to prove. There was an extra chip on my shoulder. I wanted to go too. I wanted to show that I could do it again with a different team, with my boys now, and to have this moment with Sharp and with my guys where we're able to come through and close this game out was incredible. And kudos to Sharp, the man, actual animal.
Done, and now it's just a 2v1 for SSG. Can they get the clutch victory in the final game? Can we see the impossible now with SSG clutching out in the final game?
Oh my
yes,
God.
we will. SSG leaving it to the final game.
This one in the top 5 as well from Longster here is kind of very similar to everything. Everything has like a common trend here with me. It's like he's patient. Look at him. He's in the water. All right. When do you see a guy come out of the water to win a game? Let alone in any game, whether it's a casual, a ranked game that you're playing, or just a scrim. But look at him stand up here. He kills all of group by himself, and then he turns around and kills BXG as well. To be able to come out of the water and do this is incredible. Hands down, one of the most mechanically gifted players in the world.
There's another? Where did he just come from? Out of nowhere! The beast from the water emerges, and now 1v1. DXG, 40 battle for IQ 500, trying to keep cool under pressure. Looks in, gets attacked, but it's alright, but he won it! He's only gonna want it!
These guys are fighting right now. They're fighting the best players in the world. And to be able to, he gets down to at some point he has no HP left, and he 1v2s K-Mind and H-Win, who, like, H-Win is playing with the Soniqs still. K-Mind obviously is retired, but H-Win's a top tier player in the world, and he still is to this day. So to be able to do that in any point in time is a feat in its own. So hats off to him.
Insane! 4 kills now from a solo position. Now in a 1 versus 2. They've got no idea how close he is.
Oh,
he
they're
wants to
lined
get
up.
to the bush. If he can get it, it'll be a quick transfer because they're so close to each other forever. With the 2 times. And a prayer, he spots H-Win, he gets his spray, and get K-Mind as well, gets behind the tree, K-Mind lands a tag, but it's not enough, it's only 18 damage, he lands a second one, he gets a third one, can he land any more? The headshot somehow, forever on 1 HP, he has somehow stayed alive, K-Mind on 4, what a finish, the revocation,
he went for the
heel, are you serious, forever, I see it Burrow, but I don't believe it.
That's a bad man.
A lot of these moments that we're talking about, it's all about the scope of the moment, right? If Faze didn't have this insane game, if Faze didn't come through and win this game, you'd have one of the top tier orgs in the European region not qualify for the finals of one of the biggest events in the world. We always talk about Faze Sunday. We always, everyone goes Faze Sunday, Faze Sunday. Like, listen, I'm a competitor. I'm done hearing about it. But with this moment, watching them clutch up, it just proves to everyone how determined not only they were to make that final, but how talented they were, and especially in this iteration of the roster, to be able to have all that pressure. There's so much pressure, and to be able to come out in the final game of their qualifier, of the semifinal, and to put such a big game, 10, 15 plus kills at the end of this, and clutching this win up to solidify their spot in the final is just what makes this moment so memorable. Watching this moment live and just the excitement and the anticipation of the nade.
He could go for the grenade. What's he gonna do? He's just sneaking up back behind it. Is this gonna be the turning point? Can Captain come up big? It's gonna land right on their feet. Oh my God! Yeah.
And then it goes off. And this man full solo wipes the entire team. He gets up. He comes over here and he ends up winning this game. And watching him end up killing Cow and clutching this game from what seemed almost impossible actually is one of the reasons why, like, I wanted to play the game. I wanted to do that. I felt I was good enough to try to achieve that same level that I'm watching these players do right now.
Around one, Hill Captain playing around the other. Waikakamukau trying to figure out where these grenades are going to be coming from. Waikakamukau, what angle does he have? Everybody's going to be making their way up and forward. And here we go. Circle is closing in. Grenades raining down. You can see Waikakamukau trying to get away from it. A lot of damage back over towards him. He's going to have to move in just a second. It is just unrelenting from the amount of grenades that Captain is carrying right now.
All that utility they could pick up off of the dead members of 17, he could make it rain here onto Waikakamukau. Waikakamukau does get the first aid off of that grenade. Just a little too far, but he's so weak. 4 AM, getting good, he just misses the shot.
He makes it into cover, but it doesn't matter. 4 AM, run away with that and get 8 kills on the Captain's massive play.
Oh, my goodness, look at this crowd. He has set them on fire. Unbelievable.
Hello and welcome to the ESL PUBG Masters Americas. It is the regional playoffs here for North America, and I am joined with Cameron Davis as we traverse day number 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen. It's been quite a while. Okay, we had an excitement, little diversion with the Nations Cup, but now we are back to our regularly scheduled programming where the regions battle it out with each other for. We'll get into it, but it's going to be eventually towards PGC at the end of the year. So I'm excited to get back and figure out what in the world these teams have been doing in the downtime.
Absolutely, because, I mean, as you said, we've had a little bit of downtime. PCS 6 was a couple of months ago. We did have an international event, which some teams did get to go to. But, I mean, this is the return to PUBG now through in the summer. And we've got a little bit of some format and walkthroughs to give you guys. As you can see right now, we are in that final regional playoff round. We've got 8 teams that made it through the group stages, as well as 16 invited teams that played really well at PCS 6. Now, the best teams from this weekend are going to join Latin America going into next week for a $50,000 prize pool. This will be the grand finals prize pool, $12,500 awarded to the first place prize. But it is not only money that is on the line, Cameron, as you did point out, we have PGC qualification points here as well, 300 for the winner, but all 16 teams in the grand finals are going to walk away with at least something. And it's going to matter because after this, we've only got one major event to qualify for the big international at the end of the year. That said, today, Groups B and C. Today, it is going to be Group B's last day to play and Group C's first. So we're going to see a bit of discrepancies on the leaderboard to start. But, I mean, yesterday, Yaho coming in second, just barely behind Soniqs, put down a lot of good points. SCG as well. We'll get more into that here in a second, as well as with Group C. Fresh on the field, really. This is going to be their first chance to get some points.
Yeah, a couple of these teams did play through the qualifiers. Tactical 8, Unana, Edge, and Abstract, I believe, but then Dodge, Nootropic, Wildcard Gaming, who were previously Gas Cans, and eUnited, this is their first time playing since PCS 6. So will we see some rust, or will we see some like brand new showings by a couple of these rosters? It's what's the adage? Anything can happen? Is that what we say around here?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right? Anything can happen. And yesterday, Yaho started off with an absolute banger. They were second place on the leaderboard, but second by a handful of points. There were only a few kills behind the Sonics, a few placement points behind the Sonics. And with Sonics off the field today, that's going to give Yaho a huge advantage to try to take a leap. Because again, this is their second and last day to play this weekend. So they really want to make sure they can get a big enough leap so they don't miss out tomorrow.
Yeah, listen, Sparking and Shinboy especially, and even Punaj, the entirety of Yaho played amazingly yesterday. So many second places. They had this one with 15 kills, almost stole this away from the Sonics, and then even Spicy Fish at the end. And just, they are a force to be reckoned with, because PCS 6, I didn't know how well they performed in the grand final. I thought they might have overperformed in their regional qualifications. But then they made it, and they performed very well, and it looks like they're continuing on that track now.
Well, you talk about performance, right? SCG, Short Circuit Gaming, 2 chicken dinners yesterday, but not really much in terms of kills and points, and that's kind of put them in an awkward spot on the leaderboard going into today. Also, their last day to play, they're not guaranteed moving forward to the grand finals yet. They're really going to have to look for those points if they want to give themselves that opportunity.
Listen, SCG, previously 300, we saw them, they actually had a really good regional playoffs for PCS 6 as well as Yaho, but unlike Yaho, they did falter during the actual grand final. Their kills are always generally pretty weak. One thing that they always rely on is their macro game. That's what we saw yesterday, so hopefully they can lean on that, but as you said, get more kills and get more points. But TMG, this is a team that doesn't need to work, or rather, in one game, in this first opening game, they didn't need to work on getting too many kills, because they were able to actually roll on in and get, what was it, 15 at the end when it was all said and done?
Yeah, I mean, that nade, right, with Wades, we saw there with those big kills at the front, that was huge. The problem is we really need to see them replicate that power into games. But you want to talk about replicating and power, Sonics, bar none, still showing yesterday that they are the lead. Now, they're out today, which means tomorrow is going to have to be that opportunity. I don't really see them faltering, though, and I mean, Mime, right, really came out of the gate to show it yesterday.
Yeah, look at this 1v4. Listen, people talk about Mime on the Sonics as like, oh, we got to cut this guy. He's not as good as everyone else. And listen, Mime is still one of the best clutch players in the game. I think it's him and the entirety of Bing Bang Boom if you want to make a top 5 list. If we're really talking about like real raw clutch potential. The problem is, if you're Mime, you have such good teammates around you, you're not always necessarily called in to make these clutch plays. But in this game yesterday, 1v4 versus Ascendants, you can remind everyone just why you bring value on this roster. Like, I understand exactly why people talk about Tickleton, Shrimzy, and even H-Win over Mime. But listen, he's there for a reason. Sonics are still the team to beat. All four members.
I mean, I think even we kind of talked about this during PCS 6, right? When only 2 Americans could get picked, who do you pick? There's 3 fantastic American players on Sonics, but I mean, you look at the ranks. We talked about it a little bit there in the highlights. Sonics versus Yaho, super close. Sonics a little bit more of a lead in terms of damage, but kills, ranks, we're not really seeing placement points, but guys, I assure you, they are very, very close here. The big issue right now, we need to see some chicken dinners from Yaho today, and they had some close ones yesterday.
Yeah, and that really is where the placement point differential can come down to, is that sort of able to secure those kills, able to secure those wins. Yaho, one of their biggest games in terms of kills was from a game that they went out in 11th place. So you could look at that pattern and say, listen, they're going for frags, they're playing very aggressively in the early to mid game to try and establish aggressive positioning. I think that's a strong path to take. If they just are able to tighten up the late game just a little bit more, and as you said, they got close a few times. We only saw 6 games yesterday, so there's a reason we play a set number of games. But Yaho, they're not, like, I still wouldn't put them in the tier of Sonics. We'll see what happens at the end of this entire event, but they're a very, very strong team that are probably the next team in line to be in that conversation of top teams of North America.
Absolutely. And guys, you can see right here below us, this is going to be the map schedule for today. We're going to start out 3 with Erangel and then finish out the evening with Miramar. So again, strength, Yaho, maybe this might be a good opportunity for them to get out that chicken dinner, Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wouldn't be too worried about it. They seem to be doing just okay without having to get the actual win itself. 2 second places and a bunch of kills to boot. I'm not too worried about them. It's really the other teams that we sort of mentioned at the top of things, SCG and TMG, to tighten things up. SCG aren't in an awful position overall. It's just the problem when you look at placement versus kills as far as a focus of a team. If you're a kill-focused team, that means like you got to be able to win your fights. That's probably step number one for playing in a battle royale. Macro is a very important aspect of the game, but it is not something that can, one, you don't macro in a salvage game as easily as kills in a salvage game, and you also can't, like, you need to actually get the kills at some point. You can only macro so far, so that's a good foundation for them to have, but as you said, we need them to get more kills to really make a big statement. Their kills aren't awful. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not terrible.
Absolutely, no.
But if they want to level up and really get to that, like, more secure position, it's going to have to be through the kills.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, today is the final day for Group B to play. A and C will play again tomorrow. So if you're a team like Bing Bang Boom, who is not looking good on the leaderboard coming into today, you've really got to make up for that, because you've only got these 6 games to make sure that nobody playing tomorrow is going to knock you out of that qualification going to the grand final. And it is a super tight-knit race between so many teams. But again, Day one yesterday, for the teams we saw play yesterday, they could play entirely different today. The big thing about round-robin lobbies is that we've got very different matchups, so everybody's going to play different each time we've got a new grouping together, and so something that we're going to be keeping an eye on going to today.
Yeah. I think the other 2 teams that we haven't mentioned that are in Group B, that this is also their final day, is going to be Tilt Town and 303. But, like, I don't, again, if maybe they can come up with something huge, okay? They're not too far off the other teams that we talked about, like TMG, Tokyo, Manji Gang are in 37 points. Tilt Town and 303 are at 30 and 29. So they're not terribly far off. That's about just over 1 point per game. So, like, it actually is pretty tight. I think it really comes down to the fact of how many points Soniqs and Yaho, and then as well as SCG, are sort of soaking up. Is that it might be really down to the wire, but that does mean that every single kill matters.
Absolutely. And I mean, heck, you brought up Tilt Town. They had a win yesterday, and that's still the thing, right? You can still get those wins, but you've got to focus on your kills. And you said macros and salvage games. There's so many aspects here to really be keeping an eye and focus on. And for the teams didn't do so well so far, don't let it get in your head, because there's always a big opportunity for redemption at the end. And again, too, Erangel offers a lot of things. I'm really hoping that we probably get some easy circles. I always hate to bring it up, but, you know, military does kind of give that early game fights. It puts people in situations that they're not always the most comfortable for. I think there's certain teams that play military circles a lot better than others, but that can be the type of thing that can really maybe throw people off their game in the very beginning. And with that in mind, though, I do think that finishing strong on Miramar is going to help some of the teams that need a little bit more of a push today. Yeah.
I mean, you brought up military base, and I'm going to go back to Yaho. I know we've talked about them a fair bit, but the fact that they were able, they had a game yesterday that they got 11 kills, but went out in 12th place. You see that on the scoreboard, and you're immediately like, oh, must have been military. Of course. They fought around the bridges. No, guys, this was like, yeah, there was the river involved. This was on the northern part of Erangel, but they really just had the transition north of Razak through the shooting range hill. Like, and, you know, when you say it that way, you can start to, if you've seen enough competitive PUBG, where you sort of realize, oh, okay, that is enough of paths for, like, multiple fights, but still 11 kills in 12th place. So I don't think military base is going to be the only catalyst for early game action, early game energy. Yaho are probably going to continue to bring that today, and we're looking at a couple other teams that might need to step up their own performances, their own energy, and might just say, you know what, let's just go for a Hail Mary play. We need a game to really catapult us up, not only momentum-wise, but also on the leaderboard, looking at a team like Tilt Town or 303. So that's actually why we talk about it sometimes, but I don't think a lot of people realize just how dangerous qualifiers can be, because you can only prep so much when you're playing rotating groups. So, like, for example, Team B, Group B, they played Group A yesterday, and then they played Group C today. How much time do you really take to prepare for both groups? And then you also never really know how the dominoes are going to fall, because when you put all these teams together, it's going to be a unique situation in terms of rotations, and you only have 6 games to figure it out. So improv is very, very strong in this, and so you really have to be on your best behavior. You got to be watching your back at all times, because what's the old classic adage, like, oh, what in the world were they doing behind you? It doesn't matter what they were doing, they still killed you. You're still dead. So
Absolutely.
like, at the end of the day.
Well, and you know, I mean, you kind of bring up the good point, and gives us a quick chance. And guys, I know this is a little bit long. We did have a technical difficulty. We were just finishing work through, so we will get game here in a moment. But back to that point, Cameron, I mean, when we have group stages, everybody's playing different groupings of people, different stylings. That group's own meta is going to be very different. You might have a lot of aggro teams, or you might have some passive teams that might sit in a central compound and kind of keep pressure on other teams. Teams like Yaho, they will always find the kills. They will always be able to find a good path of destruction, make sure that they have those points. We see that a lot from Soniqs as well. They'll set up a really good strength to not only carry them through the mid game, but finish out the end of the game with the high kill count as well. And so if you're one of those teams that has a tendency to middle play a little bit more safe in the early to mid game, that's where you start to fall behind in some of these group stages if you're not quite confident enough in your ability to play teams that you might not know where they could be. But this is also good information gathering for the teams that will go forward to the grand finals and have that information on who they're playing, with the notion that LATAM is going to also be joining in the grand finals. That's going to be an even additional shakeup that teams have to be ready for. Yeah,
we got 10. I think 10 teams from North America qualifying. While we vamp, let's look at some highlights from yesterday. That we want to look at, get a quick reminder. Because this is, I mean, okay, so there are a couple of teams on Group C that we can talk about. I'm really excited to see eUnited, Nootropic, and Dodge come into the picture. But this is the final hour for Group B. So, you know, let's give them a little bit extra love. SCG here, Extreme. Extreme has been an interesting character in the history of North American PUBG. Comes from Australia. He was actually one of the first Australian imports coming over, joining Ghost originally way back in the day, 2018, but it never really took off him as a player. But it's good. He's still in the mix, as you can see here, SCG. I think this is probably one of the best showings, this best team so far. Again, with the slow, sort of methodical increase in ability by this team, because I'll repeat what I said earlier on. I'm still slightly bearish on this squad. The performance at the grand final of PCS 6 wasn't like super fantastic. But the fact that we saw them here, they're still putting up good numbers. It wasn't just purely a flash in the pan. It was just a little bit of a spark, and they need to try and regather that energy.
Yeah, and two, I mean, Neferhor, I feel like, what was it, a year or two ago, really having his kind of renaissance moment his freshman year out on the field in esports. And we always said, really got to look out for this player, because if you get him in a really good position, he's absolutely going to frag out. Vox always finding that angle, which we can even see here in the highlights. He was up there at the top of that hill, really giving that big support, not only in terms of information, but the ability to snipe out here. As you can see, he's got that mini 14 aiming down here towards Luke 12. He's able to clear out what was left of IMM, and that is what kind of where that power comes from, right? You've got a lot of fraggers, but you've also got players that are really good at positioning themselves regardless of what's thrown at them, and that's what I really like to see from Short Circuit Gaming. But in terms of overall performance, I still think that they're not able to get the types of kills that we accept from an absolute top tier killing team like we see from Soniqs or Yaho, Luminosity, previously STK, same thing, right? When you give them the opportunity to score and frag out, who was able to always do so? And that has always kind of been the bit of the struggle with SCG.
Yeah, and again, like their kills are actually pretty good when you're looking at it. It's just when you compare them to Soniqs and Yaho from yesterday is when you start to see the divide, honestly. Their placements are better than both those teams. So they're consistently getting into the end game, and they're getting kills. I think they have at least one kill every single game.
Absolutely.
And if you throw out the first game where they went out in 14th place, they got at least 3 kills. So they're getting them. It's just we want to see that one like big explosive game. Because we can look at averages all the time as like consistent performances, but usually you'll see one really peak game like Yaho have multiple double-digit kills. Soniqs have a few 3 double-digit kill games of their own. None of them in first place, but still they're getting the kills. So if SCG can find that next level, put them in the next year, I think they might be back like in the conversation, like full time, real time, going into the finals.
Absolutely. I mean, I've always said that they've been a really strong team, but it's just that slight, like you said, that slight divide that they need to push through. We're seeing right now a good showing of that being potential possibility. But again, we can't always hold what we see here in the regional group stages for what can be that final performance in the grand finals. And I mean, again, as we're getting everybody into the lobby right now, we should have a game starting fairly soon. So we appreciate y'all for sticking with Cameron and I, and we'll get ready to go into match number 1. As we have said, I mean, we've got 3 different groups, A, B, and C, that will be playing throughout the weekend. It's a round-robin format. Group B is playing their final day today, and so that is going to be 8 teams that have that last chance to make sure that they're in a good spot on the leaderboard to qualify for the grand finals moving forward. It's going to be a big part of the conversation that we're following along today. Group C does get to play Group A again tomorrow for that final opportunity to see where we get those 10 teams qualifying moving forward. But that said, I mean, I'm really excited for Yaho today. My prediction is that they're going to come out on top of the leaderboard. They're just a few points behind Soniqs, who are out. But knowing how we've been watching them play, not only at PCS 6 earlier this year, but some of the previous events last year, I just have a lot of confidence in these guys.
Hey, listen, we talked about Group B so many different times. Let's give Group C a little bit of love, shall we? We got a lot of teams coming on in. I'm really excited to see Wildcard, X-Cascans, and eUnited, because eUnited, I still think, are, like, them and Soniqs have been the main talking points back to back, neck and neck for the most part. You know, Soniqs edges a lead most of the time, just a little bit, but eUnited are always in the conversation of being like the main rivals of Soniqs since the very beginning of 2020. And I actually think their 4th place at the last event, PCS 6, was like probably their worst showing, but it was relatively close. The top 4, all of them, including Wildcard, X-Cascans, who got 3rd in that event. So seeing them come into this, I think is going to make this add more flavor, more spice into it. But what I like about eUnited is how they're basically the exact opposite of how Yaho and the other top aggressive teams like Bing Bang Boom play. They're not aggressive, like, at all. They get a lot of kills, but what they do really well is setting up shop in the early to mid game and then just gatekeeping. They're one of the best gatekeepers in the game. They're a steel wall, essentially, that doesn't allow anyone through. And trust me, defender advantage, we all know how strong that is in PUBG. So if you can, like, double down onto that, it is just intimidating, and it can almost break the spirits of your opponents.
Absolutely. I mean, like, they're the tanks of North American PUBG, right? As you said, if they can get through the mid game with a lot of strength, with good positioning, and it's something that they're fantastic at doing, by the time they get to the late game, they have those resources. We usually see them rack up quite a lot of kills and have a good opportunity to secure those chicken dinners, especially if we get those Eastern circles. They're one of the teams that we brought up earlier. If we get military, eUnited have a really high win rate on those military circles. Their performance in that's great, especially with their drop spot, which is out there in Milk to Power, makes it for that easy rotation onto Military Island, but also in the opportunity to kind of get those kills and that control from some of the other teams that wouldn't necessarily land in or around the islands. Additionally, as well, Nootropic has always been somebody that I've really enjoyed watching. They've got Uncivil joining them this time. Civ's kind of jumped around a bit since his departure from Luminosity after PGIS. He had Spicy Fish, and with Nootropic, I think this could be a good pairing for him. But again, anytime you've got somebody coming in new, your first kind of instincts is to see, is this going to be a good gelling of not only types to play, but personality? And all right, guys, thank you so much for following along with us as we managed to get through that break. We're now getting into game number 1. It says match 3. Well, it's match 3 of Erangel. Oh, match 1. There we go. We'll fix it here in a second.
1 of 3.
You know what? It's fine. We'll do it live. But with that in mind, look at this flight path. Very vertical to start. I should give just about everybody in their drop zone, Milk to Power, a little bit of a stretch there for eUnited, but they'll get there easily. The question obviously is going to go, our team's going to interpret this flight path as potentially being a military. A couple have drop spots. It looks like Luminosity not taking their military drop spot, instead opting for their normal main map play. Outside of that, though, I mean, we should see a relatively slow start. I don't think we've got any hot drops in this lobby to begin with.
I'm looking at where eUnited are going, because, they're waiting until the very end to drop out, but it looks like they're going to be going towards the east. Looks like Severny is just completely free, but that means we have 2 teams going to Zarki? And then, wait, so Georgia Pole, North and South are also being taken right now. Okay.
What?
Okay.
What
is this?
Oh my gosh, I can't remember the last time I've seen teams fight for Zarki.
No one fights for Zarki. That's the thing. You see one, like, I say that, and I do remember in my multiple years of commentating this game, maybe one other round where this situation happened. But they're not going to fight. One team is going to find this building and set up shop, Team Edge. And I think 303 are going to hope to find some vehicles and break away from this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, 303, obviously, this is a spot we've seen them blue lot. Oh, 303. It's going to be a quick down there. Femme Fatale takes out Battlegrounds and a quick flush as well. 303 already one man short. You can see Man Bun also getting knocked out. I mean, Edge in a good potential to just take out 303 really quickly out of this one, Cameron.
Yeah, that's okay. I imagine there was some miscommunication on 303's end that they're actually going to send into this fight, because the way that they dropped, they were a full second and a half behind Edge. And, well, the kills are going Edge's way just because of it. So Swift does have an angle, but oh my god, Femme Fatale knew exactly where Sociopath was. No questions about it. Expected that angle. And now one random member of 303 glitching off in the distance, and I think that's going to be it. It's going to be the first team out, essentially. Maybe one lone survivor, but outside of that...
It's a little bit hard. I mean, as you said, it might have had a bit of a crash there, but still opportunity to come back into the game. And Zarki actually not too far from the circle, right?
Crashed.
Yeah, it really feels that way. I mean, as you said, it's a really unfortunate to start. I think 303 coming into that place confident, thinking that they had that win, but they were just a few seconds too late onto the ground, and that really gave Edge that opportunity, as we saw Femme Fatale opening up those kills. Rello right now on a bit of a scouting mission, trying to see if this compound is free. It is not. I'm not quite sure he realizes that just yet, as he's going to go ahead and push down here on the two-story. Zenny waiting an open arm. See if he can get that eye here on Rello, and damage already in. Rello knows exactly what's up. He does have a shotgun go, and that's going to be really great for this position. Meanwhile, Plube was found by Femme Fatale, and that is it for 303.
Did Zenny do all that damage with the shotgun, or am I confusing things? But anyway, Zenny is going to go out, doesn't get the initial kill, try to take advantage of an angle, catching Rello off guard, but instead is going to break away and give this position up to eUnited, which I think is the right play if you know where the other members of Tactical 8 are. Now Colton.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Tries to go for the bolt, but no, it's not going to be able to find Unciv. Unciv is correcting the vehicle. Has to actually pop out and fall away. I don't know if that was planned. Civ! Okay. That's an easy enough drop for Colton there.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it. Civ kind of lost control of the car and tilted it perfectly into the window there. Colton wasting no opportunity, pardon me, to do something with that. Now, Lampalot is driving right past Hello My Bad, and this is where the retaliation comes in. He tried to get that run over kill on Lampalot, but now, as you can see, them really taking full control here of Cube compounds. And out in the distance, the rest of Nootropic not really coming into place. That's 2 players down real quickly for Nootropic. Not the way that you want to start this.
Yeah. You always got to be super careful when you cross over these bridges, past Cube especially. We don't see Cube be super oppressive that much anymore in the meta of PUBG, just because everyone knows how to play around it, and generally the way that the water ratio works, you don't commit to the coast anymore. But in a Phase 1 circle like this, it can be very, very strong. TMG showing us exactly why that is. And Nootropic got to play as a duo. But everyone else is really just focusing on gathering around this coast, except for SCG, who are waiting for a team to cross the bridge. And if they don't know it, we know it. There is Unana on the opposite side.
Yeah, Unana, you can see really setting up. Already got the UASs. They're just going to go for it, but they're making sure that they all staggered this one out, try to get through the bridge camp. You can see Vox, the rest of the team waiting out, got their automatic rifles in the barrel in hand. They can hear Unana coming. Oh my goodness, here we go. Shots out, Extreme Vox. They are going to connect Stone Nuts, and Joshi is going to go ahead and take down Stone Nuts, taken out actually by his teammate's car. And one player almost out of the gate here, but so far a very successful kill. Now they did leave one player behind on Military Island, and it looks like that is Sadie. Sadie is going to go the long way around and try and keep that up. So many teams right now losing a couple of players, really finding themselves handicapped in the start of this. Gage also finding himself pinched here in between Tilt Town. It looks like Tilt Town is actually going to pull back from this to start.
Yeah, this early game aggression is, I mean, it's not so much aggression, more just capitalization on opportunities, which is great, but like, I would not have expected that. Flood out in the open, and Kickstart can cover any potential push. Flood is immediately crawling back, but it's going to be a bit for him to get revived, which means Tilt Town could try and really capitalize, and I don't think they could be going and fully take this compound away. But oh, Flood, he's took a couple of shots. The smoke is already out, but Kickstart again with that covering fire. Gonna make it so Flood is the most annoying kill to finish.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the smokes are really coming out in force, trying to keep Flood alive, but still holding on to that DMR. Kickstart trying to keep that pressure from Tilt Town, cresting over the back of the hill and making sure not to secure that kill, but they've got to act quickly. Flood's about to bleed out. You can see Snakers trying to make that run, is going to get that quick touch on the revive. Just a few seconds to go until he can get up safely, but you can see Tilt Town is already resetting for this, and it's going to be a really high-risk revive in this situation because now you've got two members that got to get back to the compound safely. Flood can go ahead and pop that first aid kit, see if that's going to be enough to get him in, but that support from Kickstart, getting another knock, that's going to take the attention of two players away from this. This nade from Snakers could be huge if it is going to be enough. Only 13 damage. It fell short, though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for a blind throw, that I think was pretty close. What I'm concerned about, though, for eUnited, though, is that Big Bang Boom are just off to the east, and they're traditionally a really aggressive team. So I would have assumed that they would maybe try and be a little bit of nosy neighbors. Not fully push on the compound. It's way too early for a move like that, but at least see if they can't pick anything up. But I think with Bing Bang Boom's disastrous games yesterday, I think they're probably going to try and take things a little safer than usual. Tactical 8, though, also did push up. And now they're running into TMG, who are just trying to flex their position out, or rather, I say they, it's only Hallow, my bad. Trying to flex their position out around, try and get as many angles as possible, free up as much space as possible around this river. Just this constant footsie game between Tilt Town, T8, TMG, all the T's.
No, there's a lot of presence here in this area because right now the circle is split on both sides of the river and everybody's trying to get themselves that opportunity to get where they need to go, whether this holds up north, shifts down to the south. They want that good access to rotation. You can see right now, Dang Yo with the drive-by trying to get some damage there into Tilt Down, but it's not going to connect. Zenny still looking good for right now. And Zenny holding that off-angle position for the rest of Tilt Town. That's the escape plan. If Tilt Town needs to cross the river, it's going to be relying on Zenny. And we're seeing a little bit of that here from couple different teams.
The audacity to just be driving around in the open doing how many, I don't know how many loops they've done at this point, but it's been a lot. And still not taken out like that. I mean, you got to know your angles to be able to do that confidently and comfortably. But we see Yaho coming in, pretty quiet so far for them. They're backfilling essentially where eUnited came from. And Shimboy is also just driving around in circles, trying to bait out some shots. They're not afraid of an early game engagement, but really they're just trying to grab positioning here. We're at the tail end of Phase 1, closing only about 20 seconds remaining. So ultimately it's just about getting position, finding that information, because they did rotate all the way around from the east side. The information is going to be lacking a little more than another team like eUnited. Speaking of which, hey, Flood, found a knock on Keenan.
Yeah. And again, that just kind of shows that Bing Bang Boom really talked about needing to have a good day. And we haven't really seen what's going on with that fight, but it is kind of showing, oh, that's an unfortunate circle. Again, guys, we talked about this river. This river is really important. This circle shifting onto the river is going to make things really difficult now. You can even see there on the map, Wildcard has the top of Everest. And that's a fourth of this playable circle going forward. They've got eyes on almost half of it, though, and that's going to make them a little bit dangerous here. But Yaho, Punaj, I mean, the cars in play, the scouting outside of the zone, you could just see how condensed it is, and that's where some of these teams are going to really, unfortunately, have to take that aggression into the early game.
I like this by TMG. They're using Cube, and they're trying to get position on the south side of that bridge as well and want full control. Unfortunately for them, though, Nootropic has a bit too strong of a position themselves, not allowing them to get the God compound just on the opposite side. And so instead, taking this rock position, which I don't know if I like it too much. In fact, if you're looking at the map, they're spreading pretty wide the entirety of TMG. Might be overextending a little bit. We'll see what the fight around Ruins, if that comes up anything against Sen. But Yaho right now, I think Sparking took a lot of damage trying to push down towards the south. Found some information, but it is going to delay their continued rotation into phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the play here was to try to get to that little clip of shooting range that's just barely inside the zone, but it's actually not the best position to play in with other teams being close by. You've got a squad rotating just to the south of them, something that they need to be mindful about. But I mean, you pointed out this 2-2 split with TMG. With a circle like this, with this condensed, everybody is in this area, it's going to be really difficult. Ascendant's going to be that first test for them, as we can see them pushing through Ruins. Could potentially spot the 2 members on this side. It looks like a couple shots are out. And this could be Ascendance's playground if they can take care of those 2 members of TMG.
I don't think TMG are going to be pushing too much further. Now that I look at their position, they seem to be pretty set just on, shall we say, the suburbs of Ruins. I don't know what else to call that position, but just to the northwest. They're set there. I think TMG might just be playing for the circle shift and just have at least someone in for placement points. But BBB right now, Keenan did get revived. And, well, they're getting overlooked by multiple different teams, not just eUnited, but also Ascendance getting quite close. And this can be a strong compound, but there is that high ground that you can see Ascendance overlooking them. So exiting from this position might be quite difficult. They essentially, through inaction, BBB have allowed themselves to be cornered once this second phase does close. So they're going to have to hope for some really good shots. And this is a team that can deliver on that front. But already being in sort of the back foot early on in game number 1 of the day, I don't know. I'm starting to get worried.
Yeah, I mean, with Abstract here, you've got a couple of players that we don't typically have seen in a while, so we're not really able to gauge their performance and firepower versus them and BBB. That said, though, I mean, BBB is stuck sitting in a bit of a bowl. Getting out of that compound is going to make them really vulnerable to not only Abstract, but potentially just outside of that is eUnited and Tilt Town. And so that's something that they've got to be really careful from coming out of that position, but it's all going to come down to where phase 3 shifts. And that's why you see everybody kind of in a bit of a holding pattern right now, because the water is still such a huge factor into play, as well as the threat of Everest. We have seen King of the Hill circles in situations like this. A couple seconds left, 5. We're going to see where this goes, Cameron. And
Let's go Island. I want
Island. Oh,
give
that's toxic.
Give me Liver Island. Okay.
Oh,
not quite.
I mean,
not quite. It's going to ship all the way towards the north.
Out.
This is great for eUnited. I think Yaho might be a little disappointed with this shift because you can see their position away towards the east side. They actually would have been in great position here, but I understand why they rotated away for the gamble. But BBB, they're moving out. There's a lot of action happening on the northeast side. Keenan already taken down for a second time. I think the revive is coming through, but this means that the 2 sides of BBB are split. At least this first pair is able to break away and find position, but they might be overtaken by a number of different teams all going for the same spot. Nootropic also rotating around. Hyunny here. Ooh, I don't know who knows of whom.
Oh, yeah, Hyunny, I mean, okay, he's moving around. He's made a lot of noise. It looks like Nootropic is aware of his position. You can see the flashbangs are being thrown. They're going to try and see if they can charge him, pressure him off this roof and out of this position. Hyunny should be able to get out. You can see he's got a teammate just across the way there to land some assistance. Does get one knock, but he's down to 39 HP. He's got to make sure to be a little bit careful there. You can see the other member of Nootropic is going to pull down the stairs and try to get that heal up. They'll not be able to get that revive onto Hello Senpai as a support coming in there from Team Edge's Nana.
Good teamwork there. Hyunny didn't need to overextend to try and confirm that kill because the teammate had the far angle in order to do that. And now Nootropic is just down to 1 player, Soniqs, and the rest of Edge. They are flooding onto his position. Frag Grenade can do a lot of work, but Edge are taking this slow and methodical as well. They should. So very smart play.
Oh, man. And there you go. So you can see more throwables taken out. Soniqs is going to be the last to fall there. But the fight is not over just yet. Unana coming in the backside of this. But right now, Wildcard Gaming in the middle of the road. Niku's taking down Richie B from SCG. Quick flush there. And this is on the edge of zone. I mean, this is Wildcard trying to come off of Everest. They had that information for where the rest of these teams are playing in this area. But knowing where the circle is traveling, that also means the eventual crossing of the river.
Ooh, hey, look. Sedek and Scotchstock got back together. It's the first time we saw them since the drama at the bridge, but yeah, they were able to group back up, and they're crossing the bridge pretty quietly. Unsure if Team Edge are going to be aware of this, and so Hyunny pushing out this way could be opening up an angle. But I think there is that far member of Team Edge overlooking things, so the information shouldn't be too lacking for Team Edge if Unana do want to push up onto them. I don't think they're going to want to move. It looks like they're fine just playing under the bridge, and that gives Edge as much positioning as they want to sort of space themselves out how they wish. We see Wildcard on the opposite side of things, and then there's Dodge right on this island. Unfortunately, that is not where the circle is going to go. They're going to have to cross north eventually.
Yeah, and the big issue there with Dodge as well is you've got Savage just kind of swimming right underneath their island. I mean, that's just a great spot to hide there. You can see tucked underneath the bridge. If you're Savage, though, in 1v4, it's going to be a bit of a tough situation. I would wait until the rest of Dodge crosses. As you can see, he's got teammates across the water to help that call. That said, this circle pulling way out into the field. Everybody that's set up along the western and southern edges now having to make that cross to get up.
The entirety of Bing Bang Moo made it out of that death trap. And now they actually have reasonable position in the center of this next circle. How that happened, I don't know. But now they're looking like a very, very strong contender in this match. No one's really been pressuring them at all in this position. It's a lot of open space, but it's not quite as much open space as Dodge are going to be contending with as they cross over. There's going to be a lot of fights around these bridges still. We already saw Unana get a drop and get a kill onto Edge. Wildcard is going to be looping up behind that. You see Tiltown, they are camping this bridge as well with Dodge and even a few members of Ascendance crossing over. God, oh man. Water circles. I mean, it's not the circle in water, but still a lot of swimming. It's bringing me back to the old days.
I mean, if Fenna would just turn around. There you go. Look, you should see Vegas. Vegas is swimming. You see him? Okay, nades are out. Looks like Fenna does realize the Ascendance is trying to make that cross here. The smokes are out to try to give them some cover. But from across the water, Maji is actually going to land a bit of damage here into members of Dodge. And that's where this open space play is becoming a bit of a risky maneuver. But they can't get up the top of the hill with that pressure from Tilt Town. And that is the pinch. I mean, when we get circles like this, Cameron, historically, all of the teams right around here in the mid game that have to cross that water, to have to come in from the south, typically start to struggle. And that's what we're seeing right now from teams like Wildcard, from Dodge, from Onana, from TMG, who could see just lighting up the kill feed.
Yeah, we knew the circle was going to go to the north side of the river the past phase. So I was expecting more teams to maybe go aggressive and not wait for the 11th hour like so many of them are doing now. It's a very risky maneuver, but I'm not sure if it's a worse fate than being cut down while you're trying to push into the circle with maybe one backstab kill to your name, like what we're looking with Unana. I mean, Ascendance as well. Zray's trying to make his way past. Last member up for his squad. Everyone else has just been completely torn away.
Oh, he's going right into Wildcard. I don't know that Ascendance is going to make that through, but you can see Hello My Bad does have a member of Onana. He had a nade out. I don't think Sedek, though, did throw that just yet, so he's not going to take himself out. But you can see, I mean, still along the edge, Tilt Town and Dodge. We've talked about these two teams in this fight that we knew was going to break out. They're not in the zone, and now the pressure from Yaho just to the north of them is going to make that a bit of a tough cross. Gats is going to go ahead and just get in a car, try and send it, but Hikerman, he's caught out in the blue, and you can see both Tilt Town, TMG, and Yaho are lighting up those members of Dodge, and that is going to be it for them.
Wow, okay, 6 kills for Tokyo Manji game. I was worried about how their positioning would be a little bit overconfident, a little bit overextension, but not only did all 4 members make their way onto the proper side of the circle, they have a number of kills to work with as well, making sure that there's no final few stragglers coming in from the blue, and they should be able to make their way reasonably well towards the north. At some point there, they're going to be able to catch Yaho in their own line of sight, so that fight could break out, and then eUnited to the east also pushing in. 6 teams remain.
Yeah, as you said, there's 6 teams remaining, 23 players alive. Only 2 of those teams right now are inside the zone. eUnited has kind of been keeping a watchful eye on Yaho. They're gathering that information, trying to decide how they want to play this. But they left Snakers up in that compound to try to give them that extra position at entry point into the circle. Poonage did find his position now in the south, but he's got to make sure the rest of Yaho, they're able to take care of TMG. That might be the potential play here, but you've still got to worry about TTG out to the west.
Okay, I like Kunich trying to go for space, trying to find something, but he might have gone a little bit too forward. I say that. They gotta get into the circle, so he's gonna have to come here eventually. And here is the backup. This is the important part. They can't be letting Kunich take this fight alone, and it's 2 members rolling up. Colton already down. Can they get any more?
I mean, the full-on drive-by right now, as you saw them just take the car right into the middle of TMG. 3 members have been taken down, Sparking and Punich trying to clean up what left they can from this fight, but there's 1 more member still up and standing. You can see it is Hello My Bad out to the tree there on the west, trying to keep his I mean, he gets really only position in the zone. This is just along the edge, but Yaho have a good idea where he is. The issue still at hand for Yaho, though, is making sure that they don't get crashed on by eUnited. But it looks like for the time being, eUnited is going to hold this corner.
Good push by eUnited. They saw what Yaho did, and they made the correct decision based off of it. They're not going to overpush it. They know they have a good line to try and keep Yaho out. They're just going to let Yaho dance around with Tokyo Manji game for as long as they need to. 40 seconds left for Phase 6. And it's just a lot of holding patterns outside of this fight that's currently on your screen. If the revive can come through, maybe TMG can come up with a proper fight against Yaho, but this surround by Shinboy, I think it's only a matter of time before they just get completely cornered and crossfired.
And we can see there on the map feed as well, Abstract has slowly been creeping up onto TCC up there on the north. Yaho, Shinboy, though, is going to clean out. That's it for TMG. That gives Yaho good control to the south-southwest, but in all of this fighting, eUnited has not let their eyes off that position. 9 kills right now for Yaho as they continue to wrap around, try and get that pressure on more teams. Looks like TG is actually going to fully pull into AB now, and that means Yaho and eUnited, great circle shift for BBG, but Yaho and eUnited, they're going to have to take the fight to each other now.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if the circle stayed dead center. These teams on the south would have to worry about BBB's angle onto them. Now they're going to have to worry about that even more. And so, as you said, Yaho, eUnited, they might as well fight each other because there's only one clean path into the fight with BBB, and you don't want to be managing multiple angles at the same time. Good knock initially, but as well, AB on the north, they're going to try and upset TTG's position. It's one lone rock where this entire squad is surviving under, so a very good angle held. Is going to have to come up with some huge heroics for TTG to break out of this one.
Oh, at Kickstart breaking out right there with a nade as he finds that opening knock onto Sparking. Both teams just taking the fight to each other, not worrying about the blue zone just yet, but eUnited with the high ground is going to clear out Yaho. That is a quick fight. We move forward to our top 4. eUnited can turn their focus back to Bing Bang Boom. As you can see, Abstract really try to push in onto this boulder here. They can take out the remaining members of TTG, but as the circles got smaller, they do need to be careful. The biggest thing that's going to help these teams in the north right now is that BBG is not really interested.
Yeah, in fact, BBB are actually pushing down on the south, really. They're not caring at all about the teams in the north, and I wonder how much of that is because they're more threatened by eUnited than either Abstract or TTG take out the strongest team before they can get in a proper position, and they feel more comfortable improving the fight of whoever is coming in from the north, which, as we can see now, is easily going to be Abstract. They had 2 members watching this rock, watching these angles, and then 2 more pushing into the circle to find themselves position on this high ground. And now that TTG have fully taken out by the blue, they can really take position. But what's this rotation by eUnited? They spot that BBB push towards the south, and so they just rotate and catch that open angle from the east side. I don't know if BBB were expecting that play because now they are on the low ground. They have a nice little spread, a nice little crossfire set up between the 2 duos. But still, this might be a bit of a surprise.
I mean, the big issue, I think, as well for BBG, and this is they've only got 1 kill to them. They really sat in this position and turtled a bit. They didn't over-engage in fights. They tried to hold on to center for as long as possible. They kept things down to not make themselves overvulnerable in a position, but that also lost them out on scoring chances. But, I mean, the way the circle is lit is a full low ground to high ground situation. Abstract still holding that high ground, just cresting that hill now with eUnited.
Ooh, I like this. eUnited, they spot aggression. Somehow, they recognize aggression from the north side. They have Flood watching over Bing Bang Boom, and then the rest are pushing towards the north, and now they have made contact. Flood is now grouping up. It looks to be a full 4-on-4 fight that Bing Bang Boom are just allowing to break through. They're not worried at all. They just care about positioning. They just care about placements. 1 knock already for Abstract. Let's see how eUnited can respond. A lot of damage. That's the second one down.
Oh, Rello. United really tried to hold on to that, but Abstract right now holding as best their position they can. The issue right now is that 2 players have been knocked. You can see Bing, Bang, Boom finally curious at what's been happening in their backyard, as you can see them going a little bit wide, trying to see if they can get that angle out to the eastern side. Roth, though, switching back to AR and see if he can get that close connection there, but they're taking just a little bit too long, and these reses are coming out. Abstract should be 4 up. There you go. That final res is popped. It's now up to a 4v4. A sharp shot, and the rest of the team's going to try to wrap around this, almost finding that connection there, but the angle just wasn't quite right. Keenan, though, does get that headshot on the back monster. 1 down. Can they get the other 3? Keenan spots another one. Bing, bang, boom. 3 kills. Can they get the last one? They will. Chicken dinner for them as they take the first match here of the day.
First match, listen, I don't care how many kills they got a win. And for a team that got double-digit placements, I think every single game yesterday with very few kills to back it all up, this is a really good start for them. Honestly, I was surprised to see them not push on to eUnited from the south when that initial top 3 fight on the north broke out. But considering how much they struggled yesterday, I recognize that they took this game, they played it safe, they played it methodical, they didn't take any risks at all. But now that they have this win, maybe they can start to loosen it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this win gives them that confidence that they need to take this forward, finally get those kills, take the fights that we know they're fully capable of winning and engaging on. But again, with a circle like that, so much open area, that high ground, low ground discrepancies, depending on what position you're on the circle, it was a bit of a tough call for them to give up that position at the time. Was in a good central spot of the zone. But I mean, as you said, they were really able to hold on strong till the end, wait for the right moment and clutch out that win. But guys, speaking of clutching out wins, I want to let you know about the latest 8v8 map to enter the rotation. It is Destin, and it features new utility items, new vehicles, and new weapons. Hop on with your squad and check out the diverse biomes like the skyscraper packed downtown Ripton, Wind Farm Island, and my favorite, Swamp. Live out your Shrek dreams. Do what you have. Do you have a favorite place to drop? Let us know, and make sure to hop into game today. All right, well, Cameron and I are going to take a very quick break, but when we return, we are going to be back with a little bit of more catch up on these games and more matches. We've got 5 more to go, so don't go anywhere. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to ESL PUBG Masters 2. I'm Clover, he's Cameron, and we just got done with match number 1. Well, I hope so. I mean, I need to check the run of show again to make sure I'm in the right place.
I do have an identical twin, so I understand why you might want to clarify things, but...
But no, I mean, there you go, Cameron. We had the very first match of this grouping B and C. Bing Bang Boom, who started off after yesterday in 12th place, take home the victory here in the first match. We kind of touched on it a little bit that they needed to show up for this game. Low on kills, but that's a good start to take that momentum into the rest of today. Yeah,
exactly. This is a team that when they're on their game, they look absolutely amazing. But there are a couple of times that you sort of see them falter, sort of see them lose control. And they're not, by all means, they're not the only team that this happens to. In fact, I've been critical of a couple of other teams, like top teams, that this is they have like ebbs and flows as well. But what I mean to say is that they were not on their game yesterday. But playing this one tight, playing this one cool, calm, collected, the triple Cs, is a really good way to open things up, get their feet properly established under them, get their thighs really stance in like nice, horse riding position, like martial arts, nice stable foundation, and then they can start to throw some punches like we're used to from some of these players.
There you go. And now there's the match standings from the previous match. 15 total points for Bing Bang Boom. Only 5 kills. The 4 at the end and the 1 that they had amassed prior to that fight. Abstract, though, also nice, good, aggressive finish. Yaho, 10 kills. Only 3 placement points, but that's something that these teams need to be really wary of. You can get to the late game, you can get that position, but you need to make sure you're putting up those kills. eUnited was also up there to the end, but again, low on the kill points. They were really focusing and favoring on position for this match. That said, I mean, we've got 5 more games to go.
Yeah. Honestly, it was them losing that fight against Abstract, I think was the real big shocker. But there was a lot of kills, the kill distribution in this game, and part of it is because of how many little camps that we saw. We saw that bridge camp there, and there's a lot of drama around these small little bridges as well. Edge ended up with 6 kills of their own with 0 placement points.
Yeah,
so
I mean, they were really... It was crazy, right? Because they had this position. They were really trying to play for that angle. You can see there on the mini-map. It's that hillside just to the right of that. They were trying to hold that out. And they actually had that bridge camp team try to push in from that position. Tokyo, Manji Gang, another team that we were kind of curious coming into today if they could turn up the volume a little bit in terms of their aggression, their ability to find points. And I'd say out of the first match, that is looking to be the case, at least in today's lobby.
Yeah, listen, it's no 15 kills, 3rd place, but it definitely shows more life than we saw in the latter half of yesterday. So yeah, as you said, it gives hope. There's, honestly, at this rate, there's a real chance that they are going to be able to qualify, because we are looking at top 10 making their way into the main event with the top 6 from Latin America. So, this region, because of the PCS 6 sub-regional distribution, North America does get a little bit extra favor here. But here are the final few moments of the game. Nice little spread around from Sharpshot there from BBB, and they just made sure that AB had nothing to work with. Yeah, Bing Bang Boom were coming in from the side, but they had all the angles and the high ground and the communication and the shots and, everything you need to win a round of PUBG.
Yeah, I mean, again, Bing Bang Boom has massive talent and tenure on this roster, but for whatever reason, yesterday things weren't clicking. That was a really good final fight that we saw from them. I just wish we could have seen more fights of this caliber throughout the match. And moving forward, I mean, they are going to jump up in the overall leaderboard from that game, but they really need more points if they want to make a big progress and ensure that they're going to get forward into the grand finals. But that said, 5 games, the momentum of getting the first chicken dinner of the day, we could see a repeat, even a better performance from them moving forward.
Yeah. So I agree. We need to see them go further, but I'm actually pretty happy with how this game turned out, because they found themselves in a really, really rough position, if you remember, in the mid game, that they were all 4 members able to break their way through what looked to be 3 teams surrounding them. That alone was, I think, must have been really good calls, not just by their leader Roth, but the entire squad. But let's look at the kill leaders from the previous game. Yaho, Shinboy, they weren't necessarily at the top of the placements, but they were killing throughout the entire game, so really not too surprised to see multiple members here in the kill leaders.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them doing the drive-by scouting, so they got quite a bit of damage, a few kills. You saw them with that real strong control of the South. And I mean, again, a circle like that, most of the teams that end up in the South typically don't find the end of the game because there's just too much fighting and not enough left over to go into that final fight strong enough to really have any showing of anything. And that's exactly what we saw that match. That said, Yaho made the most of that positioning and really picked and won out quite a lot of fights in that position.
Yeah, it was just the fight against eUnited that they sort of fell flat. And I think a lot of that has to do with positioning as well as scrambling to reestablish themselves once they took out the stragglers from Tokyo Manji game. eUnited had a really solid push on that to get that initial southern position before they ended up rotating furthermore into the game, furthermore into the circle. But that was only one game, all right? We have 2 more rounds of Erangel coming up. I mean, it wasn't a military game necessarily, but it was still a game that featured a lot of questionable rotations. And by that, I mean, you're questioning where do you rotate because we didn't know which side of that river the circle went to until phase 3.
Yeah. And also, I mean, a hot drop outside of Zarki, something that we really weren't expecting, right? But Edge came out not only on top for that fight, but actually we're playing quite well through a couple of different fights forward through the game. So my eyes are also on Edge moving forward for this Erangel to see if they can find more opportunities to get some good kills out of that. Femme Fatale really coming out strong for that match for that team. But I mean, 303 Esports, you're late to a drop, you're landing in the same compound with someone, just, you know, eject, pull away, go land in the forest, run away, find a new spot to loot, because that was just not the play.
Yeah, the communication was completely off there. If they did decide to commit, that was just a bad call objectively, but they should have made the call. They should have realized that they couldn't commit. They should have made the call to back out significantly sooner, even if it meant just not even having a vehicle and running on foot to somewhere else, a shack, find a like a small little pistol, P1911, and do something with it, because it's better than trying to run down someone who you see with a shotgun in their hands and just trying to punch them out. But the past is the past. Hakuna Matata entering match number 2, and yeah, what a plane path.
You know what? This is almost the opposite. The last plane path kind of went across Western Bridge, up across shooting range, and that did put eUnited in a position where they took that Severny drop, right? The alternative drop. This puts Milta Power into play. That could change things a little bit for eUnited, but that's also going to pull Zarki out. So we're not going to see a hot drop at Zarki this time. But that said, I really just kind of watching where these teams are going to go. Kameshki hot drop. I love Kameshki. I feel like it gets no love. I do. I feel like it gets no love.
It's because rotations in and out of it are absolutely terrible. At least Zarki has a clear path. Listen, I like Kameshki too. I think it's fun, but it is not viable as a plan A drop position. It looks like we do see Edge going that way, though they might be doing a 2-2 split, which is generally what we see Kameshki played at. 2 Stalber, 2 Kameshki, Wildcard going towards Severny. eUnited have their spot. Yeah, it's pretty standard right now. Yeah, as you said, it doesn't look like we're getting any hot drops. Nootropic might be fighting over a member of Edge there on the north on Civil versus Furine.
Also looking at Sparking here. Sparking has really landed far away from the rest of Yaho's, kind of got the shelter prison split. I might have been just trying to get as much information as he could from the teams that landed out to the north as we see him coming back. But I mean, all right, if you're United, if you're Dodge, if you're Yaho, this is a good starting circle for you.
Oh yeah, Yaho should be loving this. I mean, Sparking is arriving down to the mansion position with his vehicle. Should be able to loot that one up, and I imagine they're all going to be congregating around Shimboy and Balefrost, because where Poonage and Sparking are, it's a lot of open, flat land. It's definitely more playable now than it was previously, but that's mostly talking about end game positioning, end game circles. Once the high ground surrounding it have been taken out, then you have the dips that you can play around with. But phase 1, phase 2, Balefrost and Shimboy, that's the high ground. That's what you want to be focusing on.
Yeah, I mean, and they really don't have to worry too much. You've got Tilt Town that's in Razak, but Tilt Town have that opportunity to take a wide rotation away from this. and I think as well, excuse me, Tactical 8, Tilt Town is actually just to their south of this, so you've got both T teams on either side of Bing Bang Boom. Now, that said, for the teams that I think that are in the circle, the big trap that we sometimes see is that you don't have an opportunity to move as much. You might not have as many resources that you could get from looting in the first and second phase in Tally, but if you're an edge team, you also have an opportunity on that rotation, depending on where that second phase can go. So we probably anticipate to see Bing Bang Boom not move too far from this position to start. And now the question obviously is going to come out, are we going to see them engage? Are we going to see them chase for some fights and some kills, knowing that they're already starting in a strong position for this map?
Some movement here. Oldless going, I don't know if he's going to get more loot from apartments or going to pick up his teammate in sharp shot. Yeah, it seems just pretty standard early game circle. Not too much happening. Still have a couple moments before I expect to see some of the really early rotations. The team that I'm worried about the most is probably TMG, who are only just now arriving in South Georgia Pole. The fact that they committed all the way into that position from this plane, I mean, I guess it speaks to their dedication.
Yeah, you know, if you know your drop spot, but you're right, they're going to come in late. They're not going to have any information on the teams, and that's going to put them at a little bit of a disadvantage, especially if they come in the direction where we've got Bing Bang Boom set up. But 303, you have survived more than 2 minutes. I'm very proud of you.
Hey, listen, they didn't have the worst of games yesterday either, okay? Yeah, that game one was only a little bit of a blip. But yeah, they're arriving right now. They're actually beating eUnited to this position here. eUnited just to the east, or at least Relo is just to the east. Not saying necessarily that eUnited were going to go for that exact position, but you know, timing can change so much in this game. The constant goblin brain, I want more loot, versus the human brain of, no, we got to get into position. Always at war in a battle royale.
The loot lust, man. I succumb to the loot lust all the time, unfortunately. Sorry to my teammates. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, you talk about that positioning, right? There's the opportunities. A circle going to hang more towards shelter. Is it going to become a Milta Peninsula circle? United sending, I believe it is Relo, out just a bit to anchor a position in case it pulls away from the island, but then still keeping a couple of members on that kind of side road just to see if they need to pull back, right? They can have both positions depending on where the zone is going to go. Bing Bang Boom did in fact leave school. Nice, good setup here at Crossroads. They've got a 2-2 split. I believe they left to a compound just to the north from them. That said, this might actually work well for TMG. They're going to have more opportunities.
Tactical 8 right now, we saw them loot up. I think AB wanted this as well, but unfortunately, like I said, timing changes everything. Too little, too late. Tactical 8 have their position. We're not seeing anyone really challenge Yaho's like super central spot right now. It's a lot of positioning similar to what we see T8 have, where it's sub-center, good angles, good vision, but we're not going to commit. Like, we're still nowhere near 2016, 2017 meta of just centering up whenever the circle shifts. Unana, though, they still have to cross from military base. We saw what happened in the first game. They are checking, double-checking, triple-checking. And I don't know if they're going to spot it out because there is another camp.
Yeah, I think, was it
Maji's here. Wait, Maji's behind them.
Oh, no, Maji. Okay, see, he's got the SLR out, is trying to see if he can potentially take shots, but Ascendant's kind of split on this, right? Maji has no extra support from this, so that's a good information gather for him and the rest of his team, who can now convert that position to a full-on bridge camp, prepare for it. And if Maji just plays this one a little bit slow, he can clean up what's left of Unana. We saw last time Unana left one player out anchored. Maji, being in this position, is in a good spot to clean that up.
Oh, you know that he's just, his finger is itching. He wants to take a shot. He wants to open fire. But ultimately, as you said, taking it so slow, the information that he is giving is his biggest value to his team right now. But spots out a potential kill. Not going to be able to land it, and the vehicle just too short to give the angle a couple of extra shots. He's landing the few shots that he's able to make through. And it is going to be Poonage there with the follow-up. God, that's really clean. You got to give it to Yaho. That was a really clean 1-2 punch there.
Yeah, Punij opening up those knocks and Balefrost helping with that support. You can see Shinboy making sure to keep that pressure on the remaining members, try to drive off out of that position. So Yaho not letting anybody else join them in shelter for the time being. Well, you can see Shinboy did take some damage. He's going to have to take a quick first aid break as they wait to see more players come out. He's still got Bing Bang Boom out in this area too, and you can see right there Balefrost keeping that watchful eye on him through his scope.
Yaho definitely doubling down on positional control here. Some shots over towards BBB, who have a split of their own that you were mentioning earlier, but they're looking pretty built in. Tater is going to get removed. Niku's there with the finish. Yeah, listen, whenever you're down, you know you're not going to get revived. Might as well drop everything in the most obnoxious loot. Like the way that it is the most obnoxious to loot. It's the only thing you have, giving the finger to your opponent. It's all the power that you have left in the round.
Yeah, that's why you just kind of run with tab and just start clicking, right? No.
Yep.
That said, here we go. Una, that bridge camp dissolved. They managed to make it across from this. Maji, though, is still in the high ground here, right? The rest of his team has moved back on, and I think the play right now might just be to keep his head down or maybe get this last player if he feels confident. The big issue, obviously, you take those shots, they're going to know he's here.
No.
Don't do it, Maji.
Not with the 3x. Not at that distance. Don't
He can hit those. Maji hits those. Oh,
no, he
take
does
it.
not.
Take the shot.
No one hits those. Not with all that bridge in the way as well. Just don't give any information. Maji, with the rest of Ascendants backing away, which I don't disagree with the play. The push didn't come long enough. They didn't want to. You don't want to commit to a bridge camp when the rest of the game is happening before you, right? So Ascendants backing away, playing for the mid game to then play to the late game. Maji is now sort of trapped on his own, but he can make his way across if he stays low and stays silent. TMG now rotating on in, ahead of the blue just barely. North of Pachinki gonna have to move a little further. But another fight breaks out here. Zenny trying to trade back for his lost teammate, but that's gonna be Wildcard now surrounding him. They could isolate him, because Tactical 8, from their position that we saw them grab earlier, have spread out into just single solo positions, and that could be very, very dangerous. So Zenny is immediately getting into his vehicle and probably gonna group up.
Yeah, I mean, it was Waikikamuka that was just outside of Zinni's compound, but you can see he was able to reposition. The issue now, circle shifts, Wildcard not in the zone. They've got that information onto TAC 8, but they've also got that opportunity to take that northern rotation and find another position. J compound just outside of Mansion, available and up for grabs. TMG, though, I mean, we saw them loot in George. Really late coming in, another stop to loot in Pachinki. I'm hoping at this point they've found everything that they need because they still need to focus on getting into the zone. Tilt Town, meanwhile, threading the needle very close to Yaho, might be making a run for prison.
Yeah, with this phase 2, somewhat center, somewhat towards the east, still towards that coast, it does mean that a lot of these teams are going to have to continue to make their way towards the eastward bound, right? Prison is a really good stop. TTG have already taken that position. Now Tilt Town trying to rotate on in. They get the little tower. It's a bit early for them to commit to that, but I suppose it's all that they have left with, or members that they have left. And Maji is now rotating on in. The timing is good. Might be recognized by Unana here, but there's no way with a circle like this that they're going to stop, that he's going to pull away. Good rotation by him to group up with Ascendants, who should be giving him all the information in the world that Milta is perfectly clear.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you pointed out earlier that Ascendants pulled away and made sure to get that position in the zone. They had Milta. Now that kind of gave them that good rapid rotation. Maji able to get in through safely. Tilt Town did not stay. They did not feel confident where they were in that tower. I think they thought that they had taken some fire and wanted to reposition. They're trying to chase for the kills. The issue right now is that they don't quite have the line of sight that they want here on TTG. They know this is where that fire came from, so they're going to use the inside of prison for coverage as they're just a two-man right now.
Yeah, I think they're actually going for safety there in prison. Wildcard now, rotating on in. Furthermore, towards the east, running into Edge. We have a little bit of a nice spread overlooking them. Nice little bit of crossfire. Mukau, though, should be recognizing that this hill is free and the rest of the squad could be grouping up with him. Only a matter of time before he spots out the mansion is entirely open. It is a deserted mansion. No one lives there anymore. Even, ooh, yeah, that little high ground garage building, that's the important one, but no one's peeking him. And so if they grab that, that could be a good position to leverage into the rest of the mid, into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, free real estate in this economy, you absolutely do take advantage for that. But Wildcard, I mean, this is a good, strong position for them to play from. They are aware of a couple teams that are in the areas around them, but it's also going to be dependent on how this next circle shifts. Is it going to stay up in this northern area? Are we going to go a little bit more centered down towards Prison or the hills north of Milta? That said, with all of these resources, you can see Adam able to get something out of that crate. That's going to give them what they need to come to the long game.
Listen, not for nothing. They haven't been able to confirm any kills off of it, but I've seen multiple headshots in the kill feed from Sharp Shot. That's, you want to talk about level, racking up those kill numbers? Sharp Shot with a bolt, landing those headshots like that, that's terrifying. That's scary. Sharp Shot was one of the original bolt masters. And even though his own performance with that weapon, as long with the meta of that weapon, this is not all on Sharp Shot, has sort of gone in and out. If he's landing shots like that, that's going to be really, really scary. He can't confirm. He didn't confirm the one on Yaho. Doesn't look like he's confirming the one under Tokyo Manji just yet. But that could be a really, really strong stopping power piece of artillery for BBB here, especially if you want to commit with this circle shift onto just gatekeeping. Because you can go to the center of the circle like this, but this might just be a little too early for a move like that. It might be a solid play for a team like BBB, like TMG, like Wildcard on the north, to just try and stay on the edge, gatekeep, and then once the herd has been thinned, make their way through.
There you go. Now Richie B, Short Circuit Gaming on the backside of Dodge. Both teams not in the zone. You can see quite a few shots that were trying to go into Dodge, but it's actually Dodge that's going to be landing those knocks there onto SCG. Neither team inside the zone. So this is just a quick pit stop for Dodge as they still need to make sure that they find that entry point into the next circle. Outside of this, I mean, you've got Unana Ascendants, the last of the Milta teams not yet in circle. And so Dodge has to be mindful of how much time they spend in this position here versus SCG. As you can see, Hikerman trying to see who he can spot. Maji still not fully caught up with the rest of Ascendants. They're just to the north of him, but you can see watching Unana.
Yeah.
He's still looking for those kills, man.
Once a flank player, flank watch player, always a flank watch player. But Unana, they're making a wide rotation. I wonder if they're going too wide. Because if they're going the angle that I think they're going, which is just north of eUnited that you can see a little bit off in the distance, that's not a very easy path to try and thread. It'd be quite open. I think they only have a little bit of timing in order to make that work. But then wherever they land, that's going to be a big question mark as well. But now Ascendant, they are taking a slow Navy SEAL Team 6 style up onto 303. And I don't know if 303 are properly watching their backside.
Oh, they're definitely watching it now. Zaray's going to get that opening knock and flush follow-up there onto Sociopath. The first member of 303 gets taken down. You can see Plube, well, quite a bit of damage. The Throwblers coming out here in force as Ascendants trying to see who they can take that knockdown. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, we've also got Abstract and TAC-8 battling it up on the opposite side of the zone. So these are teams right now that are trying to push comfortably into the edge for this next circle. And you can see Zray being very careful around the corners, trying to see if he can find another knock onto members of 303. I believe he's found his target, but uphill, SLR is out. He's got to keep his head safe there. He's going to take a little bit of damage from Vegas. That's of Ascendants, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of team damage, but it's not too much. Shouldn't be worried too much about it. Hey, listen, Zray overpushed, okay? It takes two to tango when it comes to nade damage. Oh no, timing. And Zray is going to get taken down. Vegas does get the immediate trade, so the advantage is still on the side of Ascendants, with 303 having lost that first kill so early. They're holding the line relatively well. Question is, how close are Dodge, and are they going to push on in? And I think that it looks like they are. They might be trying to find the angle. 303 might be in a significantly worse position than they thought otherwise.
More smokes out right now. Dodge is trying to obscure any sight point that they can. A nade actually from Gats is going to land on Man Bun. 303 is eliminated, but they still got to worry about Ascendants. So you see Grant Lantis down with just a few HP, finds himself some safety behind a boulder. Short Circuit Gaming, once again, outside of the zone, barely on the edge, but they're walking up on that Tilt Town fight. And you can see it's slow going again. This has kind of been the problem for Short Circuit Gaming this match.
So trying to find the angles. Not able to work up that high ground. Going back onto Dodge, though. They pulled away at the perfect timing. I don't know if they had ESPN or something, but eUnited pushed in from the east after they had taken out Unana. And it looks like they are getting themselves out of there, because that could have been a significant, a lot messier of a situation. And as far as we know, it continued to get messy. But now SCG, what are they going to do? Because the circle pulled away from them. It is towards the east. It's not too far from this heaven high ground position, but they're going to need to move. And T8 and AB, they're going to have to remove themselves from each other first.
Palix with the flash grenades trying to keep the team from breaching. You can see he was able to actually knock one on the stairs and now trying to use that window, the angle. He's got that information coming back down below. And this could be a 2-for-1 down at... Oh, it's not going to happen there. 2 players still standing up. That's it for TAC 8. And I mean, they should have time for that res and recovery here. But again, SCG, they've had that opportunity to do something in that position. Aren't quite engaging. And speaking of engaging, eUnited eliminated.
How did that happen? We blinked and they were gone. They were in a solid position. I mean, they were in the middle of a fight, essentially, but they're in a solid position to take that fight, but they just get removed. They have a couple of kills, so could be worse for them. But 12 teams continue on. We're going to continue on with them. Hikerman trying to move in towards the north, towards Prison, but TTG they've had this angle from the very beginning, it feels like, of the game, and they are making it hurt for teams to try and push on in. Gats should be able to get the revive here, but oh, the angle is found by Restraint. Can't confirm the second knock for them, though.
And Ethan and Finna really kind of in a tough position as well. They've got to take care of all of a sudden if they want an opportunity to get revives there on Gats Hikerman. Hikerman's going to be flushed back out, but Ethan is going to get that connect, takes out Grant Lantis. Maji flushed down as well. And as the smokes come out, he should be able to get Gats up. But, I mean, he's got to act quickly because it looks like, as you can see there on the minimap, BBB have spotted that positioning out. Talking about spotting positioning, Nootropic sends 2 to see if they can get something here on edge. Lampalot connects, Nana falls down, but trade comes out. Femme Fatale taking down Hella Senpai. Nade could be huge if Lampalot can land it, and that'd be a strong position for them to play from. It is going to bounce, but not going to be enough to take them out right now, as that revive is being worked on currently for Edge Gaming. That the blue zone is hurting. Yeah. And there you go, Nootropic's going to win this position out.
Yeah, good incendiary as well. They should be able to get the revive. The circle also favors them. In terms of distance, this is when we start to really look at the flat, low ground terrain of that area. TTG, they're going to continue to work this high ground, as are Bing Bang Boom, if they want to overtake Dodge's position. But they don't seem too keen on going towards the east. They might actually just push up onto the north side. They're getting into their vehicles, and they might just be breaking themselves away from this potentially messy situation. But then if TMG follow them up, they're bringing the mess with them.
I mean, they don't have any kills, right? We saw that aggression that they were able to do in the previous matches. They took big control in the south and found build kills from this, chasing for the zone. However, I mean, the playing for position, they know exactly where Bing Bang Boom is, and go ahead and cross the street, set up. But there's so much open space in this zone, and so that could be a good place to hold if they want to have that late game advantage. You can see Oldless right now watching the window, see if he can spot them out.
A lot of trees, but spots the car. Don't know if he smells the player there with it. This is a good... Listen. I'm mid on this position for BBB right now. It's good defensible position, but getting out of it could be rough, and so close to the edge. You're always crossing your fingers for a circle to come your way, but especially right now, BBB are going to be doing just that. But oh no, sparking. Oh, wait, where is that? That is way far off to the west side. Yaho, they have all this position to play with because of all the teams that were coming in from heaven that we were talking about earlier, and now they were spread so wide now.
There's a little bit of a dip in that open ground. No teams are in that position, so holding on to the edge is the best play here. But you said Yaho with that open ground, and they've got eyes on so many different teams as Poonage lands that shot, taking down Greg Shot, and Shinboy is going to push ahead, see if he can keep that pressure onto them, find that second or even third knock to members of Wildcard. If they can take care of Wildcard, that gives them free reign of the north. Meanwhile, what's left of Tokyo Manji Gang, sending it to mid. They're looking to take advantage of that dip while Wildcard is at kind of a healing player, or maybe you just take this position from Wildcard.
They're sort of stopping halfway. Are they continuing or not? Zella gets out of the vehicle. He wants his gun at the ready, but this is the problem with that sort of play. Nootropic have the angle. They're forced to prone down, and that means if Wildcard... Well,
wait!
Okay, I was about to say, they could just nade TMG's position, but TMG... Well, they had that idea first, and they're just throwing a bunch of artillery, bunch of utility onto Wildcard. Greg Shot has been taken down. Adam almost got knocked, able to heal on up. but now it gives Wildcard the opportunity to throw some grenades back.
Yeah, I mean, really, Wade's is kind of a bit of a risk here, but Nico's still going to go for that res onto Greg shot as Adam keeps an eye to see that Wade's doesn't come out. The first aid is going to pop off. Wade's just runs straight for it. You can see Molotov in hand. He's actually found a vehicle at Adam, just watching the smoke. He can't see absolutely anything. And from the back side of this, Yaho actually sent 2 members. You can see them there just to the right. Adam is going to connect, gets Wade's down low on health, but the knock still isn't here. On the back side of that, though, Shinboy and Sparking. I mean, Wildcard's got to be really careful on how they extend this. It is phase 6, though. Blue not in the favor for these teams fighting along the edge.
Not at all. BBB's finger crossing has worked out for them because the circle did shift onto their position. All these teams on the north are going to have to move, which is going to be really rough for Wildcard because they have one lone member of TMG still in the middle of them. But at the very least, this does mean that Yaho are going to be pulling away from this position. Sparking and Shinboy bringing themselves back to the rest of the team, holding on the edge. It's a small little ridge that they're able to play around with. Kick from Wildcard, pushing on in. Now that Wade's has been taken out, they need a quick moment to heal on up, but, I mean, sorry, Cal's not even going to be taking that moment. He's, that was a very aggressive dismount, but he's able to prone down. Still not in the circle just yet, but Lord, is he looking for something.
I mean, he was so focused on Nootropic and using that hill for cover that he forgot for a split second. Yaho still had line of sight there to the west. You can see Yaho drove up, dropped off Balefrost to try and take care of what's happening here to the east, giving the rest of the team Sparking open shots out as he's going to get that flush on Waikikimukau, stealing that kill, and he's got full eyes here. I mean, Adam, Wildcard, the rest of these teams, Nootropic, they've got to be careful because the second that their heads pop up, you can bet your, you can bet your dollar Yaho's got it here.
Yeah, lucky dollar. I think that's
that's
the safe for work.
That's the word that I wanted to say.
We all know what you were thinking, but we're professionals at the end of the day.
Very, very much so. I say, it's been rusty. It's been a bit.
Soniqs, he's a professional as well, taking down Adam, and it's just Niku's left. I think he's putting up a good fight, but the spray does come through. Oh,
there you go.
He almost spoiled that. In fact, Spartacus does drop a lamp a lot down, and Yaho looks like they're pushing. Oh, maybe a little too aggressively on this position, because Punich does get dropped by Soniqs. And Hello Senpai also has an angle. They're not going for the revive.
Hello Senpai takes out not one but 2 players of Yaho. Sparking and Shinboy are the last 2 up. They are going to get what's left of Nootropic, and they've got the freedom to get the reses. But look at this. Bing Bang Boom saw what happened on the kill feed. They want that position, and they are going to drive straight up to Yaho, trying to see if they can do something before the revives come out. But Sparking finds that knock onto Keenan Roth, taking down Punich, and Hello Senpai is going to get that kill on Balefrost as he bled out. So now Yaho down to 2 players. Bing Bang Boom focusing a bit on this res, but look how open, and that's a really vulnerable position there to TTG.
Yeah, good push by BBB. Good attempt at a hold by Sparking, not zeroing in on the revive. Tried to sort of put up some level of defense, is able to get a knock, but BBB were just, well, they overtook that position. 3 versus 1. I know who I would favor in that, and this is now looking very, very strong for BBB. They only have 2 kills, and they do have 2 members down, but I think the revives should be pretty straightforward.
There you go. And Sparking, okay, here you go. I mean, Shinboy and Sparking, if you had 2 players that could be up in a situation like this, Yaho still having an opportunity. 10 kills right now, but you can see the flashbangs and smokes coming out to try and draw them out the side. Shinboy does spot 1. Damage is done in, but you can see they're getting help from other players still. Sparking taking down Roth, but it is a trade as he falls back down. TTG try to wrap around the backside of this. Spartacus does get that 1, but Shinboy trades that back out. Shinboy now keeping eyes on both sides to make sure he doesn't succumb to the sandwich here. But you can see from way at distance, Oldless has also entered the game.
And what a push by Spartacus, what a push by TTG to try and just surround as many players as they can. But Oldest is doing a lot of work here, playing the Overwatch position, allowing BBB to still get all the revives that they need. They've had so many knocks in the past few moments, and they still have all 4 up. Finna push it forward. Oh, boy. Woo. Oh, my God. The last one remaining, Cater, is going to be able to take him out. But the last remaining member for TTG, and now the last remaining member who is not on Bing Bang Boom, because Keenan drops Shinboy. This might
be the
back-to-back for BBB.
I mean, this is insane. Finna did fall there, but he was able to take down a couple of members of TTG, and that is going to absolutely make things easier for Bing Bang Boom. Though Cater does have this little bit of a ridgeline to play with. you've got to be careful. If he can take out Oldless, who's right next to him, that gives him that whole South to play with, and he's just got to, unfortunately, really pick apart Bing Bang Boom 1-1-1. It's a 4v1 at the late game.
Listen,
the Blues closing in.
Clover,
Where do you go? Where do you go?
I know our job is to look for like the bright side of things, but when you say full control of the South, you mean the corner of that tower that's in the circle, and then the open ground that BBB are now flooding over to confirm their second win in a row.
You know, this is what we needed to see for them. Bing, bang, boom, back-to-back wins, 2 of the 3 for Erangel to start the day. They had a rough day yesterday, looking solid right now. We're seeing that confidence. The biggest thing that we said last game, they did not push fights that we knew they could win. We saw that here, and they still found the chicken dinner, Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, it still, again, was a very low-kill win. But again, they played it like you're supposed to. They didn't overextend, and it's not like they backed away from fights that they, you know, that were like pertinent to make it into the game. They just, you know, they got a nice serving of ice cream. They didn't go for all the special, all the bells and whistles. They got maybe a little bit of chocolate dressing, but they didn't bother with the cherries. They didn't bother with the sprinkles. They didn't bother with the nuts or any of all that. They just got the classic, the 4-kill, 5-kill win.
I love that. And again, we didn't get to see it. It happened off screen, but Finna taking out, I believe, 3 members of TTG there at the end as a solo. It was really great. It really set things up for the end there as he kind of hid out in, we had a couple of solos that were really hiding in prison. But that said, I mean, we've got one more Erangel to go. So far, these circles have really kind of given us some interesting rotations from some teams. But guys, we will be back in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, and we'll return with Game 3.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
right, guys, welcome back to the ESL PUBG Masters North American Regional Playoffs. As we follow along groups B and C, I am Clover, he is Cameron Davis, and we have seen back-to-back wins by Bing Bang Boom.
Yep. Yeah. Well, honestly, for a team that was in like the double-digit placements, single-digit or low single-digit kills all day yesterday, to come back with 2 wins in a row is very, very strong. And the interesting thing, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, I'm honestly on the fence on it, is that it's a completely different playstyle from what we saw BBB find their first initial success with earlier on in the year, which was very, very aggressive plays all the time and getting a lot of kills. This is the exact opposite. This is like 2021 gas cans, where smart rotations, cleaning up the end game, Bob's your uncle.
Absolutely. But I mean, unlike 2021, though, people do need to remember we are back to the points ruling system. And with that, points always awarded in terms of kills and placement. And the big points is what we needed to see in terms of growth for Bing Bang Boom on the leaderboard to make sure that they got into that safety zone, because they are not playing tomorrow. That said, quick highlights, that final fight, Train to Go, Cater, the last player alive after Finna slaughtered the rest of his team. I mean, we kind of knew. We knew.
Yeah. If terrain was different, there might have been an opportunity for Cater here to pull out something amazing, something ridiculous. But with the high ground, the one little, I guess, advantage that he has, quickly falling away because of the blue, forced to run down a hill like this, out into open ground. It would have to have been a huge throw by Bing Bang Boom in order for them to lose this final fight. Cater forcing the blue, and just really easy cleanup there.
And you can see, I mean, the angles that Bing Bang Boom had on Cater's position as well. Keenan with the Car 98. There was nowhere else for him to really go. At the time, it was kind of starting to say if he could take down Oldless, that might give him a position to potentially win, but that would be more of a flub on Bing Bang Boom. If they had sent one player at a time, allowing Cater to dismantle them individually, that's kind of the only hope that we would have to see a win from TTG in that position. Bing Bang Boom played this one perfectly. And again, they pulled out more kills, unlike they did that first win of the game where they really didn't see any kills for them until the very final fight. And so that is that momentum we needed going into today.
Yeah, I still don't know how many kills they got. I don't imagine it was a huge amount. I don't think they broke more than maybe 7 total. They were very active. Honestly, once they got that singular tower, once they pushed in from the south side, they broke away from TMG that they were going back and forth throughout the entire mid game. They didn't just stay in that one tower. They did move around, up, down, left, right, sideways, back and forth. But most of the work that they did there was just keeping teams out of the zone. They didn't actually get a lot of kills from that position. But hey, listen, like that's half the work in the game essentially there in front of you. But they put themselves in 6th place right now. They need to do more. They have a lot more work to do, but this is a huge jump from where we saw them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they've essentially halved their placement points. They were, I believe, 12th or 14th to start out the day, now sitting in 6th. That is going to make them a little bit more comfortable not playing tomorrow, but we need to make sure they don't waste the rest of the 4 matches. Shinboy and Punage, again, 2 members of Yaho on the kill leaders. We saw it last game as well. Yaho comfortably in a position to, I think, make it to the grand finals at this point. Whether or not they completely pass Soniqs at the end of this week doesn't really matter, because everything that's on the line is just getting to the grand finals. And we're seeing that come out from them today.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there's Sharpshot. He's at least there in the top 5 of damage. Because if you remember, he was landing some nice shots in the early game. I think a lot of that does come from that. 2 headshots at least in the first couple of phases. Niku's there, but still, Shinboy and Sparking. We saw them yesterday. We're continuing to see them today. I feel like they're defining so much of the lobby just between the 2 of them.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Sparking, or excuse me, Sharpshot. Gosh, now I'm talking about everybody. There's so many good people in these lobbies. You know, Sharpshot really coming out as the MVP for PCS 6. We saw all of those stats be something that he just completely dominated in that position for that game. So to have kind of a rough day yesterday and not see any numbers, not only from him, but the rest of his team, finally turning that back on right now, they've got to be feeling more comfortable. They've got to be feeling confident in taking those fights that we know they can win. As again, we saw this match. You talked about when they sat on the tower, the long range distance, pushing up onto what was left of the Yaho Nootropic fight, cleaning that out, finding those points. And that is how we saw them squeeze into 6th place. But I mean, Cameron, it's not over yet. We've still got 1 more Erangel, 3 Miramar. And for some of the other teams we haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk about yet today, that is some big needed chances if they want a chance to go forward to the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but a couple of them we haven't talked about because there hasn't really been a lot to talk about. I mean, eUnited, we had high hopes coming into this series. They haven't been playing bad. I think they just need a few rounds of warming up. They have some, some good middle of the road games for them, and I imagine they're probably going to have 1 or 2 big ones going into the end of the day. Similar situation for Wildcard. SCG, I think, is one of the more questionable ones that we were looking at a lot at the start of the day, and we saw some good moments for them, but that sort of solid, smart rotations that we've come to expect haven't really been there so far in these first few games.
Yeah, and again, the issue obviously comes from for 8 of these teams. This is the last day to play for teams like United coming in. They still can play forward to tomorrow, but you've also got teams like Soniqs that are waiting for them tomorrow. The round robin format does complicate things for the teams that need to take a little bit of time to get that momentum, to get that comfort, to figure out how they're going to play the lobby or even what the lobby's meta is. And that's what can kind of make things really exciting during these regional qualifiers. Every day is going to be a bit of a different feel for these teams, so that also create those frustrations for them. Now we're going to take a quick head-to-head here, Abstract and Dodge. Abstract also kind of showing up a bit today. 10 kills each apiece for them, but the damage almost double that of Dodge for Abstract.
Yeah, this is Group C, the 2 of them, so they've only had 2 games to play. And so 15 and 16, you could see them, it's all right. It's kind of on the path to being on that cusp, but you don't want to be on that cusp, Like, it's, you want to be in a very, very comfortable position. You don't want to let it come down to tiebreakers or even just 1 or 2 points off. We're advancing 10 to the grand finals. You want to be at least 6th place. And that's at the end of this entire weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, as you said, this is the very start. They've only played 2 games. They're just getting warmed up. We've seen Abstract really kind of survive some really tough fights, both the first and second match in that position. So I think if they can keep that style of play up today, we'll see them gradually climb up the leaderboard to catch up with teams like Lobby B that have already had multiple more matches. So if you guys are looking at teams in Group C and wondering why they're so low on the leaderboard, it's because they've had less games than the rest of the teams up there. Yeah,
and for Dodge, I'm expecting those numbers to go up. Right, we got some really good fraggers on that team. Finna seems to constantly know how to pick them, and even though it seems to be a new roster every single time, every single event, they always put up at least some level of performance. And here on this current iteration of Dodge, I'm looking at Gats, and I'm looking at Ethan. Ethan especially has turned a lot of heads in the past few events that he's played. He's really sort of shown up this year as one of the standout newcomers. He's still, not in the conversation with the top legendary players, but he's newer, right? So we got to give him that chance to grow. And he had a really good 2-piece, I believe, on the previous game. And if he can continue to up those numbers as much as possible, even more, then I think we could continue to see the development of a really, really, really nice player.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe he just aged in, to play at competition level a few months ago. So this is really our first major focus that we can kind of see Gats kind of spread his wings out, right? And in that performance of what we've kind of been anticipating from him as a young player coming into the competitive esports scene. But I'm going to go ahead and say it too. I know he doesn't always get the credit that is due, but Finna has been fragging out. I really liked his performance at PCS 6. And today alone, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing. I think that he's another player, especially because he's pulled on great players onto this roster, has found himself in a position where he's really comfortable and has kind of grown his own skills as a player. So I'm really happy to see Finna in a strong position.
Yeah, honestly, Finna is not going to be a top fragger. That's just the type of player that he is. What he is really, really good at is communication. For someone who is always in a team that is sort of in the top levels, but puts up the numbers that he does, you hear this from a lot of his old teammates or current teammates as well, that his communication is really what makes him stand out and stand ahead of other leaders in this game. So the fact that he can also pull up some numbers and up them as much as he can is only going to add even more value to what he can bring to this team.
Awesome. Well, I believe we've got a little bite of Cater, who again was that final player up for TTG in the previous match. I got to chat a little bit with yesterday and see what he kind of had to say about his experience going for PUBG Esports.
This is the third groups I've played, including this one, but we haven't qualified yet to any Phase 1. No grand finals yet, but we're hoping we can try this this weekend. Hopefully we can get something done.
Awesome. It's always exciting. And as you said, this is really an experience for them, right? Coming into some of these, I mean, it's a slaughter, right? You're really putting your skills to the test. We come to these regional qualifiers, and they'll be putting them to the test again in the grand finals as we move forward from this weekend for teams like TTG. But, that said, I really think, I believed that Cater could have maybe pulled something off in that final moment. I know it was a reach, but Cater, I had my hopes out for you. So
Listen, okay, but looking beyond that single 1v4 potential there, right? I think TTG, I liked a lot of the moves that they've been making for a team that I don't really recognize a lot of the players or any of the players from that roster being in this level, like this stage in the competition. They're actually performing very aggressively, and I don't mean aggressively in terms of they're chasing down every kill, but so many times when you see new teams and they're suddenly thrust into this position where they're going up against all these legendary players that they may have been watching for years at this point, there's a stage fright, right? Like, why would I push this guy when I know he's going to beat me? TTG at least are putting themselves in good positions to take fights, and they even win a few of them as well. So very good for them to see. I wouldn't be surprised if they were one of the teams on that cusp, on that bubble of breaking into top 10 here.
All right, guys, you can see we finally don't have a vertical flight path. And if you would like to keep up with the maps, you can follow along on twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map. And if you would like to squad stream and you are on twitch.tv/PUBG_Battlegrounds, just add a /squad to the end of that. And you can see both the game you're watching right here now as well as the map feed.
Yeah, squad streaming. Woo!
Woo woo. Go squad. Squad.
Like
Where's my squad in chat? Let us know where you guys are. But this is
put some squads in chat,
This is probably the best flight path that we've had, right? And for all these squads, you know that they've got to be feeling it. Edge is going to get Zarki. Doesn't have to fight 303 for it. Everybody else in a decent spot. We've seen Unana and Ascendance take Military Island each and every time. I'm curious if we can get a bridge camp again. We've seen 1-2 games in a row just about, but...
Oh God.
What?
Okay,
well,
that's the trade-off. That's the devil's oh my God, what's the adage? The bargain. That's the devil's bargain that we have, right? It's the best plane path so far and the worst circle. We're talking sub 50% or just about 50% of playable land, because I am not including North Georgia Pole in that calculation because it's not going to be in the game past the first couple of phases.
Yeah, and too, I mean, you've got a lot of open terrain, you've got swamp, you've got those big farm fields. It's kind of, we've seen a lot of end games there, right? And that can make things really difficult for that late game, but also the chance, once again, for that Everest King of the Hill finish, which I feel like we haven't really seen as many of them as we had in the past, but that's not to say we won't see teams fight for that hill side, given how much presence Everest has in this first circle. But bing, bang, boom. 2 wins to go, not in the circle this time. Can they manage to pull out the hat trick, get a 3P, take out a full win here on Erangel? That's kind of my question right now. Aw. I just want to point out too, Roth met his fiance a few years ago in PUBG. I love it. There's got a lot of cute PUBG couples. Plenty of whom are also in esports, so shout out. If you guys need to meet someone, come play PUBG.
Okay, listen,
I'm waiting for the producer to come in my ear right now and yell at me.
Clover. Roth meeting his fiance is a great story, but that's because it's the exception. It's very cute. Congratulations to the two of them. I wish them the happiest of marriages. But they are the exception, not the rule in terms of the PUBG experience.
You know what? Shout out to Littlefoot, who met her husband in PUBG. And I think H-Win also met his girlfriend in PUBG. PNC wasn't my fault. Was it, though? Come on, Sharp Shot.
No, he said it. He said it's not his fault, so we got to take him at his word. The pro's always right.
The NA MVP, Sharp Shot. The NA MVP. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, but the other three got voted in. So, you know, you could argue. I don't know.
It's true.
I'm grasping at straws here.
We're being really toxic right now. Please don't come for us. We love all of you guys. You know, maybe things would have been different. Who knows? But you know, Sparking had a good time at PNC.
He had a great time. Yeah. I mean, a very, very close third place. Almost got second there. But yeah, I think Brazil performed very, very well. Sparking, I mean, if we just want to focus on him as a player and look at his trajectory ever since we first became aware of his existence around like BGIS era when he was playing for Meta, absolutely ridiculous player. He was ridiculous then, and he's been getting better and better since. So seeing him, and we sound like a broken record at this point, but Sparking and Shimbor have been playing super well. So it's just looking really, really cool. Yaho looking like a strong team, and it looks like they were here to last, not a flash in the pan by any stretch.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that you can hope for is that you and your squad mates not only gel together, but can really grow that performance in terms of a team. I mean, call it a partnership, call it a bromance, call it whatever you want, but we've really seen certain players over the years come together, and then the time that those players spend together is really long. Or if a player leaves a team, we'll sometimes see somebody else follow pursuit because they just really like playing together. And so it's been really interesting now with a couple of years of PUBG Esports under our belt to see who are those players that have congregated together, who are the ones that play well together.
Yeah, I mean, chemistry is such a huge thing, not only in competition, not only in esports, but then especially in a battle royale game like PUBG. Chemistry is huge. In fact, chemistry is one of the most important things in this game outside of just pure mechanical ability. So when you find someone that you work with and you're both top level players, like, you want to stick with them. It's always very sad when you see petty squabbles sort of break apart what could be like world-breaking, like world-ending duos. At the end of the day, you don't have to love each other every single time. You fight with your actual family all the time. So making the, dare I call it, the adult decision to stay with someone, like a business decision to stay playing with someone, even if you aren't like the best of friends, but as long as you can work together, like in a level, like a top tier 1 playing level, you want to stick with them and you don't want to let them go, because that can be very, very hard to find.
I'm talking about never letting go. Cater finding himself here in a bit of a pickle. Managed to get himself in safely. Tech8 with the drive-by. Hooligan was really going on to the chase for that, but this is a smart play to pull back away from this now that TTG has the safety there of the warehouse. As you can hear the shots coming back out at distance. Tech8 have the opportunity to play up Everest. There's a couple teams in this area. Most have moved on. But Wildcard also had that position in the previous game, and you can see right now their big issue for them is playing on the other side of the river as they found themselves toe-to-toe with Edge.
Yeah, they already got one knock. Greg Shot's going to make that one a second. So this is looking like a clinical team fight here by Wildcard. In fact, they even have a player swinging around the opposite side for a flank. That's going to be Cal with the third, and then Niku's with the fourth. So one and done. And that's one of the great things about finding a fight in this position like Wildcard is, guys, it's isolated. There's no one else in this area, so they know that they can take it. But oh my god, another one immediately breaks out between STG and Dodge.
Okay, here we go. We talked up Dodge. Hikerman, the only one we didn't talk about, is the only one to survive this onslaught right now. He's going to get that res onto Gats. You can see there the flush coming out onto Richie B, which should hopefully push oh man, that's gonna mess me up every time. Push them out of that position, but you can see Hikerman knows exactly where Neferhor is, trying to see if he can get that connection, but the grenade just too wide there. Hikerman actually not looking in the best position. That flashbang's gonna get him down, lying prone to try and survive this, but Neferhor has him pinpointed. Hikerman is gonna take quite a bit of damage there from that Molotov, but finally getting some assistance from the rest of his team. Dodge, Gats, and Hikerman doing what they can to keep that one alive. Ascendance also, taking out Unana.
Yeah, so a third fight, early games, which we shouldn't be too surprised about considering how much land these teams are having to fight over. But this was on Military Island. Ascendants are actually committed into this fight, trying to take down Unana. Maji should get revived, as well as Grand Atlantis. This should be okay. The blue is ticking down, but it's not doing enough damage to really upset them that much. It was close for Maji, but they should be good to stabilize here, Ascendants.
I mean, we were wondering, right, if that bridge camp was going to come out. Ascendants just stayed on that side this time, right? They were waiting for Unana, managed to clear them out, and as you said, keep everybody alive. 303 Esports, meanwhile, did spot out Dodge. You could see Sociopath out of his car, setting up, trying to see if he could scout some information for the rest of his team, who's trying to creep up the high ground just a bit onto Dodge. You can see they've got that compound here off in the distance, but even inside the zone, I mean, this fight could take just a bit, depending on where that next circle goes. That could put them both on the edge of town. Now, speaking of edge, wildcard, right? Did win one fight out. Should be able to get across AB, and then maybe take Everest, which is what we saw last game.
Yeah, I think they're sending a couple of players down that way already. It's just going to be Cow watching for AB, making sure that they're not being pushed, making sure they have all the information. Oh, there's a couple of shots coming his way. That could cause him to stop and actually see if he can't trade some blows back. But no, it looks like he's going to be continuing on in. They are in the circle, but we got 10 seconds left to close. So might as well be in your vehicles, ready to roll out, not be in the middle of a fight, because as far as we know, this circle could shift all the way down south.
Autobots roll out. There you go. Wild card, that 2-2 split. Yaho coming up onto them for Everest. We've got so much water into play. I mean, Cameron, this is, again, a 70, 60% playable circle, 40% playable circle. Excuse me, I'm mathing the wrong direction. And that means that everybody is going to be condensed all into one space. And it also means that some of this edge play is going to be really violent. I mean, we've got 51 players alive. I predict that by the time we get to phase 4, we're going to be down into the 30s at this point.
That might be a bit of an overestimation there, down to the 30s. But yeah, a lot of fighting is going to be taking place. All these teams coming in, at least what we're looking at is from the south. Dodge doing some heavy damage to 303. They already have 5 kills. Sure, they lost Ethan, which can be a big blow to them, considering some of the amazing plays that we've seen from him in the past. But whoa. And he lands it. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Just, all right, Finna. You know, just keep showing off, right? You know, the big issue too, I think as well with a lot of this is just, where do you go? Where do you go for safety? Do you choose a building? Do you choose a city? Do you try to set up where you can maybe have an opportunity for crossroads? And so that's kind of the decision that some of these teams are needing to make right now. Do you stay up near George? Do you go down towards Swamp? Or do you take some of the compounds that are along that western road?
There's no real right answer. There aren't really any keystone areas like we saw Prison in the previous game. I think BB's current position here, this tiny little mid-field hill, is a good spot, but it's so far from the center, whatever you want to calculate that as with this much water in play, but still, it's so far, it's close enough to the edge that I'm not super confident with it. I guess TMG's position is strong, but I don't know. Maybe we haven't seen enough games end around this area to know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, my fear is typically when we do see games in this area, they're a field finish, you know, and that's going to require a lot of utility in the late game. So some of those teams that are getting these early fights right now do need to make sure that they're taking that loot and preparing themselves for those fights yet to come. But Yaho, New Tropic, I mean, again, finding themselves, we saw it in the previous match there at the end game. They're finding themselves a little bit earlier now as we're in phase 2. Soniqs with the nade. Trying to see if he can get a flush on one knock member of Yaho, maybe even getting a couple of extra win in for the support and the res. You can see Sparking actually had to stop that res just to make sure he was okay.
Yeah, the grenades aren't making it far enough. In New Tropic, I think they're actually backing away because they don't want to overcommit onto this. At this point, they know that the revive has been confirmed. has been accomplished, has been completed, and now they just want to get themselves in a more defensible position and allow Yaho to do whatever it is that they want to do. Or Soniqs actually pulling back out. I don't know what new information he has, but he might want to repeat this.
Yeah, I think Uncivil and Lamplight are actually across the street and back a little bit. You can see just on the edge of that mini-map, and they're calling out some information onto players of Yaho. But the issue with Yaho right now is they also had Shinboy just a bit to the south, and 303 is trying to take possession of this compound. You can see the utilities out. They know someone's here, and Shinboy doesn't quite have the support he needs to get a clean escape just yet. So he's waiting for the rest of his teammates to break away from that nootropic fight and join in on this Sociopath. He's going to go and pull back inside. Plube spots out the support coming out from Yaho, tries to get that connection. It's going to find one. It's going to be a vehicle explosion here that takes down Poonage, and 303 Esports in it to win this compound right now.
Oh, it's actually going to be Hala Senpai to confirm that kill. I was going to say, maybe Yaho made it far enough for the revive to be possible, but ultimately 3 alive trying to take this compound. It's still in the circle with the way that the next zone has shifted. If they can win this fight confidently against 303, it could be a good game continuing on for Yaho, but it's all about nootropic with that line of sight from the north side that's really throwing a lot of wrenches in Yaho's plan.
And again, for those of you guys that are wanting to watch on the map, you make sure you can do so on twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map. And if you'd like to squad stream, you can do so on twitch.tv/PUBG_Battlegrounds, where you are right now, /squad. But back to squads. I mean, 303 Esports, they did lose Man Bun, but they're still continuing to keep that pressure here onto Yaho. Balefrost has been taken down, and Ploop trying to secure that kill just to the far side of this Gats in the area for Dodge. So both teams need to be a little bit careful on how they take this fight, as they could be vulnerable to some third party here. But Shinboy to the face, takes down Bloob, head shots. It's just looking so scary.
Oh my, absolutely disgusting. Listen, I know Shinboy is strong, I know he's good, but that was unexpected. So Sociopath is here to try and get the revive, going to close the door first just to make it easier. He left it, he waited until very long, but Shinboy, he is not giving up. Sparking is on the revive of Balefrost, so he is going to take even more ground in this fight over here, though. eUnited rolling up the PvP, but back to the bathroom. Sociopath, good shots pulled off of the revive, but unfortunately that does mean that Plube does go down, and Battylol, he's going to be rolling on up. Your hope might have bitten off more than they can chew here.
Soniqs as well pushed into the fight. You can see the blue from Nootropic deciding to get back involved. Meanwhile, eUnited have slowly been creeping in from the eastern side. We saw a little bit of a long-range shooting from them onto BBB, but it's this fight for this compound that isn't even quite a center to the circle. It has 303, Yaho, and Dodge and Nootropic, all with eyes on what is essentially the prize to play forward through this. But you can see Sociopath and Battylol haven't really been able to push beyond this building, because every time they do so, not only are they getting punishment from players of Yaho, but the 2 other teams that are in the third party.
You say Nootropic pushed, it's only Soniqs. The rest of Nootropic are staying put. I don't know why Soniqs is so greedy for this fight, and he might just be punished with this aggressive push here, but no one else seems to have an angle from the north side, so he is able to run free. Finna does get confirmed. That's going to be by Vegas, who is now running away, because Battylol, as you can see, is looking that direction. Pulling back towards Yaho, a couple of shots. Not too much damage, just constantly checking those windows. And in the next few seconds, Phase 4 is going to be shifting. We know it's going towards the east, but how much is the real question? And is it going to be favoring north, south, or everything in between? It's going to be towards the north. TMG, their compound is looking just as good as it always has.
I love these types of circles. That is pretty much going to secure, we probably won't have a field finish. Those compounds just across the street from Hospital, as well as the ones that we've got TMG and Tilttown playing from, always make for a really exciting finish. But you've also got the bit of a high ground just to the east of Uncivil to play from. Now, that said, this fight between 303 and Yaho has been going on for quite some time, and with a circle shift, that's going to bring big priority for this to wrap up as quickly as possible, and could potentially pull Dodge off of that third party. Dodge, though, has to be careful from Ascendance. We saw Ascendance already took out one player. That was Finna. And it looks like 303 is just given up. They are done with this. They know the focus now is getting into zone.
Yeah, it's not about giving up. As far as we know, they could have still won that fight. They just know that the win condition is not taking out your hoe. The win condition is getting into the circle. Very dangerous path, taking a lot of damage. Not any cover for them, taking this beachfront approach. They're just trying to make as much distance as possible to make those shots as hard as possible. Looks like they might actually be getting out of the vehicle because it's taking too much damage and it's gone up just outside of the next circle. Let's hope they have enough smokes to make it in. There's a little ridge that they can work with, but unfortunately, Wildcard and Nootropic are also swarming around the area.
I mean, I almost feel like this could be a best case scenario because they looked like they were just about to drive straight into Nootropic's compound. Uncivil had his attention onto Wildcard. Hello Senpai and Soniqs were also looking at other things, and so 303 might actually be in a good position. The issue right now is for all the teams that aren't just yet. Dodge, Gats and Hikerman, only one still up left, fighting out with Ascendants, but eUnited coming in to third party this position, and as well, that Molotov is going to get that. Oh, no, it's not going to get that knock. Hikerman actually manages to survive that and pop off that first aid kit, but you've got a full surrounding of this compound right now by Ascendants.
Very, very, very tight moment here for Dodge. More utility comes in. There it is. Not cooked at all. Delayed response, but Vegas does get the knock on the Gats, but the Ascendants are moving out. They're not going to commit to this fight because the blue is about to push on in, and Hikerman not even going for the revive. He wants to punish the retreat.
Yaho. There you go, Yaho with the clean 3 kills to show for it. Dodge is going to fall back out. eUnited at range actually gets the final clean on that for kickstart. Everybody just about inside the zone, but you can see as Ascendants gets in, it's not as much safety there. The field's really open in every direction, and so Yaho is going to land some damage onto that. That said, Nootropic has not moved from this compound for 3 phases. Everybody just about knows where they are, and depending on where the circle is, we might finally see that movement from this team. So many teams right now, though, along the edge, and depending on where that goes. Oh, okay.
Soniqs has moved. Okay,
that's fair. Soniqs did
3
move.
members of Nootropic have stayed put. Soniqs has been a very busy boy, but yeah, the circle is going to hard shift down to the southwest. Tokyo Manji game. I don't whether they knew this ahead of time or they just had a very, 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 very lucky call. They're going to be getting all the advantages in this next phase. eUnited, you can see rolling in. Not a lot of terrain for them to play around, but they do have this little ridge to work with, and I think it's better than other teams have right now, especially the ones that are outside the zone. Not many other places other than these compounds and this one ridge that you can really play with.
Yeah, I mean, for the teams that aren't quite in the circle yet, they can try and make a Hail Mary play to a tree, a compound, a little bit of a dip, but the best positions to really play from are going to require them to engage for teams that already have that position, for teams that are in a compound. And so Phase 5, 33 players, this is kind of that condensation that we had been talking about from that position. Abstract down to just back monster. And he's not really have a lot of good places to go, especially with TTG setting up here on the north, though they are going to be punished from Wildcard Gaming as Nikus gets that opening knock. You can see continuing that fire there with the Mini 14. 10 kills now for Wildcard. It is Cater once again up for TTG, as well as one other member says two to play. That's going to be it for Abstract. Back Monster was spotted out by TAC-8, but TAC-8 has that same problem. They are not in the zone, and they've got to leave Hospital with a lot of open ground ahead of them.
Looking at here, Keenan, last one left for BBB. Healed on up, threw a Molotov down, gets another kill. That's at least 2 for them, but the rest of his squad has just been annihilated. I believe they sent it here into this compound held by Tilt Town. So when you consider the context, honestly, not the worst look for Keenan. But can he survive is the big question. 1 versus 1, and now Ascendants are pushing in from the south.
Oh no, you lost your cover! The car actually took out the hay bale, and that's going to be 2 players really in a bad position as Maji gets flushed out real quick by Balefrost. Zray having to lay down low, and you can see Vegas and Grant Lantis have a bit of hard cover, but those cars aren't going anywhere. Meanwhile, TAC-8 is finally leaving Hospital. They had that opportunity to maybe fight for that compound that is held by Tilt Town and Bing Bang Boom, but are instead going to opt for trying to take out this position that has not only the two members of TTG, but also Wildcard.
Yeah, this is a bit late of an exit from hospital. The blue is right at their back, and they knew that wildcard were here. I think they were hoping for a bit of an overpeak by WC to take advantage of that, and now they're running in to train to go. Sprays come out from VheHeHe. But the shots aren't landing, and actually Adam is also chiming in onto this. So some good initial damage on that approach by TTG, but they are going to get taken out. But with the damage that they did, Wildcard Gaming are in position, and they're attempting to follow up on and remove Tactical 8 and bring us down to 8 teams left.
I mean, they're raining throwables right now, and they've still got plenty in their pockets, so they should be able to successfully take this push onto TAC 8 and give them that full control of the north. The circle still holding on strong to both compounds that were into play, but you've also got now Nootropic, eUnited, Yaho, and Ascendants that need to make moves if they want to get in the zone. But there you go, Wildcard winning that fight out, 13 kills to their name. 3 men still up and standing, and now Ascendants making another run, this time for that ridge line. I don't think it's in the zone just yet. You can see they're going to have to crawl back in, but now they're in nade range. Colton is going to blow up that car, and Sparking finds Vegas. Grantlantis taken down as well. It is just as Raven down to the south, stuck in the fields, left up for Ascendants.
And now eUnited, they're pushing on to this compound that, well, it had a full team, but with BBB's crash, it is now just 2 solos, and so that's a lot of space for them to overtake. They should know it's going to be that double story to the south that is going to have everyone involved. Ooh, and Bill Frost sends it in. Yaho tries to survive with a Hail Mary play, but now they're going to get taken out in 8th place. Let's look back here on eUnited, because this could be a good game for them if they can take over this area. It's all about pushing into shotguns. And at this point, I mean, the shotgun meta, it's not the full meta just yet, but it's enough that it should be a little bit of a worry here for eUnited.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You've got 3 compounds. The other 2 players that are solo players are only in one of those buildings, so that gives eUnited that full movement. You saw the smoke wall coming into the garage. They're going to take that rooftop, see if they can spot out either a member of Tilt Town or Bing Bang Boom to hold out this compound entirely. But what is center of the circle moving forward into Phase 7 is a lot of open field and terrain, and that could complicate things further. Nootropic also still alive, but it is eUnited. You can see just has full vantage point right now of the zone as they're going to take shots here onto Wildcard. It's not safe just yet. Though Flood has been spotted. They left Nikus behind, but he's going to get taken down by Hella Senpai, and that really opens things up.
Yeah, man, I really like that play from Wildcard, but Niku's going down. I mean, that makes it a lot less workable. It's just a single UAZ for cover. And Civil, well, he knows where they are. Wants to put this big green gun to good use.
I mean, they've both got shotguns now. Like, I'm really excited for this. Just, let's see him use them, right? But there you go, 20 seconds until that circle closes. I don't really expect eUnited to take any action onto either solos until we see where that Phase 7 is going to take us. Because they don't need to take any unnecessary risks in case that circle's going to pull back away. Don't lose a player. Don't waste your resources. Wait to see where this is going. TMG as well. Hello, my bad. Did push out of that compound, was taken back out, and so that's really going to leave them down to just 2 players. That compound still in. Zealot's got his warehouse into the zone, and wouldn't you know it, the building that Tilt Town and Bing Bang Boom are in is also in the circle.
It's the only one from this compound in the circle. In fact, eUnited, they're just going for it. Oh, Taco, he's gotten out of the building. He realized that on the ground floor, he was the first one that eUnited would take out, but I think the timing doesn't work out in his favor. He gets spotted, and that means that Keenan, well, he now knows that he's in a 1 versus 4 situation. Gonna re-smoke that staircase. Oh, actually, it's a full frag grenade. He wants to go for the damage. It at least delays the push by a couple of seconds. Opens up the door, maybe for some sound bait.
There you go, Keenan. I mean, the shotgun is out, and you can see so are the nades. eUnited have pushed him into this last little room. It has bars. Keenan can't get out except for the door right now that's being watched by members of eUnited. As Smoke's out, try to give him some additional cover. Could also potentially open up that door to the balcony and try and make a run for it, but you've got eyes from other teams still on this fight and that compound. Keenan's really got to make sure he takes out members of eUnited. You can see that shotgun, 2 bullets, but you've got all 4 players still up and standing, so he's gonna have to be real quick on that reload or that weapon switch, depending on if he can get those knocks.
Heard, Keenan's able to make his way out. He tried to go for a retreat of his own and was hoping that no one from eUnited was watching the far north side of that building, but Flood was there. And now, with him removed, they can put all their attention on Wildcard. Oh my god. Oh, an avant-garde attempt at a car fort here doesn't work out in Wildcard's favor, and now it is just 4 versus 2. eUnited with 13 kills. And I'm going to say it, a win. Plus
you know what,
2 more kills.
This is the setup they missed out on that very first match. You know, as they tried to take a position away from, I believe it was Abstract. Now that said, with Tokyo Manji Gang, you've only got Zealot and Colton. They're kind of pushed down a position. They've got coverage here, but with all 4 members spread out of eUnited, that's really going to make it difficult if they can't start taking out some of these knocks. They need to take care of Snakers, give him a little bit of opening here into the east, and that's exactly what Zealot is doing, as he's trying to find a better angle on members of eUnited.
Yeah. This spread by TMG, that's the way that they have to play this game, which is unfortunate because it means that you got to win the fights. There's no backup, there's no trading. Or there can be trading, but it's not going to be guaranteed. And the revives, that's definitely not guaranteed at all. Snakers spots Colton out and seems to be somewhat aware of at least the potential for Zealot's position. The circle is mostly center, and because of just the numbers advantage, does favor eUnited.
I mean, we really, at this point, it's a waiting game, I think, until Phase 9 is Phase 8's closing out. You can see some smokes thrown out from Colton, really just trying to get distraction, but he actually was spotted by a member of eUnited getting very low on health. He's going to have to pull back, pop that first aid, and kickstart. Tried to get a drive-by in, is going to take quite a bit of damage there on the Dacia. You have to pull back for safety there. Make sure he doesn't get taken out from the car explosion. Zealot, though, did it. He found Snakers, who was playing that angle there for eUnited, and that's a big opening, turning things back in the favor for TMG. It's a 3v2. There's still an opportunity for Tokyo to make something of this play.
Not only is that 1 more point for a kill, that also, as you said, that takes care of the flank. That makes it a 2 versus 3. This is significantly more doable. We still have a huge advantage for eUnited here, but it's looking a lot less confident right now, especially with the lack of cover in front of eUnited's ground just ahead of them. I don't know how many smokes they have left. Looking at Rello, he doesn't have any. I imagine that the rest of eUnited are at least very, very low. So as far as smoking to get to the next tree, might not be a possibility at all. And Zealot, he wants more. He's itching for more.
And he might get it here because eUnited is really focused right now on Colton. Colton doesn't have as much coverage coming out of that compound, so you can see he is going to get those connections on members of eUnited, but Kickstart, he got onto their game. Saw Zealot, got him down to half HP, and is going to get a little bit of a punish. Had eUnited been completely focused on Colton, that could have really been a game changer here for TMG. But now, going into Phase 9, it's just going to have to be a push towards the center open zone here. As you can see, Colton's armor absolutely destroyed. His helmet and vest offering not really much in terms of protection, but still holding on to that SLR, trying to see if he can get another headshot and turn things back in their favor, creating a 2v2 and potentially finding a win.
Colton has 1 Molotov. He wants to use it at the most moment possible. A lot of utility there for Zealot. So the frag grenades at the ready. He's in good range right now. He's waited on them as long as you would hope for it. Oh, sends the vehicle right into eUnited's way. At the very least, that removes a potential piece of cover.
Zealot.
And another good frag comes out. It's a 2 versus 2, and the spray makes it a 2 versus 1.
There you go. I mean, everybody in eUnited was just so close together. Not only did they get 1 knock with that frag, but they were able to do quite a bit of damage. Flood stuck behind a tree. The blue zone closing in on him. eUnited was looking to win this, but right now, Tokyo is going to find that final kill and takes home the chicken dinner.
With 10 kills. 10 kills off of the back of that.
I'm going to say it, Cameron.
Yeah?
You jinxed it.
Listen, I was hoping we would just slide right past that one. Slide right past that.
No,
okay?
I'm not letting that go.
But no, listen, Zealot with that flank, finding that opening onto Snakers was absolutely huge. I don't know if we didn't see exactly how it happened because our POV got there just a second too late. I don't know if Snakers perhaps moved a little bit further away from that rock than he was hoping. We saw him look in the direction of Zealot's positioning every once in a while, like he was aware of the potential, but maybe just beelined too much onto Colton, which is absolutely an unforced error. But the way that Tokyo Manji game then capitalized on that opening to just tear apart everything else that eUnited had was very well played. I honestly didn't think they had it.
I was really excited to see that because it was played well. It was played very carefully, very methodically, as you said. And Kickstart, I mean, he almost turned things back. I think if he had gotten that knock on Zealot when he spotted him, got down to half HP, we would be singing a different song. But guys, if you just saw that fight and thought, man, I could take them on, I could do better, well, I've got news for you. Registration is up for PCS 7. And if you guys want to sign up, open qualifiers start on August 10th. Make sure you sign up for your chance to get PGC points, $250 of the prize pool money. And you can sign up now at na.pubgesports.com. And you can go to that for additional registration details as well. But guys, we are going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we've got 3 games of Miramar, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We have 3 games in the bag and 3 more to go for the ESL PUBG Masters North American Regional Qualifiers. eUnited taking home their first chicken dinner of the day. And I mean, Cameron, I've got to tell you, that was a very exciting end game. Oh, sorry, I said United. Oh my God, I even did it.
Yeah, listen, because we were all so confident. It was theirs. They should have won that game, right? Like, it was right there for them. Oh my God. But no, like, honestly, so it was so
Tokyo,
like
good job.
it was so blatantly theirs, but it wasn't them throwing necessarily. Like, again, if we were to look at Snaker's POV, we might find something to point as like, oh, he overstepped even for a fraction of a second. There was some unforced error in that sort of direction, sort of side of things. But more than anything, Tokyo Manji Gaming, they took advantage of huge opportunities that they had. We also want to recognize Tokyo Manji Gaming didn't have to move from that compound until the very, very end. eUnited had to push in from multiple angles even to get to that point, and that is reflected in the number of kills that they had, but also neither team had, like, or at least eUnited didn't have amazing utility, but then again, neither did TMG at the end of all things. So as far as we're concerned, that was TMG somehow finding a way to clutch that one out.
Yeah, and it was really, again, I think tactfully done there between Zealot and Colton at the end. They were able to not only keep their ground, but kind of push eUnited into one position. We did get a chance to hear from Colton to kind of get some ideas of what he was thinking of going into today.
There's no teams that we're scared of. These are the same teams we've been playing against since we've started playing, you know? We know all these teams. We're very familiar with all these teams. All of us, all four. Except Paulo, my bad. He's a little bit newer to the NA scene. But, I mean, I don't doubt his ability to compete with them after what I've seen from him.
And again, yeah, there you go. And you can see even here from this point of view from both Colton and Zealot, they had all of eUnited just pushed into one position, and they were able to take them out from that, so.
Yeah. Listen, if you were to ask me where I would rank a team like Tokyo Manji Gaming, where, yeah, we've seen a number of these players for quite a while, but where I would rank them, especially placed up against a team like eUnited at the top, I would put at least, you know, a moderately sized gap there in terms of like tier lists and stuff. But maybe there's a lot more to what Colton has to say about that if they're able to carry this all through. And need we remind you, at the beginning of the day, we were worried that Tokyo Manji Gang, their 15-point game at the start of the day yesterday, was going to be a one-off. Looking at how the rest of their series went, that seems to be a lot more consistent going into today. The big question is it the Erangel versus Miramar conversation?
Yeah, and okay, I mean, really taking a look here too, when you look at the kill points, you've got Yaho, Soniqs, Tokyo up there in terms of a two-day performance. Tokyo not where we want to necessarily see them, but they are quite ahead of the rest of the pack in terms of the kills that they've been able to get between, 8 matches now. That said, at the very top here, you've got Zealot with 6 kills. Nikus and Gregshot bringing it out for Wildcard with 11 between the two of them, and Kickstart and Rello also amping it up this match. And that was, I mean, as you said, they had a lot of rotations, they had a lot of movement, they had a ton of kills as well, 13 that match, and that is huge for them to come out for day one, because they had a lot of climbing to do on the leaderboard coming into today.
Yeah, I want to look a little more at Wildcard specifically now, because they use their playstyle is the complete opposite of what they had. It's almost the inverse of what we see from Bing Bang Boom nowadays, or at least today, where when they were known as gas cans throughout 2021, their big playstyle was roll up to the late game with like 1 or 2 kills and find like that one sort of moment to get that huge placement point jump. Not a lot of danger, not a lot of action, very sort of like macro focused, consistent play. The second 2022 hit, they leaned heavily into edge sweeping, kill heavy playstyle, and we see them double down on that today. That, like, they didn't make it into the top 4, but well, they got just barely into the top 4, I think, but they mostly got a bunch of kills pushing in from the north. They got the first team wipe of the entire round.
Yeah, and again, I mean, here we go. Let's take a look head-to-head here, eUnited and Wildcard Gaming. The damage for Wildcard, and a lot of this is going to be bigger. That said, well, sorry, it's bigger because Wildcard's now on, I believe, their second day of play. But the total points and kills are almost tied here between them and eUnited.
No, actually, both these teams are in Group C, so they've only had 3 games. They're both C. The one I'm actually more concerned I was trying to hype up Wildcard Gaming, but now that I see just how much damage that they have compared to their kills, to me this reads that they're not able to confirm all the knocks, for example, that they get. Or at eUnited, they are much more efficient with their damage. More efficient than you would expect. Like, this is absolutely insane how much they're able to get those damage into full-on confirmed kills. But Wildcard, they're still performing well. They're still doing really good. They're only 2 total points behind United. It's just if they're able to take the damage that they're already outputting, transition more of that damage into a full kill, then they can be an even better, even scarier team.
Yeah, and too, I think the conversion into kills and making sure a big factor of that is that we've seen Wildcard get in these clusters with other teams. So there's a lot of people not only vying for their compounds, but surrounding them. That's where we're seeing a lot of that damage coming from. But then, as you said, it's kind of getting stolen away, right? And that's very opposite of how United's been if they've been avoiding everybody throughout the match. But going into Miramar, I mean, that's really going to change things up in terms of how these teams are going to rotate, maybe even potentially vie for compounds in the way that they've seen him through Erangel for the first 3 matches today. And that could really change the story for them, not only the end of today, but going into tomorrow.
The damage was wrong. Sorry about that. Told a completely different story. Wildcard.
That makes way more sense.
It does. It does. I was very, very confused. I'm like, 7,000 damage, only 22 kills. That's ridiculous. No, Wildcard had just shy of 4,000 damage, and eUnited have just over 4,000 damage. So ultimately, eUnited and Wildcard, very, very, very similar in terms of performance from these first 3 games. And for the teams that got 3rd and 4th from PCS 6 Grand Finals, pretty expected.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, caster math and me, we're not the best guys, so sorry, Wildcard. There we go. But here's the thing, which I'm really excited about too, is that I want to touch on this too. Bing Bang Boom did go out. They did not get a 3rd chicken dinner, but they were up into the late game. They found quite a bit of fights. I feel like the confidence and the play that we didn't see from them on day 1 is here now. And that means that as we switch things up, the last 3 games that they get to play today, we could see a change in their story moving forward to the grand finals. But there are a lot of teams that need it as we go now into Miramar.
Yeah, we'll see if the more openness of Miramar allows teams like Bing Bang Boom to maybe get a little more active, get a little more feisty, a little more aggressive. Because, yeah, they actually got really damaged in that push, but it's a full push onto a compound. That's not a fight that you can win easily, so we don't want to mark that too much against them. But if they can recover and have an even better game off the back of that, then, you know, I'm not going to say they're fully back just yet, but they're definitely not out of the running.
Now the flight path, this is a good flight path. Just about everything's in play, sans a couple of more northern compounds, which really given this lobby, we don't typically see people take those positions unless it's going to be a secondary position. I'm also not really seeing any potential for a hot drops, maybe Al-Zahar, but it looks like Edge is actually going beyond that. And Una actually falling a bit short. So could see some early fighting between both of those teams. Tilt Town also has one player who's a little bit far outside of Picado, needs to be careful of TTG, who could potentially cut them off.
Is Edge? Surely they were only going to Terra Bronco and they're not going all the way to Campo Militar. Is Toffee's like the secret coach of this squad? Because they're only doing these corner drop positions.
You know, maybe it works for them. I've actually, from a long time ago, remember Femme Fatale, and I think, to be honest, if you're a team that you want to make sure you set up strong in your early game and you want to try to control fighting until the mid game, you know, those edge drops can be a pretty big help for you, right? You can kind of focus, not worry about people being around you, and then get yourself into the edge. That said, though, I mean, that was kind of a long drop for Terra as well, and I feel like they've lost a bit of time on this.
Yeah, and Femme is actually continuing to drive all the way. Yeah, Femme's going to Campo Militar.
Femme is Toffees. Femme is Toffees.
Femme Fatale is Toffees, yes. It's a lot of loot. The problem is it's so spread out, not to even mention the rotation timings of getting in and then back out. Fortunately, the circle doesn't disfavor Edge too much. Edge is slightly in their direction towards the northeast, but it's TMG that's the main benefactors of this, as well as Yaho.
Yeah, and This is probably the easiest, most basic circle. We often call it the basic circle for Miramar when it centers up just north of Graveyard. That gets a lot of areas to make it easy for transition. We might not see as much fighting as we've been seeing on the Erangel games to start because teams are going to have a lot of room to move around and a lot of room to play from. The teams that are inside the zone are also going to be able to kind of give up the edge spaces for those teams that aren't in just yet. That said, Tilt Town having Picado this early, that's going to be a lot of good loot for them. They've got a couple teams out and around about them to the southwest, so I could anticipate them maybe doing some gatekeeping fighting unless they want to go ahead and push out of this. We're really going to see, I think, the big factors here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I would not suggest Tilt Town gatekeep here. As far as the circle is concerned, they are in a position to do so, and along this road, it could be a very dangerous trap for other teams if they were to set up here. The problem is they'd have to drive up that road, Death Road is what we call it a couple of times, to get to the center of the circle where all those roads converge, where TMG are playing around. And, you don't see it happen to Soniqs too often, get blown up in this rotation, but part of that is because of how early they move. And already we're seeing Tilt Town move out. So that was exactly what I would suggest. What I want to see from them is to just not stick around Picado, taking advantage because you do have teams like eUnited, like TMG, like Dodge, and even Wildcard just overlooking them in a position to potentially pull the rug out from under them. So you want to get into position from Picado as early as you can.
And Minas, another big thing. We've seen eUnited play from this for well over 2, almost 3 years now. On Miramar, they've pretty much got this worked down, but that also means that teams know eUnited's going to be in this position. You can see Sparking is going to crawl for that high ground, trying to scout out what he can spot from here, and maybe even potentially try and catch a member who might be left behind, in this case, potentially being Kickstart. But with this zone, I mean, the high ground, the corners, the central positioning, it's not really worth fighting for this early.
No, but if Sparking can get a clean knock, confirm it to a kill, and then skedaddle, then he's going to take it for free. And it looks like he is not going to get checked at all. In fact, Flood was really admiring the formations of the rock face. But fortunately, Kickstart is there for the trade. Not fast enough to stop the kill confirm. Looks like Shinboy is already on the move to go for the revive. I don't think Kickstart is going to go for his own confirm. Might just let this one go, let this one be, play out as 3, and let Yaho get away with 4. But that is a big blow to the ego of eUnited. Really checks them, makes them stay humble.
Yeah, and too, I mean, that's also going to push them out of that position a little bit earlier, right? You now know Yaho is in this area. Yes, you got the knock on Sparking, but as we've seen here, the res came up from Shenboy, and United should factor in the fact that Sparking is going to get picked up from that position, and Kickstart breaks away just a bit, but the other 2 members of United still on the opposite side of the compound. Meanwhile, Graveyard, the centralist part of this kind of open area space, has been taken by Trained to Go. If the circle shifts south, this is an area that we oftentimes see a lot of high traffic. And TTG, I feel like, have been doing a good job at kind of predicting some good places to hold down early on in these zones.
Yeah, they actually, I'm not going to say they stole it from Tilt Town just now, but Tilt Town did move out when TTG rolled on in. But now they're running directly into Dodge. Oh, I don't know if this is off of an information play or just a random gamble, but they do get the first knock. Savage does get traded by Cow all the way off in the distance by another third-partying team. But, ooh, Dodge are not holding this compound, this collective, as strongly as they would have hoped.
Oh, and Ethan with that Molotov is going to get Taco taken down. Saw an underhanded nade as well, do some damage. Finds the flush onto Savage and through this window, continuing out that damage, but knows he can't give them too much time. Flashbang is going to keep them from walking outside right now. Gats doesn't quite have the angle, and far at range is actually taking on some fire, so he's not able to quite give Ethan the support he wants.
It's with grenades, trying to keep Ethan. Oh, low on HP, but Gats is pushing on in, and Gats gets the finish. Good hold by Dodge. For a second, it looked like they were just going to be falling apart, but once Heikeman got taken out, I guess that was the sacrifice that they needed. And the gods blessed them with all the energy that they required, that they demanded to take Tilt Town out. In fact, Finna wasn't even involved, it looks like. He was just vacationing. He was bird watching.
Just watching over here, seeing what's happening in the trees. The unfortunate thing is that Dodge did lose one early, but they've played well with the 3-man. We saw it in the previous matches, and these early fights it do give them some kills on the board, but they need to make sure that they're able to make it to the late game as well up too. Speaking of teams that have found themselves in early fights, most matches, 303 Esports is taking a couple shots there on TAC 8, keeping that pressure of making sure they've got this compound and pushing TAC 8 up over the hill. You can see Batty, Lowell, and the rest of the team, all with a nice little collection of mini 14s.
Ooh. Couple of shots. Going back towards Batty, Lowell, and 303. Tactical A might be surrounding this squad and maybe finding an isolated engagement, but I think 303 are buried enough in that it's not significantly easier said than done. So at the moment, Tactical 8 might just stay on the hills, wait for Phase 1 to close, and play off of Phase 2. But Sociopath, it's got a little bit of info on eUnited, gets a couple of shots in. Good aim there. Quite the distance, and shooting uphill is not the easiest calculation to make. Gravity do be annoying sometimes.
It do be annoying. Well, I sound like Poro when I say that. Don't make me say it do be. But it do be.
I don't need to make you say it. You said it already this game.
Just, my brain is melted. What's happening here? But there we go. We got a rotation coming back in. One of the last teams that wasn't yet into the zone, leaving Los Leones finally Ascendants. And wouldn't you know it, up on the high ground, staying behind, it's Maji once again. But there's not too many people in the area. Sans TAC 8. Who's kind of been focused on that 303, and so that's going to give him some neighbors here to the south. Just to the east of this, there's a couple compounds, but a lot of open terrain. Not really worth the fight, so La Bandita going to be a bit crowded until we see where that Phase 2 pops. On the opposite side of the map, though, Team Edge coming out of El Zahar. We saw them share this landing space with Ona, who did pull down to the south and away from that position, but SCG sent Neferhor to investigate. And Neferhor's got to be careful. He could get spotted out here.
Yeah, SCG quite spread. And maybe not fully aware of all their angles, because look at how just brazen Nana is crossing over this open land. A couple of shots from their teammates onto the north to keep Neferhor distracted. Oh, if this pays off, it could be huge. The circle does swing towards the north. Pretty heavy shift that direction. We'll see if Neferhor sticks around here. Oh.
The thing I don't like about this shift is there's all that open area just to the southwest of Cruz de Val. It's really difficult to play from. You can have some of those dips, that compound that's just to the west, but otherwise it can be really tricky to play from. So teams really going to be condensing out and around Hacienda, water treatment, and some of the rough terrain there on the far eastern side. However, with that in mind, we've got about 8 teams not in the circle, and so could see some early fighting again from teams that need to put that space down or anchor their foot in the ground for where they want to play moving forward.
Udana on the move, trying to find a compound. It's on the low ground, but it's better than nothing. But we're seeing a lot of teams make their way all the way towards the north side, where we all should know pretty empty. Yaho being one of those teams. But of course, they do find an open free compound here. Do they know that Edge are also vying for it? And Edge are going on foot, so it's not going to be too audible for Yaho to hear all of this. Of course, I say that right when Hyunny swings on in with the truck, or at least swings on by, they might know Yaho beat them.
I think it might have been just kind of a quick scout, seeing if he could see something from the corner of his eye. And the moment Honey got within about line of sight, we did see him pull back away. The shot's coming out from Yaho, and the rest of Edge is coming to assist. You can see Nana coming in behind that. Femme Fatale on foot, walking up to the warehouse, seeing if he can spot out players. But Shinboy actually on the roof. And I actually think it might be Onana taking shots at Shinboy from that position. So Femme Fatale do need to be careful for that surprise roof ninja.
Oh, not careful enough. Shinboy finds the angle from the roof, gets the full confirm. Oh, and that's just gonna make Edge have to check all their angles. Not only have to worry about what's on their plane, they gotta think about up. That's an extra axis that they have to worry about.
Yeah, you know, welcome back to the, was it the Z-axis, the Y-axis? Either way, Shinboy, even at range, does spot the last player of Edge who's off to play Anchor. Does get up another clear. In fact, I think that might be the last player still alive for Edge.
Yeah.
So Yaho winning this compound out for free, but on the backside of that, SCG as well. So Edge not looking too good right now.
Yeah, SCG, they want revenge for Neferhor. And it looks like they might be able to get it. 1 HP. Sparking wants it, though. Oh, man. Bloodthirsty Sparking.
This.
You can always count him to try and go for the kills when it is absolutely an unnecessary push. Because that's frankly what this is.
It's a very big risk here because they might not be aware of how close SE is, or say that Vox has been spotted out, Sparking switching to the Mini 14, see if it was worth taking the shots, but knowing that Shoreen's still in the area is the focus. He spots him out, good connection there, should get this secure, but he actually manages to stay up and alive. But there you go, switching to the Mini 14, Shoreen falls here, Edge taken out, and now Yaho, aware that SCG is out on the back side of them. I'm gonna go ahead and reposition further to the center.
Yeah, and this is a really good box that they could potentially set themselves up in, looking at where Phase 3 is going to go. Oh, this is perfect for Yaho. They might not want to spread into such a wide box. I don't know Sparking is going to want to take over that hill that he just took from the last member of Edge. They might just want to play in a little bit of a 2-2 or even a 3-1, but this is huge for Yaho to sort of plant down their roots and play a defensive style. We don't usually see that from them, but we know that they can play it. It's one of the easiest styles to play into the game.
Ooh. Okay, here's the big issue now. This circle, again, that open terrain, teams really just having to send it. It's phase 3, but we're threading the needle right now. eUnited taking on a bit of fire there from Tokyo Manji Gang. Tokyo Manji Gang just coming off a win. Now, edge of zone. I mean, this is what you've got to play with in a circle like this. You've got yourself a dip, you've got yourself a sight line, and not much else, as the compounds that were in the zone have already been claimed. But you can see with that open terrain also gives that sight line. United taking shots there. Bing, bing, boom. 303 following in pursuit. The same lines that we just saw another team draw through. There's a shack. There's a little bit of coverage, but this is a vulnerable position.
Yeah, a lot of players are trying to go for these south positions. There's a lot more ridges, a lot more defilades to play here than the north. But with this many people playing around, someone's got to take the sacrifice, and it might just be 303 being taken out. Good angle, and this is going to be Yaho. Shinboy cleaning up what his teammates had started.
Was he going
but
for man
This is
bun?
looking very chaotic here on the south. I don't know what to make of this. A lot of shots back and forth. A lot of rotations neck and neck with each other. And just hiding behind a vehicle next to a tree. Spray comes out, Shinboy drops man bun.
Good connection there on man bun. You saw the nade came out the second that he pulled out the nade. He saw man bun and very quickly tried to switch back to his main weapon to get that hit. And Ascendance now at range is spotting out Yaho. Not too much damage there on Shinboy. The focus still on Plube. Make sure they're not sharing this out. M4 not quite connecting. Plube was actually moving that vehicle, now trying to drive away to find another spot for safety further in the zone, but they are surrounded by so many teams, and there's not really a lot of opportunities for Plube to find a position that's not in line of sight of one of these 3 teams.
I guess this has to do. Took a couple of shots in. Oh, that's going to be it. It's going to be Sparking with the angle. Again, he's just running. Listen, at this point, Yaho, they know that they're safe in advancement. They're just trying to cause as much chaos as possible, and they are doing just that. They got Sparking. I'm sure he's on at least a little bit of a leash, but it's a pretty long one.
Sparking does what Sparking wants to do. But you know what? It's been working so far today. And Unana, once again, I mean, in the south, coming along the edge, always finding Ascendance. These 2 teams just cannot escape each other yet today. TTG is going to finally find the zone out along the edge, backfilling the position that SCG had, but the circle pulled away from that spot. As you can see, the mini-map out away from that. And it's a hard shift to the west.
Yeah.
So Yaho with that split, I mean, that's really going to come in clutch for them now. Shinboy and Balefrost can join the rest of the team, but you've got SCG, TTG, Ona, Ascendance, so many other teams that need to find a place to go, and there's not a lot of coverage in that circle.
Yeah. I'll talk about open area. Open space is a big old field that's taken up almost a quarter, maybe a little bit more of this next zone, next area. Train to go. They're going to have to force themselves through SCG, who have a bit of a spread. But SCG, they can't stick around too much either. So depending on the tempo that TTG play by, SCG might need to make a hard decision. But I think TTG are going to want to go for this. They're going to want to go super aggressive. But eUnited down here on the bottom side, they're pushing forward. They find themselves a little ridge that they can play on the south side of the circle. There's not a lot of cover. They're going to have to really be scared of who's pushing up from the south side. But at least with this terrain, they can stop being third party from the north.
Yeah, and it's also going to give them a line of sight for anybody who might continue to push in from the south, right? They're not going to have to worry about being sandwiched. They'll have that full control of the southern edge, which eUnited likes. They like to not have to worry about their backside, who's coming in, and just really focus forward. That said, Ascendance now making that move, closing in on Unana, and it might be the play to just take out Unana before heading to the zone, but they've got to act quickly as the blue closes in 1 minute and 30 seconds. You can see Grant Lantis took quite a bit of damage onto this. It's a trade of utility here as Scotchdock is going to go ahead and boost up, knowing that this fight could potentially fall out in the blue. These teams need to find more knocks or else pull away from this fight.
Lantis knocked himself. That's not good. And oh, there's a second knock for Ascendance. A nice trade back from Vegas. But the blue, as you mentioned, is coming in. So the time is not on Ascendance's side. 2 versus 2 as things stand.
The issue here, too, the issue here for Ascendance is that even after this fight's done, they still have to get to the zone, and the biggest issue in terms of that is going to be Yaho. Elsewhere, you guys can see in the picture-in-picture, eUnited in that position was pushed by Dodge, but TMG also came into the backside of that. Neither team was in the circle, and so unfortunately falling down just to Rello, as you can see, was able to get Wades, excuse me, trying to see if he can pick off a couple more players, but he's got nowhere else to go from that position. Too many line of sights onto this. Unana is eliminated as Vegas cleans that up, but now Ascendance in the blue need to move quickly.
Oh no, and now Rello, last one left for eUnited. We pulled away for just a few moments, and now it's down to 1 member left with 4 HP, and it might be TMG for a second game in a row. No, it's actually going to be Poonage with the final shot onto eUnited. TMG, they're getting the kills in the other direction as well because Dodge get eliminated. 9 teams remained as TTG are also taken out of the picture. And I think SCG, looking at the minimap, are not long for the world themselves.
Ascendance, you can see there on the minimap, are trying to come in from the blue, or rather Vegas, but there's not a lot of hope from that position. TMG, though, need to be careful for this wraparound that's coming from Yaho. Balefrost tried to push back out and get a line of sight onto the team. See if we could find that knock. Wasn't as successful, and they might even have spotted Vegas as well. But now with the zone getting ready to close back out, TMG is going to go ahead and pull back out, but Nootropic actually broke away from this as well.
This is huge. 2 members of Yaho have been taken down. And now TMG are pushing onto this position. Balefrost is going to try and defend, but he can't overextend. He needs to worry about keeping himself up, but he finds an opportunity to get another knock.
Oh, we hit those.
Oh, able to get one.
Oh, connection. Come on, he sees Nootropic. Balefrost still with that mini 14, popping heads as he is trying to take down multiple teams and keep the dream alive for Yaho. They are going to get eliminated, but now TMG need to work on recovery, get that res back up. Nootropic waste very little time, though, on fighting out this corner. It looks like for the time being, though, they are going to let them stay up. Now, Vegas, I didn't think he was getting his zone, but we just saw he was able to get in safely, and no one's looking in that direction. They've assumed at this point he's gone.
Yeah, he might actually be a really, really strong backstab.
Oh, no, they know he's there now.
Behind TMG. Oh, they might see him now, but it's also BBB that's putting a lot of pressure onto TMG's position. Looking over here to the northeast side, Richie B, the last one remaining for SCG, and Wildcard, they know that there was another rat in their midst. Shots come out. Grenade is prepped. He's hoping for at least 1 or 2 kills before he goes out. It gets 1 knock. Very good spray. Can he get a second?
Waikikamuka threw that flash bang, and Richie B was able to connect before it went off. And now you can see as that's worn, Adam tried to go in for the push. Adam's got a nade, though, so Richie B needing to be careful, trying to secure that kill onto Waikikamuka. Pick up the point. There it is. And spotting Adam there with the mini 14. Tries to take him down, but just misses all of those shots. Richie B now down to 50% of his health, needing to be careful. He's keeping an eye on TMG to make sure that they don't push as well. But with all of of Wildcard still up in that pressure. Excuse me, 3 members of Wildcard still up, keeping their main focus here on Richie B, though Greg Shot is kind of keeping an eye on what's happening elsewhere. Wildcard can't really move from this position until they take him out.
They're sort of putting themselves closer and closer inside the circle, but yeah, so much of their attention is on that single little corner of the zone. Where is Phase 6 going to shift? We see BBB actually break away from their previous compound across the field and make their way into what is just outside of the next phase. But they need to bolster down and hide away from Abstract, who need to push in behind them. But the high ground could do a lot of damage to open things up.
And they're opening up. AB has been in some fights here for a while on the western side. As you can see, Greg Shot was keeping an eye on them earlier, did get that knock on Stone Storm. Support from Nikus finds that kill. Wildcard have a lot of open terrain to go to get into the zone, and that is where things are going to get a little spicy here on out. TMG have the only compound that's playable from this, so with 7 teams up, couple of solos, we got no choice but to send it. Abstract loses 2. It's just Back Monster. The car's not looking so hot. He manages to get out just in the nick of time, finds himself a ridgeline, and somehow safety, but it's not in the circle. Bing, bang, boom, push out for the chase. Wildcard also trying to get in the zone as Back Monster gets taken out. Wildcard still don't know where to go. The option here looks to be to challenge BBB for that ridgeline.
Ooh, yeah. Absence going out is absolutely huge for Bing Bang Boom. Because now they can just focus on defending themselves from the push from Wildcard. We know that Wildcard, well, they're a really good pushing team. But BBB, well, they're not the easiest team to break their way through. A lot of smokes coming out just to give them the path inside, as well as to block the line of sight from Bing Bang Boom. Greg Shot drops Sharp Shot. That could be absolutely huge. We'll see what Wildcard want to do to follow up on it, but it looks like Keenan has the response.
Oh, this nade Adam's been holding on to for a while as Keenan's working on that res. This could be big if it lands. It looks like it's just going to bounce too far. Does damage, but doesn't take down either of the players. Nikus, meanwhile, did reposition, keeping a watchful eye on what is, I believe, Keenan. Or, excuse me, it is Roth. As Roth has actually gone to the side. And as you called, Nootropic coming in the backside of the send Lampalot and Uncivil to investigate, pick something off of this. Lampalot does spot out Keenan.
Oh man, BBB, they had a moment to try and hide away, but with a push from Wildcard on one side, and then Nootropic, great use of an opportunity that they see in front of them to backstab the third party, as well as even take over that position. So Wildcard with BBB taken out, still don't have a path into the circle, but an Uncivil flying out into the open air, that's going to be an easy knock and a free kill. So that's at least a 6 point from this round. Adam with the flash in hand is moving forward for more.
EM4 is out, sees the dead body of Uncivil, doesn't spot the other members of Nootropics, and trying to just do a little bit of gophering to see if he can spot out Soniqs or Lampalot without making himself overly vulnerable. He doesn't have support. Really, oh, excuse me, no, he does. Nikus is actually just behind him, on top of him, actually. Now as we move forward to the top 4 teams, no one in a full strong squad, but TMG, 3 up and a compound. You know they've got to be feeling lucky. But Richie B, a snake in the grass of rats, a potential thorn in one of these teams' sides. We've seen it before.
Yeah, the problem is he has to cross a road. However, I am not sure if TMG know that there's someone there. So if timing works out for him, Richie B could just cross that road with no one paying attention, because looking at Zealot, he's on the roof, and he's not even worried about anyone behind him. They're looking 100% at Wildcard and Nootropic.
Nikus and Adam have been very careful as they try to take on members of Nootropic. Soniqs right now is a little bit preoccupied with what's happening here with TMG. As we saw a couple shots out in his direction. He tried to see if he could find an in for the zone. Neither player is in the circle just yet, but Lampalot is going to spot one, but they went wide. The trade comes out here for Wildcard. Adam not yet in a position to get that res, as he's got to wait for Soniqs to show himself here. Time is running out, and still, again, neither team in the zone. The nade is out. Might be a secure here onto Nikos. Doesn't find the flush here. The second second one could potentially, but Adam is just going to wrap around, trying to see if he can spot him out in this position. TMG, meanwhile, send 2 out of the compound. Adam cleans it up, tries to go for the revive, but he spots members of TMG, knows it's not safe anymore. Colton also pushed out wide, trying to see if he can spot him out. And now Adam has very few options, but remember, we still have one member of SCG up.
The damage isn't landing from Colton. A good grenade coming out, but Adam has swung wide and dealt heavy damage to Colton, bringing him down to 5 HP. The northern contingent of TMG is trying to push in off the back of that, and Adam is still alive after all of this. And Richie B, well, you can't blame him, but he is just staying safe, and he is letting Adam bleed out. What a strong hold here.
TMG.
Adam is becoming impossible
TMG.
to take out, but TMG, they're in second place right now. They've confirmed second, but now, do they know where Richie B is?
I don't think they even knew that somebody else was there. The confidence for them to push out and clean that compound, in my opinion, reads that they thought all remaining members that were alive were in that corner. And you could instantly see when that secure comes, the game screen didn't win. All of them looked back towards the compound like, who is the last player that's alive? Where are they? And as Richie B takes to the roof, a 3v1, can TMG back-to-back win it?
They might have spotted him out now. Took a little bit of time to get to the roof. That jump vault key binding not really helping Richie for a second there. He's just hiding. This screams to me lack of information, because if he knew that there were 3 members of one team remaining, he'd try and go for more aggressive peeks, I'd have to imagine, because right now he's just hiding on the edge of the zone and hoping that another team that doesn't exist dies.
I mean, really, the play that SCG had from that, when you have that solo player, and you even brought this up earlier today, that SCG is always able to find a good lane into the late game and the zone, and this is a prime example of that. Richie B now having an opportunity here. Yes, it's a 1v3, but we discounted Tokyo Manji Gang the previous match when they were at a man disadvantage and a 2v4 versus eUnited. So if Richie B can find that knock, this could really change things out in his favor. And with TMG still split apart, that could be a knock onto Colton or a knock onto Zealot.
The problem is, TMG, when they're in the 2 versus 4 against eUnited, they also had a little bit of that terrain in their advantage, closer towards what was going to be the ending of the game. Richie B doesn't have that advantage. I can't even get that first initial knock. Brings Colton down very, very low. But at this point, his position has been revealed. He just got a small little corner of the face to work with. And I wonder if he might even just go away and deny this point.
I mean, there's still potential. You can see Colton does have a broken vest, so if he could get a shot or 2 into the chest there, that's going to be an easy knock onto Colton. Zealot and Wade's are also looking a little bit worse for wear, and so depending on how this could be played, there's still a chance here for Richie B, but now losing what's really just kind of everything but a corner of this compound, the circle not in his favor. Colton just outside of the fence, trying to put that pressure on him, does spot him out, takes shots to the feet, but down to 63 HP. Richie B still looking healthy and strong for this, so Colton gonna take another risk there, but there you go. Wade's with the throwables yet again. This time it's a Molotov, getting Richie B down to 22 HP, but he's not gonna give up just yet as he holds on to that primary weapon, tries to get a little bit of healing there with some bandages, what's left of what he's got, a few more flashbangs, trying to keep Colton from coming in on the push. He still wants this kill.
Oh, this is, and he actually gets him. He gets Colton. That's another point. It is going to be taken out in the end, so Tokyo Manji Gaming able to come out on top with the second win in a row. This one was more of a round secure rather than a round steal, but still, we'll take them. We'll all take them. But what I love about that end is that Colton, maybe I'm reaching for this. This might not necessarily be what happened, but his aggressive play, some would call over-aggressive play, kept Richie B from denying to the blue. Colton put himself out there like a really, really tasty treat. Hey, come get me, stay active, don't throw your point away. And that's what allowed them to get that last point, because the 1 point going to SCG was worth the risk of TMG getting their own point in return.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, Richie B not going for the point, still looking for kills as themselves. They need the points too, right? We've kind of saw, you know, the back-to-back wins from them yesterday, but it wasn't necessarily enough in terms of those kills. So with 2 games of Miramar to go, we've got a few teams that these are their last 2 games to play for that opportunity to qualify for regions. So we'll get more into that as we kind of come up to the penultimate match there for Group B as we come back from a break in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
And we are back with ESL PUBG Masters, the North American regional qualifiers. It is day 2, and groups B and C have been battling it out. We've got 4 games down, 2 left to go as we round out Miramar and B's final day to play. I am Clover, joined with Cameron Davis. And Cameron, back-to-back wins for TMG.
Yeah, looking really, really good for them. Both wins done in completely different way. Both wins done in completely different maps. So honestly, it looks like they are going to be a potential... I don't necessarily want to call them heavy hitters just yet, because at the end of the day, it is only 2 wins, but they are looking definitely better than I think I would have given them credit for coming into this regional playoffs. I'm not confident on the exact numbers that they are on the leaderboard, but I also think they're pretty secure in their chance for qualification to the main event.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's performance obviously had one big moment, and then a couple of moments that we thought were a little bit mid, that they had room for improvement. Today, we've seen that improvement thus far. And Yaho, another team that had their final day to play. All right, their moment to shine here. Shinboy up on the roof. They absolutely melted Edge in this position. And once again, finding so many kills even when the chicken dinner is not on the plate.
Yeah, even when they got taken out quite early into the game, considering their previous rounds. But yeah, the kill points were there. That's ultimately what it all comes out to. That's all that matters. They just worked this terrain, this area, like they milked it for all that it was worth. And I think the only thing that can take out Yaho is Yaho themselves, because that double knock that we saw, I think someone accidentally threw a frag grenade when they were supposed to throw a smoke. So, not entirely sure what happened, but the point is they got a bunch of kills before it all went topsy-turvy. That's the important part.
Yeah, and look, you can see 8 right there, and that final, look, 12 kills, double digits again. We've seen so many double kills from them throughout this event. TMG actually was pinched in that. In that moment, I kind of thought, oh, things are not looking good for Tokyo Manji Gang, but they managed to survive that fight and take the compound to the north that Yaho had been holding, and it was a winning move for them. You can see here in comparison, both teams have played now 2 days. Yaho, bigger on the kills, big on the damage, the total points at 110. But it is actually Tokyo Manji Gang that's slowly catching up in terms of points, a lot of that which is coming from placement.
Yeah, but when you look at the 30-point, let's round it to 30-point disparity between the kills, it's only a 20-point disparity between the total points, which means that the placements are definitely better for Tokyo. Total points is 20, which means it's only 10 points advantage for TMG on placements, which after as many games as they've all played, isn't really that much at the end of the day. It's just the fact that Yaho haven't been able to confirm any, change any of those second places to wins, whereas TMG just got 2 in a row. And as we all know, that bump in placement points from second to first is the single greatest bump between one placement and the next.
Now, as we get here into match number 5, the second Miramar game of the day, the question is, for me, are we going to see a hat trick from one of the 2 teams that's taken down 2 wins? You've got Bing Bang Boom, who are... it started off the day really well. Now TMG coming off back-to-backs could be potential for that three-peat. And then as well, I think, as some of the other teams that are kind of coming in fresh today. eUnited haven't really done anything. They came very close to a win, but I think that a win for them on the board could really carry that momentum for them forward to tomorrow, because they've kind of been a little bit modest in terms of kills this event so far.
Yeah, eUnited haven't necessarily looked like a bad team. They just haven't looked to be have like the highest highs that we've seen from them previously. With as long of a break as so many of these players, and especially full squads, have had from PCS 6, it's understandable that a few of them, no matter how many scrims they play, you got to take a little bit of time to warm up into the actual, regular games, the games that matter, especially a team like eUnited that didn't have to play the qualifiers up to this point. There's a little bit of ring rust that they got to shake off. But yeah, these last 2 games, if they can get a win or even just a really solid game under them, would be more than what they need. A win is going to help anyone's momentum, let's be honest. That's not unique to any one team or another.
Sure. And I mean, it feels good. I think we oftentimes don't talk as much about how much of a mental game that PUBG can be. I mean, we all know, we've had those experiences. You get into a match, you don't play well, you die, you get mad at how you could have played, you get in your own head, and that is very destructive. That can really, you know, in a way, drown you on the leaderboard. You're going to be so focused on the things that you feel like you're doing wrong that you can't really put that energy towards doing things right and learning. And so when we see those teams that maybe started out a little bit weak and then come out with the win or really a great game, double-digit kills up late, that can be the difference to getting them out of that negative mindset. And it's been really interesting to see just the big leaderboard jumps today that teams that kind of had a bad first day do. And we could see that again tomorrow for teams coming in from Group C. These is their first games. This is the first time that they're back on the battlefield, some of which haven't really played at a comp level in quite some time, that we've kind of seen the return of some players. So that's kind of what is really good about the regional qualifiers, but also what can make things tricky.
Yeah. Still a looting process right now for all the teams. Didn't really mention, but the first circle is towards the southwest. The very high ridge is sort of in very stark contrast from the terrain that we saw from the previous game, which was relatively flat, especially when you got towards the center. So hopefully we're going to see a lot more top-down play, a lot more tricky rotations, swinging on through those valleys as well.
Now, the top 4 damage dealers per match are all Yaho, something that has been really interesting. Sparking in the lead with an average of 350. Shinboy not far behind with 341. Poonage 334. Bale 310. Outside of those Yaho players, it's actually Vegas that's next average highest, but Tilt Town a little happy here. This is the thing, though, like, I mean, kind of coming back to the damage thing, is that the teams that have that consistency, the teams that have that average damage, are the ones that we're going to see really big out. Train to Go, I feel like we've seen them less on the damage in terms of what we've kind of saw, but instead having those early fights, that good positioning from them. Because, yeah, they get these early kills, they find some people on these early rotations, and then we get to the late game, and it kind of is a bit of a struggle for them.
Ooh, Balefrost. Saw him do a little bit of a loop-de-loop and waiting for the backup of Sparking to arrive. Sounds like they knew that Sociopath was here, and they are going to be taking that lone player out. How dare you camp us? You camp us? You camp Yaho? How dare you? But oh no, Bloop. Oh no, Bail.
Oh,
okay,
no.
Okay. Ego play. That was the ego play right there.
Just a
I mean,
little.
Socio is
if
so
you're
dead.
gonna do it, it's Yaho, right? They're 110 points. They can have a little fun. Oh no. Good job, Ploop, though. Good getting that last little kill on Balefrost. But now Yaho have to play as a 3-man for the rest of the team. And Bale, that's going to hurt your average damage.
Listen, they only got 2 games left. Bale with 310. He's 40 a game away from Sparking. I don't know if he would have had to basically take out Sparking at the top of the game himself to really try and catch up and take the lead. So at this point, I think they might be trying to see how high Sparking can get.
You know, Sparking has shown us his chops before. Again, he's the MVP from PCS 6, but Suvi says this. I'm saying Sparking, and I'm thinking Sharp Shot. My brain's gone.
He's the Brazilian MVP from PCS 6.
Well, he was the Brazilian MVP, and he's the MVP of our hearts. He's the MVP of Brazil for PNC, too.
Yeah.
Let's go Sparking.
Oh, boy. Fatty swinging on in, but he's the last one left. Oh, no. I mean, a lot of Poonage and Shimboy there, but listen, this fight meant nothing. I'll be honest, guys. Like,
it meant nothing,
303.
I swear.
Where are 303? Yeah, 303 are 14th on the leaderboard, and this was their last day of play. They were not going to be in a comfortable position unless they took a fight. Like, if they won that fight and then sort of propelled that into a solid, like, high kill game win, then maybe we can talk about something. But ultimately, that fight meant nothing because they're not getting into the top 10 at the end of tomorrow, and then Yaho are not getting out of the top 10 at the end of tomorrow. So a fun little diversion, a fun little appetizer, shall we say, for the rest of this game playing out.
I mean, again, the Group B teams, these are the teams that are finishing Their qualifying games today, they have to sit out tomorrow while ANC play. It is Yaho, Bing Bang Boom, Short Circuit Gaming, Ascendance, Train to Go, Tokyo Manji Gang, 303, and Tilt Town. Now, a couple of those teams really passed the cusp of qualifying. Tilt Town could try and make a big run for it, but they've got to get huge numbers down in these last 2 games to make sure that either teams from either A or C don't knock them out. When you start looking a little bit lower, that's when things are looking hard for some of those other teams down the leaderboard. But sparking Yaho, once again fighting an early fight. I feel like everybody's just gunning out for him right now.
Yeah, actually, this could be huge. This is a totally different story from 303. Looking at SCG, SCG are still in a mostly comfortable position, but if they go out early here and they go out early, like they don't want to go out early. They're not going to be in a very super comfortable position if they have 2 bad games. So they want to at least stabilize something here.
And smoke wall is out. There's a buggy. The smoke on the buggy to maybe be the escape pod that Shinboy needs. C is going to lie prone, wait for that good position to get in the buggy, finds it, able to drive off, and dare I say, potentially escape? He does. There you go. Good job, Shinboy.
Escape from certain death. Escape from this fight? Nah, they're sticking around. Yaho have 0 reason to leave this position. They're not going to give it up. They're not going to give it up to anyone, much less SCG, please.
See Sparking taking shots now towards Extreme. Extreme trying to go on the reposition, taking that northern high ground and maybe even finding another entry point into the circle. I mean, SCG are also kind of in this, right? You could break away, leave Neferhor behind, and just send 2 into the zone. But I think until Neferhor gets knocked or eliminated, we're not going to see SCG fully break away from this fight. Now, if Nef goes down, I think the last few players of SCG are going to just kind of leave this be.
I don't know, looking at Extreme's play here, looks like they actually really want this fight. And with Sparking going down, that's absolutely huge. Vox does bleed out, so it makes this a 3 versus 2 engagement. But with the surround that SCG have, this could be not going to be an easy fight necessarily, but a simple point grab and positional grab as they extend themselves into the middle. The problem is, will Yaho give them the clean, fair fights that SCG want, or are they just going to camp out in the building and force SCG to push on into close quarters?
Yeah, and Extreme and Richie B really taking the attention away from Poonage and Shinboy as well. And you can see that they are in the 2 stories, so they don't have the angle of Neferhor walking up onto that compound. A good distraction tactic from Richie B and Extreme as well to make sure they can get their 3rd teammate into close range to try to clear out what's left of Yaho. Looking here on the map, you can see they've really got them pinned down. Now the circle's going to hard shift away from this. And that's a bit of a travel time. So this fight has to either finish up real fast or someone's going to have to leave, because that's going to really hurt their late game. And you can see Extreme is already repositioning for it.
Yeah, Yaho is not that team that can leave here. Or rather, well, maybe I spoke too soon. Poonage is going to go for that fight, hoping to catch someone off guard, hoping that SCG perhaps were already getting in their own vehicles, but instead he's going to get taken out. It's all up to Shinboy, 1 versus 3, and the bolt action can do a lot of work, but it's not going to land there.
Shinboy is just waiting for Neferhor to come back up. The flashbangs are coming out. The last one's going to hit. Shinboy tries to reposition to safely. Finally, as that flash fades, you can see just narrowly escaping around. Richie B was actually moving, so he didn't quite have the angle on this. The Molotovs, though, from Neferhor are going to hit. Shinboy popping that first aid kit. He's got nowhere to go, and SCG cleaned this one out. Yaho going out in 15th place. I mean, this might be their worst performance yet, and I'm putting that with an asterisk because they still got 5 kills.
They still got 5 kills, so if that's the worst that they have, then Yaho are a very, very scary team. And oh, look at that. That's exactly what happened. They are a very, very scary team. But looking back towards the rest of the circle, as we mentioned, that hard shift didn't affect only Yaho or SCG. Everyone else is also having to make a move up here towards the cliff sides just south of Monte Nuevo. Finna finding an open little hut, or big hut, should I say. Big old warehouse, big old barn, to be more specific. And that's a good grab, positional grab for Dodge. Look at Maji. Of course he's off on his own. Listen.
Always.
At what point is it like high ground, overwatch, flank watch? And how much is it he just doesn't trust the shot caller's movements?
Plot twist, maybe Maji is the shot caller. I mean, that said, it's always a good information gathering for him, but it's
hey, you guys go over there. Let me know if there's danger. We've
seen that before from some players, unfortunately. I'm not I'm not going to call them out. I'm not going to be that toxic because a lot of them have grown from what I will call a bad habit. But at least thus far for Ascendance, Maji's been able to survive that positioning. He's been able to get a lot of information for his team and use that. But TMG, Edge, now on potentially fighting for a high ground here, trying to get a center. I mean, this is the high ground, low ground split for these types of circles.
I mean, there's not a fight that TMG doesn't like. Of course, actually, Vegas shooting them from the backside, that might be just the fight that they were hoping to avoid. But in a way, this could continue to propel them forward on top of Edge. Shots don't really land at that range, not the easiest shots to hit. But it does mean that TMG are still looking pretty healthy as they overtake Edge's position. Femme Fatale running away, 10 HP. That HP bar do be blinking.
It do, oh my gosh, you trapped me again. It do be blinking as well, but Zealot is going to take that first aid kit out, pops that one off. 3 members up for TMG, but as you said, the aggression's still here. They're committed to this compound, especially with the knowledge Descendants is down to the south. They don't want to get pinched out in the open, and feeling confident in taking out Shoreen. The last player still up for Team Edge. Molotovs are out, but Shoreen able to get out. Has been spotted by Hello, my bad. Comes back inside one more time, try to use the safety of the compound to pop out that first aid kit. But Shoreen is running out of opportunities. Even as TMG comes into the compound, you've also got Ascendance, who potentially has line of sight from that escape, should Shoreen choose to go to the west.
Circle does transition. Phase 3, and the grenades, they're continuing to transition on top of Shoreen. But still not dead. 12 HP. That shift, far shift towards the west, that makes this ridge even more valuable. So TMG are loving the state of things, as are Ascendance and, well, Team Edge. They are not, because, well, it's got to hurt when you're getting taken out and you could think, oh man, we would have the best spot in the entire game. But instead, you're just back into the lobby.
Womp womp. But, okay, here we go. TMG, center, compound, not having to move. We've seen this quite a few times from them. It's gotten them 2 chicken dinners. Ascendance coming up for the pressure, but TAC 8 following alongside that. Meanwhile, Abstract having to deal with pressure of their own from Bing Bang Boom. 1 HP onto Old List, pops that first aid kit just in time, but Tilt Town in a vehicle explosion rolling up onto AB gets taken out. All right.
Ooh, sharp shot. That's an early game AWM, and he wants to land some headshots with it. He's definitely sending out some feelers. They lost Keenan already. At least they were able to get another kill previously this round. Doesn't hurt so much.
Oh, well,
still have very dangerous neighbors across the road. Unana facing off against Wildcard. Grenade goes out, but Sedek tries to go back inside. Gets shot in the back. And this is a very dangerous position for Unana.
Unana really down to just Joshi at this point, as we saw Wildcard really annihilating quite a few players out onto this push. Nikus is actually distracted right now from Dodge, and so Joshi having to deal with 2 players of Wildcard on the outside of this compound, knocking on the door. You can see quick open, throw of the smoke, closing the door, trying to give him a little extra time to prepare as he posts down some boosters. All he's got left here is a couple of smokes and Molotovs, waiting to see if Wildcard's going to push into this compound. White Mukau rotating out in the distance, as with Nikos along to join. I mean, they could push this compound, but they need to have extra information on what's going on with Joshi as they get that final flush. I think the confidence now is the team is all here to potentially push and take him out.
Good leverage position here by Adam, even if they know that there's one random player left in this whole compound. They don't need to be super aggressive with things, just get themselves into a solid position as the next circle closes. Cow has an eye on other teams rotating all around them, so really Adam's just keeping watch on this building. Don't need to throw yourself to the wolves, or the singular wolf, that is, by running across and trying to take on this last player, become a hero. Just make sure everything is locked down, make sure everything is in its proper place.
As we take another look at the circle to see whether or not we go up to the west on the high ground or hang down to the east, which could really complicate things. That finally answered the question for teams not sure where they want to go. TAC 8's got that bowl to play from, but if you're BBB, eUnited, you've got to pull away from that low ground across the street.
God, this is really good for SCG. Look at them swing on in, take that relatively central position. It's on the low ground, but it's hard cover. Beggars. Well, I'm not going to call them beggars necessarily, but still, they're going to be happy with that one. They're not going to complain about it too much. But still, TMG with the best position. That cannot be discounted.
You know, I don't even necessarily want to call it luck. I think that they're really prioritizing position. I mean, we saw, right? They were pinched out in the open and decided, hey, we're going to take a fight, take that position. And talking about fights, drive-bys again, we've seen a couple of drive-bys be very successful here for Bing Bang Boom, as they're going to go ahead and not only take out Back Monster, but see if they can get rid of the rest of A, B, and hold the edge part of this zone. Arson does get taken down, and now Zumox and Stone, last two up, out from the splitter, kind of trapped in that compound. It is in the zone, but that's going to push ABB off this cliff.
Yeah. Very aggressive maneuvers by BBB. They really want to deal as much damage as they can, because despite being in the circle, it's not a comfortable spot. It's right on the edge. But Absence are giving them a lot of damage in return. Not the most comfortable take, not the most comfortable send by Bing Bang Boom here.
Adam, again, Adam's just been finding these crazy angles there as he's taking a look for Finna. eUnited, big rotation. We're up a little further north instead, going to try to take just another edge position. I mean, they're keeping their head down. The big issue here is that it's taking away scoring opportunities for them to get kills. So it's still early, phase 4. There's plenty of opportunity for them to find something, but also finding something, TTG finding themselves in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. Ah, man, we talked about TTG, how it looked like on previous rounds. They had some good rotations. This one was not one of those rotations. But at this time, not a lot of options other than just to send it onto this low ground road. They prioritize speed over safety, and they're going to pay the price for it. But Ethan somehow finds an angle to get a grenade onto Niku. Suddenly, Cal has to worry about more than he was expecting. Pulling the vehicle out for cover, but Dodger sending it in.
I mean, the confidence here from Dodge to take this compound, it really showed, but unfortunately, Gats gets taken out. The trade comes in. Ethan spotting out Nikus, and Waikikimukau is completely vacate the area. The issue with west of Wildcard, though, is they're vacating right into what's left of TTG and Onanana. And I think Waikikimukau realizing that is kind of in a little bit of a scramble to scout for a position to put out safely that's also out of line of sight of Dodge. And there you go. Spartacus up on the ridgeline is going to spot out, looks like Greg Shot and Adam. I think he saw Adam in that compound. I'm just going to see if he can get an angle on him here.
Man, TMG. I don't know who they paid off for this string of circle shifts.
Joshy.
But it's looking really, really good for them.
I honestly completely, Joshy has been in that compound for quite some time. Wildcard never fully pushed and took him out of there. And as TTG pushed in that angle, Joshy was actually rewarded with not one but 2 kills. And I think that brought the attention back on him from Wildcard. Like, oh yeah, that guy we haven't taken care of. We should probably take care of him.
Yeah. No, honestly, I think the Wildcard probably didn't forget about him, but it was a really good use of, I guess, the lack of TTG's information. Either way, Joshy, what can you do? Can you find any more than this? Running around, free fire in the window, finds another knock. Great Shot is there to stop Joshy's reign of terror, but the amount of time is going to take them to get the revive onto Adam. Oh, I was going to say it could have been an opportunity capitalized by Dodge, but it looks like with the circle shift as it is, Dodge don't find any value in pushing onto that opening. And instead, it's going to give Wildcard the opportunity to fully reset. Looking over here on the Nootropic, as they are looking over BBB.
A new topic, I think it looks like they had sent Uncivil to keep an eye on what's been happening with Wildcard to make sure that Wildcard didn't wrap on that position, but they've been really focused on Bing Bang Boom. They've been playing, trying to deny anybody coming up from the low ground out of that position. New Tropic, landing the damage, but haven't found any kills or knocks. That nice headshot there, but it's not enough to get a knock there onto members of Bing Bang Boom. Meanwhile, eUnited on the push, do lose 2. Rello and Kickstart knockdown. Flood gets knocked. It's just up to Snakers, as Maji, our boy Ascendance, able to hold the South strong in this position.
Oh, the shots coming out from Hallow Senpai, but it's going to be traded in return. Sharp Shot continuing to make that a WM, seeing United is eliminated in the meantime. So that run that we were hoping from United, maybe not going to be as hot as we were expecting. But Lamplight going to be carrying his fallen teammate away to safety to get the free revive. That's going to open up space for Bing Bang Boom to try and refill, because they're going to need as much space as they can get, because you can see them on the minimap. They're all one tiny little dot, all 3 of them in one singular position.
Yeah, and I mean, really, again, good use of the carry feature. As you pointed out, they're able to get that revive. Also keeping an eye on other teams. Abstract, 5 kills, but only down to 2 players, are going to continue taking this fight to Bing Bang Boom. But as you said, really just condensed down to one small position here. Stone can get one knock. He's going to find it here. It's Zolmox there, or Roth, excuse me, that falls down. Stone does find a second one. It's Oldless. Can he get the final member of Bing Bang Boom? Sharp shot with the nades out, but it's gonna be Tater. It comes in from the side. TAC8 third parting this, and now Sharp shot, still not out of the blue just yet, is gonna pop out that first aid, but you can see Hooligan, Zenny going wide, seeing if they can take him out.
6 shots left. He's got 3 targets. Can he make this work? Oh, range not favoring that weapon for Sharp shot. He knows he needs to move. He needs to make a push of his own, or else he's going to get surrounded. But the flashes, that just, can't get comfortable, can't get situated, can't find an opportunity. It's going to be BBB eliminated in 7th place. Tactical 8 overtaking this position. They do have a player knocked on their own side, but they should be able to get the revive and continue to play out S3.
Yeah, I mean, TAC8, really great use of flashbangs there. We saw that every single time the animation finally went away, the blindness went away from Sharp Shot. They threw another one. He had tried to lie prone just to give himself a little bit of cover, but it wasn't going to be enough. So TAC8 now sitting on 5 kills. They've got the edge of zone, and they're waiting until the last moment to push in because it is still not the best position, right? When you consider the fact that Nootropic was still in this area. That said, everybody else kind of in the zone now. So you've got Dodge that are able to pull out of their compound. Waikikamuka and the rest of Wildcard once again having a hard shift away from them from the north. Waikikamuka sitting it early, trying to spot something out. Adam holding down the fort as he tries to make sure that Nootropic doesn't take that position from them as well.
Couple of shots, but the blue forces Wildcard to back away. At least Cow is there for a little bit of an opening. Hey guys, follow me, but oh no, Dodge! Oh, they've peeked out and over. And now Greg Shot has been taken out. Cal is able to get a trade. But still, only 2 members of Wildcard still standing. And now TMG are getting a little curious.
I love this. This is rough. But Waikikamuka really has his eyes on all the squads coming around him. TAC8 coming up onto Nootropic are going to get spotted out, but the trade comes out. Tater taking down Halo Senpai. As you can see, Lampalot melting in. Tater falls down out here, and that is bad news there for TAC8. With Lampalot, though, playing out as a solo. No time to get that res just yet on his last teammate. Going to try and run for zone. Throwables out, but looks like Lampalot still going to have the angle onto this. Tries to get one. Meanwhile, Dodge eliminated by Ascendance as we see down below. Lampalot did get that finish onto Tater. He's keeping that pressure here onto TAC8. Tries to get Zenny, gets him down real low. Can't quite connect onto this. Doesn't find the knock from it, but he still knows exactly where he is. Takes down Zenny, and TAC8 eliminated. We've got our top 4. Lampalot as a solo. No full 4-man squads again at the end game.
Boy, Wildcard actually able to pit themselves quite, not that comfortably, but still quite successfully under TMG. And TMG can't overpeak that ridge without the fear of getting shot by, I think, Ascendance. They might be able to find an angle here, especially looking at how much ground they're taking there from the south. But Cow and Adam, how successful can they hold down onto this position? Circle shifts just to their east. Oh, and they need to get this kill! Watch the window! Watch the window! Oh, not that window, the other one! That's how my bad peeks out. Gets the first, gets the second. Oh, he makes it work. And if, in case he didn't, well, his teammates were there to swing around the side to clear out the rats from the north.
I mean, you know, he did get the right window the second time, but TMG is just absolutely on their game. But Nootropic do have a solo in the midst. Lampalot has been very quiet and looking for an opportunity to make something of this game and potentially pick up additional points for him and his team. Ascendance sending Vegas ahead as well to investigate the compound. He's got their last 3 teams still up and standing. Zealot always finding that angle to play, looking for that flank. I think he's still aware that Lampalot as a solo is in this area, and he's making sure that nobody's able to sneak up onto their compounds and break their focus away of Ascendance, and is just going to go ahead and take that commitment. Unfortunately, does get hit not once but twice by Lampalot, but with 2 men up, they're able to take out that last solo and now turn all their attention on the 3 players left of Ascendance.
But while this is happening, Ascendance has just been taking more and more ground. TMG need to take a quick moment to heal up because Lampalot, well, he didn't get a kill, but he still got quite a bit of damage. And Ascendance, they are just reaping the rewards from all of this. Grant Lantis swinging around from the side. Nice high ground to find the information. And at some point, they should be able to recognize that they essentially have TMG cornered.
Grant Lantis being very sneaky right now, trying to carefully crouch on to TMG, not give away his position too quickly. As you can see, Zealot still playing that wide angle, and Maji, wouldn't you know it, doing a bit of the same. Ascendance and I mean, really both these teams, we're in Phase 7 right now, and they've got time to work. We'll move forward to Phase 8, have one more circle shift, Phase 9 with the dot. They could take this as slow as they want, and it looks to be, so far, both teams aren't taking too many chances. They're really out on information gathering, and as you even kind of said, Ascendance taking a lot of grounds. That could be a little bit easier to clear up what's left of TMG.
Maji. It's all on Maji to find the information and to watch that flank. He's been practicing for this. He's been warmed up for this the entire day. And now the circle does shift in his direction. How can Ascendance continue to make this work? Tokyo Manji Gaming, they are grouping on up. They're going to be sweeping around the edge. They're able to isolate Grant here. They could be able to find that opening, get the advantage, but Vegas is also running up for support, for assistance.
This is a good angle here. Grant Lantis, I mean, if it really, as you said, there's 2v1, 2v1s on both sides, and depending on who gets that first opening knock, that could really dictate how this thing ends out. Grant Lantis is going to connect, finds one knock. Can he find a second one? Vegas is actually going to get the flush there onto Wade's. Flashbangs are out, throwables into play. Grant Lantis back again with the barrel, is going to find a second knock. Zealot falls here. TMG down to just one. Grant Lantis has spotted him. The information is out. Ascendance as a two-man. Can they find the final player here of TMG? Hello, My Bad knows exactly where Grant Lantis is. Spots him. Oh! It's that second knock here. It's 1v1. It could be anybody's game, and it's going to be Maji with the final kill. Ascendance find their first chicken dinner winner of the day.
Oh man, Maji, the master of all the baiters, lets his teammates all die, and then he comes in with the final shot and gets the win. He was warmed up, he was ready, he knew exactly what he needed to do. But seriously, I think both those teams played that late game out very, very well. The big advantage that Ascendance had was the fact that they were able to take so much ground leading up to that point. In fact, especially after the first kill went their way, I thought they had it in the bag. Hallow brought it a lot closer than I would have expected. But then there was Maji. Of course.
As you call it, Maji's been practicing all day, but I mean, TMG as well. That is very reminiscent of their first win on Erangel earlier today. Able to kind of split apart, tried to usher in Ascendance into a singular position like they did with eUnited earlier in the day. It didn't quite work. In fact, it actually kind of backfired on them. They got a little bit too spread and were able to easily get picked apart from Ascendance at the end. But I mean, down to a 1v1, it was so close. Yeah. Either of those teams could have taken the victory, and they played that one so well from middle to end.
Yeah, honestly, TMG are really coming up huge here. Like they have all but punched. I'm pretty sure they've actually all punched their ticket, 100% punched their ticket into the main event. So it's going to be really exciting to see what they can perform there.
All right, well, talking about performance again, guys, just a reminder that PUBG Esports PCS 7 registration is now open. If you think you have what it takes to take on the best, like people you've seen here in the lobby, open qualifiers start August 10th, so make sure you sign up at na.pubgesports.com for your chance at PGC Points and a stab at that $250,000 prize pool in money. But Cameron, we've got one more match to go.
Yep.
Group B could make some big moves. We'll find out here in just a second, guys, so make sure you stick around for the final match of the day.
I'm a setting sun, but I'll never run. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking, kill till I die. Hell's in my door, yeah, I'll take and kill till I die.
It's cold breath reminds me the shadows of death will find me. I'm a dead man before I die. I'll take every soul I can into the night and kill till I die.
All right, 5 matches have been played today. We've got one more to go in the ESL PUBG Masters. It's the NA Regional Qualifiers. I am Clover, joined by Cameron Davis. Cammy, we almost saw a three-peat from TMG. Ooh. It didn't happen. It was so close. But Maji, with that final kill, got Ascendance their first win.
Yeah, Ascendance played that endgame very, very well. And this is a team that it feels like they consistently struggled to even make it towards the late game. I feel like they're always running from the blue, perhaps playing it a little bit too safe in terms of macro, or otherwise just unable to find a way to sort of break through a wall that's in front of them. But this time around, they were able to maneuver themselves to just backfill multiple different teams. And I think they were able to utilize the sort of high ground, low ground dynamic of that map to their advantage. In order to get to that position. And then once it came down to it, they filled up the center when TMG was distracted by a bunch of other teams around the side, and they were able to take the win with also a good number of kills between the two of them at the top.
Absolutely. And, you know, talking about kills real quick, this wipe, AB versus Tilt Town. You can see Tilt Town got themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. AB had the angles, that vehicle explosion annihilating what was left, and now I've dodged with the nades.
Yeah. Good send here by Dodge, taking over Wildcard. Wildcard had solid positioning around the side. They're usually more of a pushing team, but when the circle comes your way, you can't tell it to not. So you deal with what you're working with, and they actually able to swing around the north side. And then Nootropic here, facing off against Tactical 8, did a lot of damage to them, but this final 1 versus 1, I mean, pretty easy for Lamp once Zenny got out in the open, but Zenny made him work for it, hiding behind the tree. If it wasn't for the blue, I actually think Zenny could have had a real shot in this engagement.
Yeah, Lamp a lot, you know, using that high ground. You see Zenny coming out from that tree. They're able to kind of pinch them down. 2 kills to start for Lamp a lot, and he did keep himself up almost there for the very end game. But The big thing here, right, is TMG almost getting another victory. They had a compound. They were able to play it well. They kind of kept the pressure outside of it. But then, well, when push came to shove, coming in on the chase, it started with Grantlantis trying to get that separation. TMG got that knock onto Vegas, but unfortunately it came at the cost of trades. Maji able to stay up at the very end as Grantlantis is going to get knocked here in just a second. And that is kind of what changed things here. That real strong play from Maji, taking out Hello Senpai at the end. Or, see, there's too many hollows.
Too many hollows. There are two
too
of
many
them,
hollows.
but that's too many.
You know what? If I just say hollow, I got a 1 in 2 chance of getting it right.
No, you get what?
What?
Because it's going to be right. Okay, anyway. I feel like this is getting back into the realm of math, and I don't want to deal with that.
I'm an art major, okay? There we go. Getting into things, though.
art majors need to at least, like, visualize things outside of themselves. I'm an acting major. I'm a theater major. I don't even need to do that. I just need to memorize words.
You know what? I could use a little bit of that right now because I feel like as we talk about the final match, guys, we're getting into match number 6. This is it for Group B. We've said that a couple times today because it's been really close. Coming into today, there's a couple teams I weren't quite sure going to make it. As we kind of take a look, you'll see the leaderboard come up on the left-hand side in a little bit. A couple of teams in a good position moving forward, but there's some teams in Group C. We were expecting to do a lot better, and they're not putting themselves in a good position for tomorrow. Most notably, eUnited. I really expected a stronger play from them today. They've been a little more modest in terms of what we see from them. They're really focusing on rotations and edge positioning, which is getting them into the mid and late game lower on kills. And then when they get themselves in a position that doesn't work for them, then they're going out with little to no kills.
Yeah, they're not performing terribly. They have 1 second place with 13 kills. That's really keeping them in the running. But it's not the big showing that we were expecting out of them, like we saw from Soniqs and Yaho. And it's going to put them in a less comfortable position going into tomorrow. Because, like, look at Yaho. They're running around. They don't have a care in the world. Soniqs, when they come back into the game tomorrow, they're not going to have a care in the world. eUnited, they're going to have to, really worry about things to keep themselves out of that bubble position. But this good circle, I mean, this is back more towards what we would expect eUnited to perform well at. It didn't happen in the previous round, partly because of what happened in the early game with Yaho, but they should be prepared for it this time around.
We saw just real quick, I mean, Cater managed to get into the building safely with 1 HP. Tokyo Manji game, at the very top of the show, we talked about how they had one fantastic match, Wade's with the nades yesterday. And then everything else just kind of fell a little lower in performance than what we could potentially expect from these players. There's a lot of old and good PUBG on this team, and it's shown today. Almost 3 wins. They had 2 chicken dinners, 1 on each match. And this is, I feel like, a team that's finally gelling, finally confident. They're taking a wide variety of fights. They're able to play very different styles of PUBG, and that is the type of creativity that I think is really going to carry them forward in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, they're a relatively new team, right? As far as the specific collection of 4 players. We've seen a lot of these players around for at least a year, some of them a little bit further than that. But them coming into this with, I mean, they've had practice from the qualifiers, but that's basically been what the practice is. It's not like they competed in a different competition, failed at that, learned their lessons, and now here they are. They've basically all taken their collective histories and just combined them all together, merged them together, and looks like it's a pretty good cake that's being baked.
I do like cake. All right, here's the thing.
Yeah. What's your favorite kind?
I
name
love,
one. You like cake? You're a big cake fan. Name one type of cake.
Are you gatekeeping?
I'm gatekeeping pastries here.
I actually am a big German chocolate cake. Anything chocolate or peanut butter, I am obsessed. I know some people are more vanilla. Some people like even carrot cake, which is great. But the more chocolate, the better, please.
Chocolate. What a normie take. Obviously, everyone knows chocolate cake. That's when they became popular. What about a deep cut, like a B-side?
What about some tres leches? Get a little fancy with it. All right, enough about cakes, though. One thing that I really do also want to touch on is for the teams, again, that are just kind of ramping up and then have that big push for tomorrow that they really need to focus on, because we're starting to close the chapter. Even coming into this match, we can look at certain teams like Tilt Town, 36 points. Even if they explode this match, the likelihood of them moving forward is going to be really tough. You'd have to see a ton of point sponging from teams at the top to give some of those teams a chance. And then when you look kind of, I guess like 303, right? They're in 15th place. They're not really performing, and I don't think at this point we can safely say at this point that 303 probably isn't making forward to the grand finals. So now if you're those teams that are in C, you're a little bit low. You haven't really put down points. Edge and Unana single digit after 5 games. You've got to turn that up. You've got to bring the action if you want to survive tomorrow.
Yeah. So the way that the math is a good estimate of the math is to be 6th place at the end of the day, if you want to be top 10, have a chance, essentially. But a lot of fighting, it looks like, as teams are just trying to get the points where they can. Nootropic sending it in onto Cow. And we actually saw Lampalot spot this rotation earlier on. And the fact that they're acting on it just means that they really, really want these points, and they saw an opportunity to get it. So they're a nice kill going their way. Wildcards, again, I feel like we've seen them lose a player early quite a few times.
You know, but if anything, it's a testament to show that even as a 3-man, they're able to play up well to the late game.
This is true.
And almost kind of, I'm going to do a big throwback. You know, we're talking about chemistry and people that play well together. And I feel like Wildcard is a good example of that. I mean, Adam, it's always really good with anybody that you put him in, especially if you get in the late game. As a 2-man, as a duo, that can be really scary if they can kind of get their shots. Fortunately, Adam didn't get the shots in the window last match, and that kind of cost them a bit on that fight versus TMG. But that said, I mean, the consistency to get to the late game and still be a viable threat is something I really love seeing from Wildcard. Where are you going,
rotation still coming on through. Driving it around in the whip. Punish is ready for someone to show their face, where they ought to not. They're just asking for a fight, essentially. Want to talk about, you know, ego play, guaranteed advancement? That's definitely Yaho.
Ooh, Nana with an ego play. Nana is far away from the rest of their team. The rest of Edge is further down to the south. Nana actually kind of pushed in to get some kills on TTG, but Dodge is also in that area. So Nana needs to be a bit careful as driving past Cater. I'm not sure if they were just shot at from Dodge. No, they're still in this. And Finna, you can see out in the distance, this is kind of the showing of Dodge being on the north side of Cruz here. Get your flush on Cater and get out of here. You've got to let this one go, Edge.
They're trying.
Yeah, I mean, you got to practice.
They don't want to seat swap. They don't want to seat swap, but they're trying. There it is. Nana finally finds that angle, but Dodge definitely heard that. Finna definitely heard that. Finna might be in a position to sort of, what is it, clothesline Nana on their rotation out of this. At least be crouched when you're doing this, Nana. Come on. At least be crouched.
I'm so nervous.
I know. Because look, the lineup. Oh man, if only one more shot hit, then I think Nana could have been taken out. There's a small window for Finna to land all those bullets, but still, I imagine they might be a little disappointed at that.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Nana's down to half, I believe. I mean, if anybody's going to hit it, it's Ethan, right?
Yeah, well.
You didn't hit that, Ethan.
Looks like they're out. Looks like the west part of Cruz de Valle is all for Dodge, but now Ascendance comes up onto the east side, and Nootropic also rotating in. They're coming from the far west. Not just Wildcard, but also BBB are immediately in their way. But we'll see if they want to stop on any of these fights or they just want to push on through. This circle is a bit more towards the north and the east from the similar zone that we saw in Game 4, which would be the first Miramar round, which I think, honestly, changes up the terrain quite a fair bit. It's still a lot of that sort of openness that we've come to expect from this area, but I think there's more playable spots here because a lot of what has been removed on the west side, just outside the edge of this zone, were mountaintops that you would use in the early game, but you wouldn't really play too much into going into the mid or the late.
Yeah, I mean, you know, those are those scouting vantage points that what Maji really likes, to walk away from his team and take that high ground and get that information. Yeah. But you know, that said, I mean, the one thing about this circle is it does put in the potential risk for a Death Valley finish. That road that's in the gully west of Al-Zahar, that could be a really difficult circle for a lot of teams to play on, because again, it's that head tails flip. Do you go to the north? Do you go to the south? Cruz de Valle, there's a lot of open terrain out around that area as well, and so teams right now focusing on loot, making sure they're just in the zone safely, but not going to stress too hard on this late game I guess potential for where they want to be late in the game, I should say, until we get to phase 2 or 3, because there's still so much terrain and so much open terrain in the zone.
Guys, Yaho, they've already advanced. Why would you give them a crate? That's just mean. That's just cruel.
You know, I mean, if you're Yaho, go practice, have some fun, do some team exercises.
Oh, hey, look, there's a target. Get him! It's 303. Oh, they're definitely gonna put this new crate weapon, crate equipment to good use. Sociopath trying to seed swap out. Oh, Blue actually finds the first knock, so Punich goes down. Sparking is there for the trade, but still, that first knock is going to incentivize 303 to stay into this fight.
Come on, Batty. You can do it.
Come on, let me shots. You got it. You got it. Oh, that's one. That's a headshot.
Do you just chase this? Do you just chase this if you're the rest of UCB Yaho? You've got to raise. Yeah. You can see them repositioning. They're just going for the kills now at this point. Points are points. They have qualified to the grand finals. They are safe as they're sitting firmly in first place, even though they aren't out tomorrow. And you can see there, this is the AUG. That's what Balefrost got from that crate. Maybe potentially putting it to some good use here. Man, that's not making it easy.
Yeah, Sparking going down. So Yaho, a very ego challenge in the way that they did it, but 303 is able to answer back pretty well. Oh, a little bit out in the open, but Balefrost can't get the trade knock. The grenade might be finishing off what the bullet started. But with the surround coming in from the opposite side, Balefrost, well, we got to wake up a bit sooner in the morning to catch him off guard. Still no full kill. Can he 1 versus 4, 303? He finds the first.
I mean, if there was a team, it was potentially Yaho. Balefrost, he was the first to go out last time when we saw Yaho have that SCG fight down to the south. Early scrap again, but unfortunately they are going to fall here. Battylol takes them out. Yaho out with 116 points, but they're good. They are secured now to move to the grand finals, but for 303, losing Ploob early on, it's going to make this last game a little bit hard, and unfortunately, 303 being so low in the leaderboard to start for the end of this day, the likelihood of them qualifying is going to be a lot more difficult. But Edge, Nana back to join the team, was knocked down. Tilt Town fighting for a compound. Let's see if they can make something of it. This is good position for the northern half of the zone. Tilt Town aren't going to break away.
Nana needs to get healed up. I think the revive is coming through. But Honey is also taking a lot of damage. Well, and that means that... Oh, Gage is there on the swing, taking advantage of the positioning, finding the angle, and getting another knock. And that's 2 down for Edge. This Dodge looks like they want to get into the mix. Oh, boy. Oh, no, they definitely want to get in the mix. This is a full-on push.
I mean, Dodge... As a 4-man coming up against Edge for 2, you could see the res is trying to come out onto Honey, but the Molotovs are coming out. Throble's now within range. Ethan is going to get that flush onto Nana. And that means that the rest of Edge are just going to have to play defense as they wait for Dodge to push in 1 at a time. Finna getting taken down to 31 HP, down to 2. And that's actually coming from Ascendance, who's just to the north here, as Grant Lantis is going to get that knock. Trades coming back out, but Edge trying to do what they can to stay alive. And you can see they are going to fall here as the last player gets taken down. Now, Dodge, not yet in a position to go get a res onto Finna just yet. They've got to get some pressure onto Ascendance, maybe throw up some smokes.
The smokes are the important part to get Finna revived. But over here, Unana versus SCG. This is on the east side of the zone, just outside of El Azahar. And SCG, I'm not entirely sure if they know that Unana is here. In fact, they're shooting at eUnited, which might give Unana the go. That could be the signal for them to strike. Another hard shift down towards the southwest, 2 in a row. This is great for Tactical 8, and eUnited should be able to capitalize off of this as well. Everyone else? Well, continue that southern advancement.
I mean, we shifted away from the road, which would have been, I think, one of the hardest circles that you could really play out in this area. So a little bit of relief there. But yeah, eUnited had completely pushed out of Minas. Had been backfilled by TAC 8. TAC 8's actually going to reposition further, a little bit further south to play to East Minas. That it kind of opens up the opportunity for more teams to push into this area. But you've got that high ground rock face cover. You can make it be hard to rotate around. And speaking of rotate, full sending Ascendance loses 2. Grant Lantis gets flushed. Zraven, it's knocked out of the car. Vegas and Maji trying to get somewhere, do find a compound. They gotta be careful. Nootropic, a couple of the teams still have line of sight here, so they're gonna need to get indoors quickly.
Ooh, boy. Yeah, I mean, that's not fully eye for an eye from Ascendance taking the win from TMG last game, but still good revenge, getting some 2 points as Ascendance try and thread the needle through into, not the center of the circle, not even close, but at least inside the next zone. Now Vegas eyeing up some extra targets for himself, but really it's all about safety right now. We're looking at eUnited, as you were mentioning earlier, Tactical 8 pulling down toward the south. eUnited should be filling behind them and taking over their home ground, their drop spot, their loot spot, just in time, because I think SCG, they're just peeking in on the minimap. They're eyeing up this position as well.
Hey, Flood, remember this spot where you tried to get earlier, but then you got
checking.
taken
They're
out?
checking for sparking.
Yeah, that's exactly what he actually came to, that exact position that Sparking was earlier. That said, a good central position for EU. Meanwhile, TTG, a little bit later on these rotations, they've kind of been trapped here on the edge of circle on Miramar, not what we saw from them in the Erangel games earlier today, and that's been a bit of a struggle now as you've got 6 teams in this area. It's getting very crowded. On the eastern side, AB and Onana also vying for the same compound. You can see a car has been stuck. Joshi, first one out this time, and this is not a good place to be right now for Onana.
No, it's really not. It is really not. This is actually awful. At least they have 1 or 2 members that's in the circle. But good luck finding any sort of position out of this unless some heroics come up. But Abstract, they have a good read on things. They're just going to wait for Unana to run into their angles. Okay, that's one. Scotchdock finds Stone Storm.
Oh, there. Lampalot? Stone? Somebody? It's a good sneak here from Stone, as you can see that Dodge shots out. It's something, but really, if you're Unana, I mean, you've got to make the move. You've got to do something here and not be too overly careful for this. You can see AB still set up in the compound. Haven't gone for the res just yet. Scotchdock is going to get spotted out as Zolmox taken out with the headshot. And now here you go. SCG finally coming into play. The circle is not here. A lot of open terrain, and that means that this fight's going to have to move quickly.
Yeah, hard shift the other direction this time around, and this causes some desperate plays as TTG send it in onto BBB. 5 kills for them, 4 up. And for a team that is desperate for a strong final game, this is a good start for them. This is such a strong compound if it ends up in the late game, as long as they're able to work the ridge with the timing on when to work their ridge. But Abstract pushing in onto Unana. They need to clear them out before they push into the circle, but So Nuts finds one. Arson gets the trade, but that's still a few members left out in the blue, which means that Abstract aren't going to be too sure on when it's safe to actually rotate or not. The worst thing that they can do is pull away and immediately get shot in the back.
Aesthetic, Scotchdock, you see, really just kept the boost up, try to keep the heals up. Damage here into AB. Back Monster is going to fall. Zolmox falls as well. Unana might be able to turn this back into their favor, but they've got to do this quickly. They've got to focus on getting into the zone. The blue is closing in, and they're running out of time now. As you can see, Arson down to 13 HP, tries to pop that first aid, but the zone is going to take care of him faster than he can heal. Stone Storm, last up to survive, has the angle, takes down both players. Unana's eliminated, but with no time left for the revive, Stone Storm's gonna have to head to the zone as a solo.
Yeah, Arson, he was waiting desperately for the strong timing on that frag grenade, and he was able to get it, but he threw himself to the blue zone in order for it to work. So Abstract, they get the team fight win, but at what cost? Well, the cost is 3 of their own members, so Stone Storm gonna have to have a very hard push as a solo going forward. eUnited now, overlooking Dodge. We just saw SCG push on in, thread the needle between those two teams, finds the ridge, basically dead center of this next circle, and if they can hold themselves off from TMG, who are definitely going to be trying defending their spot there, could make it work into the late game. United now, watch out for Tactical 8.
The two teams, right? TMG and SCG that always prioritize positioning into zone, coming across each other there for mid-game, as you can see down the picture-in-picture. Now fighting for that position. eUnited also really likes to have that good control of the southeastern edge, trying to get that kind of issue of TAC 8 out of hands. They did be able to get the high ground out of this position. They are outside of Minas. They know where TAC 8 is, but they've got to make sure they take them out if they want to have that place in the zone that they feel most comfortable.
Start with some good shots, but better shots from Zenny coming back to him. They are working the blue zone, but Kickstart going down to a great grenade is not what eUnited were hoping for in this engagement. That was going to toss a grenade of his own just in case there was someone pushing from that side. Fortunately for them, that is not the case. They're just going to go for the revive, and those utilities just are not finding their way home.
Zenny making that run to try and get a res onto Palix, who's bleeding out pretty quickly along the edge of zone. TAC 8 hoping to keep it up as 4-man, but still, this 2-2 split. eUnited sending 2 to focus on that position for the late game. Flood and Snakers taking that compound. A Tater squeezing in between them. Meanwhile, Uncivil, Nootropic fighting with Wildcard, not in the zone. Ascendance also in this fight, sending 2 to cross the street. That could make things even more difficult for Nootropic. You're trying to get that res onto Hallow Senpai. Niku's nowhere to go at this point. He's just pinched at every angle. It is getting spotted out. Lampalot takes care of him. Wildcard done. He's got to turn his attention back to the res, but look at this. Vegas crossing the street. Maybe potentially.
They got to run.
You've got it. It's now or never.
Yeah. Not even waiting for any smoke usage. Just got to make this push. They got to get these kills because they still need to move even further into the zone.
There you go.
The safe zone, that is, because they got the death zone right behind them. Vegas now down to 30 HP. Counter grenades trying to come out, but that's a small little slit that they're having to work on through. That bounce looked good, but Lamp was already far away.
You go Vegas creeping right now, trying to see if he can spot out Hella Senpai. Instead, found by Lampalot. Ascendance taken down. Maji falls as well. Nootropic, 4 kills, 3 players up, and now needing to head to zone. We can see they've got motorcycles and buggies, vehicles to really propel them into that position, but there's a lot of open terrain ahead of them. Dodge also trying to battle for that compound for eUnited. The 2 members who had stayed back behind, taken out by TAC 8. Excuse me, Rello taken out by TAC 8. Snakers had been knocked, and it is really Flood and Kickstart trying to do what they can. Looks like that res should come out here in just a moment, but Flood, oh, did he spot Ethan just now?
Either way, eUnited are in a world of hurt because they have Tactical 8 that are still going to be pushing up from behind them. And so really, eUnited are just crossing their fingers and hoping that something distracts them. They hear the shots, so maybe that's a distraction that they need. Flood's going to reposition himself on the back of it. I think the circle might have... No, I don't think it's pulled away from them just yet. We still have 30 seconds left for Phase 5 to close. But that does mean that no one's going to be pushing on eUnited's position just yet.
On the other corner, Bing Bang Boom, TMG. And a little touch of SCG. Playing out for Edge. Again, a lot of open terrain. You've got some hills, got a couple of dips to play from, but not much coverage elsewhere. And so for teams to be this close together, going to have to really battle it out for that. And TMG, as we know, really will take that aggression, keeping that eye, waiting for that shift. Now it's going to shift away from them. They have 1 player in, holding out Anchor. And so Wades and Zealot going to have to make that decision on how much pressure they want to keep at Bing Bang Boom here.
303's got to find more damage than this. They have a clean path into the zone, clean in terms of terrain, but they need to make sure that no one's going to be pressuring their position when they can hold down and take on Dodge and SCG. So dealing damage to Tactical 8, to Nootropic, to BBB, that's what 303 are looking for. That's what they're wanting. But these teams aren't really giving them the angles.
Ooh, that nade from Palix should be enough to get the flush there onto Civil. It's actually going to bounce just a little bit too far. But Nootropic not in a good position to go for this rescue. Also is not in a good position for the zone as well. TAC 8. Gotta keep an eye on eUnited, Flood, Kickstart. The rest of the team trying to thread between them and Dodge. Dodge, as you can see there in the minimap, is actually focused elsewhere. So if you're TAC 8, you've kind of got to make that decision now. You focus here on Nootropic or eUnited. They're starting to run out of options here. As you can see, they're surrounded. Nice shot from Zenny, but it's not going to connect there. The just narrowly missing. Attack 8 need to find something here.
Yeah, they need to find a way through eUnited, but eUnited they're just buried in. Dodge aren't pushing in from the north side, so eUnited just need to focus on the south. And that hard cover, the lack of grenades for Tactical 8, it's going to be very difficult for them to push on through if eUnited don't peek out. Bing Bing Boom on the opposite side of things. They took out 303. Nootropic are also eliminated. That gives them an even cleaner path to push on in. And that could add pressure, more pressure to Tactical 8. So the timing was looking good for T8 on T8's side, but it might just be running out.
Dodge has such a great spread on this circle. It's making things a bit difficult for teams to coming in, but that's also going to split Dodge's attention. Tac 8. Once again, trying to close in on eUnited. This is their best position. Any other spot is too vulnerable. Now the open from Dodge. Just trying to get that opening knock. TM, similar position right now between them and SCG. Dodge actually at the high ground also has line of sight. You can see Wade's actually trying to take care of that right now, doing some damage into Finna. Didn't find the knock though. As SLR, Mini 14 is going to connect Snakers. Keeping a watchful eye on Hooligan. The push is coming from Tac 8. They're anticipating it. So you can see all that open ground.
Launching game, taking a lot of fire. SCG and BBB breathing down their necks. Zealots all trying to loot up as well as heal up. A grenade almost removes them, and yes it is. More frags grenade coming in from BBB. That's 2 members of TMG down. Only 1 left standing, and Dodge also want to get involved. They want to get more points for themselves. They want to get more kills. But what can Wades do? Peeks up around, gets 1 knock, but reveals his position. Can't quite get the second. Wait, no, he does. He does. He actually gets 2 knocks before he gets taken out. This is huge for everyone else outside of BBB. This is great for SCG and Tactical 8.
I've dodged in a great position, but again, still needing to worry about the 3 members of eUnited to the south who haven't made moves just yet. Tac 8 turning their focus and attention now to Oldest. Bing, bang, boom. It's really a bloodbath along the edge of zone here. There's so much open terrain in the center, not much coverage, and eUnited not wanting to get rid of their high ground just yet, but Gats and Ethan were tired of waiting, racked back around, Flood down to 24 HP. Snakers actually knocked there by Ethan. Flood has been found as well. It's all up to Kickstart. His attention focus still on Tac 8 here, needing to really keep something alive, but pinched between 2 stacked squads.
Boy, I mean, a revive might be possible on the Snakers. Really depends on the blue zone. Oh, is he going for the vehicle? Surely he's not. Okay, he's going for the revive, not the vehicle. I was worried for a second. But Dodge, yeah, they still want this. They know that it's only a few more shots necessary to take eUnited out. There it is, running alongside the blue. They're going to have to run out of the high ground eventually.
Snakers getting the heals as Kickstart back to the damage as he looks to do something here for Tac 8. They've got to have a tunnel, a channel to get into the zone after giving up on Dodge, trying to see which of these 2 teams it is. Bing Bang Boom is also going to pull back away. SCG has gotten down to just 1 member. And you can see everybody is really having to focus on multiple teams right now to try and find some safety, and so much of that is coming from the positioning that Dodge has here as Ethan gets that flush onto Sharp Shot. And there you go, eUnited find out opening onto Tac 8. Snakers with the headshot.
Look at this bounding approach. 1 for covering fire, 1 sending it out. They have the smoke for assistance. Kickstart does eventually go down. Sorry, Snakers does, and it's only Kickstart remaining, running out in the open, but he's able to find some cover and get even closer behind Tactical 8. And BBB, what a great round it's been for them so far.
Oh, Palix.
So many kills, and they're still alive. They only lost 1, they only lost Sharp Shot, and Kickstart finds another angle. Heal again. Not aware of all the dangers surrounding them, going for a revive out in the open, not even a smoke for cover there. Perhaps a little bit too much reliance on to Zenny. How much more can Kickstart get?
Yeah, Zenny lying prone, trying to see if he can get an angle there onto Kickstart, but Kickstart now turning his focus to Bing Bang Boom. Dodge also lost 2 players in that fight. Finna getting knocked, and the only full squad that's really not looking too bad right now is BBB, as they've got 3 up and strong. Gats pulls back away to try and recover 10 HP. You can see as well, that is it for Kickstart. Palix does take him out with the headshot. Tac 8 can now turn their attention back to Bing Bang Boom. Not quite in a position to get that res, but it looks like Zenny is just going to take the risk and go for it. Meanwhile, looks to be the rest of BBB having to split their attention between Dodge, as Dodge has actually sent Hikerman and Gats around. So this is just absolute chaos right now. I feel the advantage still in Dodge's favor.
Very much in Dodge's favor. They have a nice spread. They have the circle that they can just take control of. And BBB, Tactical 8, they need to fight each other in order to get inside that zone. But BBB, they're... Oh, for a second, I thought they were just going to push on to Dodge. Ignore Tactical 8, ignore the third party on the south side. But surely they know that that's almost suicide. Tactical 8, however, they're moving away. So instead, Dodge... Ooh, that advantage that Dodge have, depending on how BBB and Tactical 8, how they play it out, might not really answer anymore. But Roth spots the push, spots the run, takes some shots, but at the same time, surely they recognize that that's going to favor them as they split Dodge's decision pushing in from the south.
I mean, 14 kills for Bing Bang Boom, regardless of whether or not they get a win. This is an absolute need for them on terms of the leaderboard, and really good push for them. But as you say, I mean, Ethan having that off angle there has been taken down. That's going to actually take a big advantage of Dodge away, because the last two players are in one small shack, and Nade could do something big here, but Bing Bang Boom are really low on terms of throwables. They've just got a handful of smokes left. Oldest with 6 of them, but they still have that high ground. They're trying to use that coverage to do something here. Can they take out Dodge? It's a 3v2. Waiting for that peak to come out. Oldless is going to connect. Hikerman is low, but gets taken out by a nade of Gats. And Gats once again taking that break to heal. Hikerman taking down Keenan. It's a 1v2. Dodge. It's now or never. 11 kills to their name. It looks like they've spotted out Roth, who gets the flush onto Ethan. He takes him out with a headshot. Gats with the final kill, and Dodge with a win for the final game of the day.
Whoa. Solid hold at the end there by Dodge, but what a run by Bing Bang Boom. I don't think we saw too much of it. I remember being surprised when we looked over them just a couple of minutes ago and seeing that they had 12 kills. But a second place with 17 kills, that is, what an amazing round. And ultimately, the story of Bing Bang Boom is started from the bottom, now we're here, right? Like yesterday was really, really bad for them, but I don't want to say that they more than made up for it, but they made up for it quite a bit. I imagine that it would have to be some weird like split of numbers for them to not be in the top 10. I'm pretty sure they're going to make it just barely, but I'm confident that their position is going to allow them to be into the top 10.
Yeah, and you know, there's a couple of teams that we've seen this type of performance from. The first day sometimes can be a little lackluster. They take a bit to not only kind of fall back in with themselves, but maybe get a feel for the lobby. We've seen that from them before, and then finishing out strong. eUnited is another team that we've also had that same type of show from. Today, a little bit weak of a showing. I feel like tomorrow they could go into it confidently. But, I mean, back onto Dodge for a moment, because throughout the day, we saw so many fantastic plays from Dodge. We saw Gats, Ethan really pulling up kills, Finna with, I believe, a 3-man knock and work onto TTG earlier on Erangel. And those kills, those points, that control that they had at this last game, that's the confidence we were going to see from this roster.
Yeah, Dodge put up some solid kill numbers. They were able to get a good amount, like 4 to 5 to 6. I feel like every single round, even leading up to this win, the placements weren't fantastic up to this game. But the fact that they were able to make sure that they're able to win the games that they're supposed to win, and that's what they did here.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we're looking at this right now from the point of view of Kickstart. Again, 1 kill on the board for United at the late game. Things kind of falling apart for them today, but I really expect them to come in huge tomorrow. And this was really hard because TAC-8 and Dodge, so many teams getting pressure. It really didn't give United a chance to leave that position or to really flex out from that. It ultimately led to that demise. But Dodge having big control onto this this whole circle for the last 2 phases and able to hold on to that to the very ends there. As we can see, good use of nades. I mean, Gats and throwables. I feel like when you really go back and look at these matches, you can see how well and comfortable, how accurate he's been with every type of throwable he's had.
Yeah. Really, this last fight could have gone either way. Play it back, 50-50 split. But enough about Dodge, enough about Bing Bang Boom. Let us talk about the hero of the hour, the hero essentially of the weekend. It's Sparking from Yaho. How do you do?
Nice. Hello. Nice to meet you again, guys. How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. Real quick, just want to say congratulations on a fantastic performance at PNC now, and congratulations as well as the performance so far at ESL PUBG. We've heard that you've just moved. Are you feeling comfortable in your new spot, in your new desk? I feel like that should take some time to get a good space.
I have to show you my situation here. I'm not in my home because my apartment is not finished yet. So I'm living in my uncle's house. So yeah, I will show you around. Okay. So
give us the tour. Give us the tour.
Guys, this is PUBG Cribs Sparking Edition.
It's been 40 degrees more Celsius here in Portugal, so it's been really hot. So there is no window here. It's everything sealed. I'm using my shoe as an arm for my mic.
Esports ready.
I'm using my skateboard to put my feet on. I have one vent right there. I have a second vent right there. And to finish, my cat just broke my balls before the game starts today. So I had to buy this Cloud 2 HyperX, and it's been really awkward. Yeah.
Well, I have to tell you, you are doing fantastic with that setup. Anybody who thinks you need to buy fancy things to be a top tier gamer, no. You just need a shoe and a skateboard.
Listen, is it too late to change your in-game name to MacGyver?
We can do it.
Okay, enough about your situation. How are you? I don't need to ask you what it's like to be performing so well. I feel like you're used to it. It's just, the status quo for you. What I'm really curious about, though, is how you feel your team's chances going into the main event starting next week.
We're feeling really confident with both for us joining this team. I think our power skills have increased a lot, and our confidence in fights have been really high. And the vibes on my team has been pretty good, so we're pretty confident for this SL, and we want to guarantee the qual for PGC on this SL.
Yeah. All right, Sparking, I also want to ask, because we have Latin America joining us next week when we go forward. Is there any teams that you're really watching from Latin America that you guys are interested in fighting or think might make things maybe a challenge for you?
I mean, all the teams that are good in Latin, we have already playing against them. I would be happy to fight my friends at Crash. I want to kill Robinho, I want to kill VHZ, and I want to shoot their bodies.
There you go. You're not really friends unless you can kill them on the battlefield. So,
right.
Well, Sparking, if you have any shout-outs, anything that you want to say to your fans, please go ahead and do so now.
I just wanted to say thank you all for the support, and I want to say thanks to my teammates as well. They have been insane this tournament, especially Shimboy. Shimboy has been... I have no words for him. He has been pretty insane, and valeu todo o suporte do Brasil aí, tamo junto, amo vocês, rapaziada.
All right, thanks so much, Sparking, for taking the chance to talk with us and to show us his really amazing setup. That was probably I think the coolest thing. Not what I was expecting, not at all.
Yeah. More players should show us their private rooms full of their own personal belongings.
Awesome. Well, guys, that is it for Group B, and that is it for Cameron and I today. We will return tomorrow with Groups A and C, the final day of regional qualifiers for North America, before we decide who gets to play with the grand finals. Let's take a look real quick, with Kill Leaders. I'm getting ahead of myself. Kill Leaders, there you go. It's Shinboy, it's Poonage, and there you go, our boy Sparking up there. That's 3 members now of Yaho that's made it.
Yeah, actually, a lot of eyes have been on Shinboy and Sparking. I mean, understandably. But Poonage is up there as well, sort of was able to secretly throw himself into the mix towards the end of things. The same 3 up there for damage, and I mean, are we really surprised that it's members of Tokyo Manji Game up there? What? Tokyo Manji Gang up there as well. That is a mouthful. I better practice, because we're definitely going to be seeing them at the main event next weekend.
Yeah, and there we go. Our overall standings on the leaderboard. Yaho firmly in first place. Now, Soniqs will return to play tomorrow, and there's a big chance that they could take that first place position. But really, the only thing that matters is the teams that can qualify to move forward, as we talked with Sparking a little bit, to play Latin America in the grand finals for ESL PUBG Masters. Bing Bang Boom, fantastic performance today, pulling themselves up into third place with 85. Short Circuit Gaming, they had 2 wins yesterday, but they were able to pull up quite a bit of kills to make up for that today in terms of their a little bit lower placement point. Ascendance and Wildcard also in a decent position, but risky to potentially get knocked out when A and C play tomorrow. So things to keep eyes on. But Cameron, I had a fantastic time casting with you today. Before we go, is there anything else that you want to say or anything that's on your mind in terms of what you saw today and going into this weekend?
No, other than the fact that Yaho's the real deal.
Absolutely. Well, guys, that is it from us. We will return tomorrow here at twitch.tv/PUBG_Battlegrounds. So make sure you tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific. Wait, math? I can math. There we go. Yeah. I've been told by producer I math correctly, but there you go. Make sure you guys do tune in tomorrow. We've got 6 more games to go. A and C are going to battle it out, and then we're going to choose who goes forward to the grand finals. But until then, I'm going to steal a favorite line from Toffees and play more PUBG.